I've never played Classic World of Warcraft. However, I recently did master Season of Discovery, but a lot of people told me that the original game vanilla is much different. So let's master Classic World of Warcraft 2. It's a dawn of new servers and I'm eagerly spamming the realms like I'm sure a lot of you did too. A quick refresh and the realms are up, but we are stuck on logging in. Uh-oh, I'm either going to be in a queue or I ain't getting on. As you can see, I'm going for the PvP realm too, as I want to dominate the other faction. And we finally get in. But the alliance is locked. Off to a fantastic start already, but by quickly backing out and back in, I can now choose Alliance as Horde is locked. And well, there is only one race and class combo that I'm going to be. That's a human male rogue. Yep, a rogue. I type in Antijax and we get our name and the dawn of a new hero begins. After a very, very long login screen, we're greeted with a cinematic, and as much as I wanted to skip it, I did want to take it all in. And as it pans to Northshire, I can see an army of people. Oh my god, that is a lot of people. We log in, and our UI is practically already set up thanks to Season of Discovery, I'm guessing. I do have the guide rested XP, but I decide once again, I'm not just going to follow a guide from A to B, I'm just going to use Questy, and I'm just going to go in blind. A quick UI fix later, and we're ready to start our journey. Instantly, I get messaged off someone dropping their Twitch to prove to me that they're real. Cool dude. So I challenge him to a duel, or I say he's scared if he refuses, while tweaking with some of my add-ons. I then go in search of this Warlock Inns, but it seems he's on an absolutely different planet to me, as I can't find him anywhere, and I am just surrounded by hordes of people. I must say, I'm a little bit nervous on how I'm even going to complete a single quest with the amount of people competing. Our first task is to clean up the invading kobolds that have made their home here in Northshire Valley, as the guards here obviously can't be arsed dealing with them, and they want to send me with a single dagger to try and deal with him. Egan Peltskinner, yeah, that's his second name. He wants me to collect some wolf meat, and I accept a group invite, and I instantly get layered. And now it's time for combat. I get a kill, but it's on the wrong mob, and well, thanks to partying up, it should technically make this go a lot faster. And from there on out, I stand in one spot, trying to click on kobolds, while everybody in the world is lagging. The world is absolutely full, people are spamming general chat, and it's all just chaos, but it's beautiful chaos. After about 20 minutes, I am still only level 1, but it's a work in progress. At one point, I'm begging for an invite to groups, because these people are just way too fast at clicking for me. Then someone called Beefy puts a macro in general chat, and says to thank him later. This actually helped me a lot. I all of a sudden could instantly attack the mobs as they spawn, allowing me to actually finally complete a single quest half an hour after launch. Now onto farming 8 wolves for meat. Yeah, you can see where this is going, can't you? Me and Dumlock are farming them out, trying to fight them from Ben Affleck. I like that name. Only 5 minutes later, we get all of our wolf meat, and I'm hoping I may now have better luck going forward. The rest of my Northshire Valley leveling experience follows me purging the lands of all the kobolds and the Defias members too. I found a pretty good spot where I wasn't contested, and I could stand there and take them down as I needed a total of 12 bandanas. Until some folks come to my spot thinking they could just take it from me. So there's only one way to prove my dominance here, as Magda tells me to fight for it, and alright, game on. I get the first few hits in as he says,
"Guys, get the items, I distract him."
And then we exchange blow for blow. He hits harder than me being a warrior, but I'm faster. I'm very low on health and so is he, as he runs away. But I start using throwing knives on him as he comes in and dies to a single eviscerate. I then ask, who's next? Who wants some of this? As Muggle the Mage wants some of this smoke. I then take on the strategy of running around in circles on him, hoping he misses his fireballs as it's a close fight. But Antijax is just way too strong for these low levels. I tell them to respect the rules of a trial by combat, and he then says,
"He got us."
And they actually all do leave me be. An hour later, we finished off the quest, we get a sick new dagger too, and we're nearly done with the starting zone. We just have to pick up some apples, which was actually quite easy to do. Once again, stand in one spot, picking off kobold labourers as well. But thanks to being able to group up for these sort of quests, also not too bad. Then we have to finally take down the mastermind behind this Defias assault here, Garrick. Now he's one mob, and as you can see, a lot of people are stood here waiting to instantly delete him off the face of the earth as soon as he spawns in. I heard about people that formed groups and lines for this, but not on my realm. It's a complete free-for-all. We do get lucky and someone from our group tags him and he just disappears so quickly, but I won't complain. And with all all that done, we have saved Northshire and we've got a white cloak to show for it. We don't look half bad. I then wave goodbye to our starting area at a good old strong level of 4, and it's time to begin our true adventure in this massive World of Warcraft. Down the road from the Northshire Valley is a small town of Goldshire, a place that holds so much nostalgia, especially from World of Warcraft South Park episode. It's night time, I'm tired, but everything is just so cozy and nostalgic, I don't want to log off. And there's still just so many people running about. Deciding to make this place my home for a while, something I actually will forget to change for a very long time, but that's for the future. I accept all the quests and I decide to do a quick Stormwind run, because I planned on making it my Hearthstone location, but I forgot. I signed a guild charter on my way up too. No questions asked, just sign the paper. In Stormwind, the immediate spam is of course none other than, Thunder Fury, and I just took in all the sites while I could. It was practically a dead city and a dead auction house too, with all of the world's habitants stuck in the forest and the starting zones. I did a few quests here while running about, just delivering flowers and collecting and dropping off parcels like a World of Warcraft Amazon service. But the main thing I wanted to do in Stormwind was learn professions. Now, I'm a rogue, so I'm going to go for skinning and leatherworking, allowing me to skin dead animals I kill and make gear out of them with leather. I buy a skinning knife and I sell my dagger. I decide to call it a night too, but this was a grave error. As I rest my head to go to sleep, I didn't know what awaited me the very next day. It's the next day and I venture off into the beautiful of Elwyn Forest. I'm still completely oblivious with how bad I've screwed myself up. And well, skinning is such a blessing right now as there's usually dead mobs everywhere, but I'll come back to the skinning part soon. Also, I realise that the guild I'm in is now Russian and everybody's speaking Russian, so I gotta leave it. I make myself to a kobold stronghold, the Fargo Deep Mine, where we have to take their candles and dust. And after playing retail, I sort of feel bad for the kobolds, they're just scared of the void eating them. Anyway, deep in the mine where it's completely full to the brim even at 8:30 AM, love to see it, I still haven't realised what I've done, have you guessed yet? So the skinning knife might be a dagger technically, but in Classic it doesn't count as a weapon, so I can't use any of my abilities. And while fighting this kobold, I realise I can't do any damage and I'm getting the shit beaten out of me. I start running away at like 1 HP and thanks to a lucky miss, we do manage to get out the mine death-free as I scream for help. So here is the issue. I can't kill things to make gold. As I head to the vendor, and we've got a total of 2 silver 13, and the weapon that I can buy costs 4, which means I'm kind of screwed in soft lots. Now, I could run around skinning dead things, but I'm not that clever to think of this at the time, and I was just worrying. So, is my journey already over before it even began? I headed back to the mine to try and see if I could at least maybe kill 1 mob, but there is no fucking way I can when I'm hitting 5, and the miners have no mercy and beat down on me. I do manage to luckily kill only 1 with kiting skills and throwing my weapons, but the chances of me doing this quest or even finding a dagger are probably 0. So after much deliberation and auto attacking mobs down thanks to the buff Blessing of Might, thank you all them paladins, keep doing the lights work, I check the quest, scout the Jasper Dome mine, probably said that wrong, and it rewards me with 3 silver, 50 copper. So now I know what I have to do. On my travels I make some light armor kits, bolstering our already insane white gear with a bit more armor, so we take less damage. And after a long time running, we arrive at the Jasper Lode mine. Probably said that wrong again. I'm trying. Thankfully, this is a quest we can complete, as all we got to do is run through and bam, complete. So we head back to Goldshire and buy ourselves a dagger, and now we can actually play the game. I see a fellow adventurer called Carl. He's giving out bags in exchange for just 6 linen cloth. I have 2 at the moment, so I hope that when I've actually got enough, he's still about doing this. So we just sit here in the cave, grinding out kobolds until we eventually have 8 candles and 10 of the gold dust, and quite a few linen too. So we go back to our good friend Carl, who's making bags for people in the centre of Goldshire like some sort of messiah. Now I traded him and he put up 3 bags. I could have possibly scammed these kind people and took him and ran, but I decided not to. And we leave with just the 1 that I made. I can now start venturing a little bit further out, and skinning soon becomes an addiction. Everything I could see, I skinned. It became a really bad problem. Every time I saw that little icon, I just could not stop myself. So we get a quest then to give Billy some pie because he's a hungry kid. And Auntie then says she hopes he chokes on it. Savage. After the poor boy not choking on his pie, he tells us where to find the necklace. Some little shithead Goldtooth in the cave has stole it. So I run in and I get the tag first try actually, even though there's plenty of people here. We then return the necklace to Auntie and we continue on our journey through the forest. This next quest is a bit rough. It's called Princess Must Die. While waiting for her, I'm like a crazy addict, skinning everything I can. Then I see Princess, so I attack her, but for some reason her entourage joins in and a mage tries to come to my rescue, but it's too late and I suffer my first death. Yeah, if this was hardcore, I would have died at level 7. Probably best I don't do that just yet. So we then try to take Princess down again. This time her entourage don't give a shit about her and let us all team up on her taking her down. Alright, I'll take it. With my journey in the forest soon coming to an end, our final tasks are nearly upon us. I do take some time to level my level work in, and I also take a pit stop in Stormwind, where a kind mage makes us another bag. I was always told bag space is vital, so it's best to try and stay on top of my storage. I then make another grave error of learning swords. Well, I mean, it's good because I'm a rogue, but I only thought it was 1 silver, not 10. So I just made myself broke. Lovely. I also get my ass handed to me by Defiance casters, and I die even more. I'm not doing too good at this rogue thing just yet, or maybe the mobs are actually scary. I'm sure we'll get better at this. I also farmed out a couple of bandanas here too, as I only need 6 and I've got 3 before even heading back. But I make yet another error. I think it'll be so much easier for me to get them where a lot spawns. However, every other player on the server thinks this too, which means getting a tag here is going to be extremely hard once more. Especially because it's an open area and casters here can snipe and charge them before I can even react. 10 minutes later though, I finally have all my bandanas and I also see a random chest in the middle, which I hope has something good for me, maybe another bag. Only 5 healing potions though, but I guess they'll come in handy too. We team up with some fellow rogues then to purge the logging camp of the wildlife that threaten to eat people here. Prowlers and bears. This doesn't seem like the best place to call your home though, but who am I to judge? I then have every single quest completed and it's one of the best feelings in WoW when you're leveling, I swear. Looting a nice little red shirt from the quest too. I also tried to pickpocket someone called James Clark. Apparently he's got no pockets to pick. Poor guy. That was a lot of peas. Now I make a decision as I'm very close to the zone of Redrid Mountains to go and get the flight plan, as I'm probably going to need it later on, and because my friend also told me to, so I copied him, I won't lie. I fully expected to get obliterated by the red level NPCs roaming around, but by walking behind a fellow player and sticking to the roads, I actually survived the walk. I'm also pretty close to level 10 with a full quest log. So now it's just about turning these in and finishing off the last few quests in the zone. We're flying through, aren't we? I also sort of made a friend too while questing. Gaholver, the fearless paladin. Me and him had a rough time questing, taking down Murlocs, but together we was pretty much unstoppable, without even grouping up either. He would constantly buff me with attack power every time he passed me. Sometimes I'd die though because Murlocs are just little shits. But me and Gaholver would help each other out while slaughtering all these camps. We then say goodbye to the Eastvale logging camp and we hand in a quest for a shiny new dagger. Then we run around the forest handing in everything. This puts us very close to level 10 and where we can choose our specialization. But first, Elwyn Forest's final boss. The final chapter, Hogger. Me and my buddy Shadow start the fight. Thankfully, he's gone for a Warlock so we can spam Fear Hogger while his dots do damage too. And I start chipping away at him. Hogger does a lot of damage if he hits you, but we execute this fight perfectly. We take him down with no issues whatsoever. And after collecting some null armbands, we have fully completed the forest. I then decide before going back to Goldshire to turn in a quest in Westfall where we ding that sweet level 10, giving us our first talent point. And the spec I'm going with, after much research, deliberation, video guides, and just absolutely seeing what's the best way to level. I heard that it might be swords. Now we're going subtly, we're going daggers. Yeah, probably the worst one. I want to ambush and destroy people in PvP, so that's what I'm going to do. By turning in Hogger, we also get our first green item, with 1 agility and 2 stamina, which is kind of huge I must say. We also get our first rogue quest too. No idea what we get from doing it, but we'll still do it nonetheless. We can also learn to dual wield and some more good abilities like evasion and sap. With all my linen cloth then, I ask another tailor to craft me 2 more bags, so we've now got a total of 4 6-slot linen bags and I'm making massive progress towards the end goal of this video, dead mines. I decide to explore a bit more now and do some more quests before heading to Westfall, and I probably should have done my rogue quest first, but I'm I'm just freestyling. While taking the deep room tram to Ironforge, I also see just quickly the rare Loch Ness monster, Nessie, so that was pretty cool. I don't think I've ever saw her before. Then we grab the flight path in Ironforge, and we're going to go do some quests in Dunmoreau. Now we've got the ability Sprint, which gives us a 50% movement speed for 15 seconds, an insane ability, but it's also got a 5-minute cooldown. But when I get to use it, it feels really good. Now there's also an elite quest here to kill a Yeti who's been eating all the dwarves and gnomes, and as a lonely adventurer, I try and take him down, but this is a group quest, and I stand 0 chance versus the might of Vagash and fall. So doing what I should do in an MMO, I team up with a band of fellow adventurers to take down this Yeti, and we take him down with ease and we collect his fangs, giving us yet another green item, but they're cloth and we're in a snowy zone with shorts, but they are juicy shorts I must say. Our rogue also helps the dwarves deal with their trog infestation. In the caves, me and a couple of other races decimate the cave quite quickly, and I see a chest at the top. Then I also see my first rare NPC, Hammerspine. I ask them to invite me for the rare and they actually do. We then all take him down, but I don't get his loot, the ice covered braces. I do want the chest though, and another green item drops that you can vendor for a decent amount of coin, and I loot the chest and get a silver bar. Absolutely raking in loot at the moment. The last quest we then do here is to avenge a fallen dwarf who's been eaten by a bear, and this gives us a green dagger, a green friggin' weapon, and I'm in heaven. Me and some hunters make short work of Mango Claw, and we're now ready for Loch Madame. Something about WoW Classic that I really like is the weather. It just seems a lot more prominent in this version than any others. For example, in Loch Madame it's pissing it down, which is English slang for it's raining quite bad. I grab the Loch Madame flight path and decide to head back to Elwyn Forest to do my rogue quest. It's really simple. It just has us pickpocket a goblin who's completely oblivious to us because we are a pro rogue. Still completely winging what I'm doing, I then go to Westfall to try and do another Stormwind quest, which requires us to get a compass. But the Defiance mobs here are, let's just say, a bit tricky. They hurt like hell, and well, I just don't have the damage to even kill a mob that's just a slightly higher level than me. This world is pretty brutal. I end up doing then some suspicious chicken dance with a chicken. Now, I know what you're thinking, I've gone insane already, but there is a reason. It becomes friendly after a while of doing slash chicken, and if you feed it some chicken feed that you buy from the farmer next to you, it lays an egg, giving you your very own chicken pet. I might be server first with this, by the way. So this chicken will come on an adventure with us. I wanted to showcase you all the early level-y stuff, mainly because it was just such a blast, and it helped flesh out my character as we move into the more rougher questing period. Now, classic WoW quests are very simple. After all, it's a 20-year-old game. They consist of killing things, collecting things, and being an Amazon delivery driver, dropping off and collecting parcels. Oh, and the occasional very long escort quests, but more on that later. So the variety of questing isn't super high, but the aesthetics of the zone, the players, the people you meet, all this means it's just not too mundane and it feels different. So after collecting a lot of quests from Westfall, I head to the auction house to try and cheese my way through some of the collection quests, but people are charging ridiculous prices for items, so yeah, I'll pass. I then handed in my rogue quest to give me a second green dagger. Yep, 2 green weapons at level 11. So then I head back to Loch Madame, as I really like this zone. And let me tell you, I ended up hating this zone. You see these trogs? Yeah, they're a pain in my arse. They kill me over and over and over again. I was here for an eternity just trying to kill them. Everyone's around me, but no one wanted to group up as we also have to collect their teeth, so I was just struggling. The rest of questing here was pretty chill. However, when we had to find tunnel rat ears, that took a bit long because I guess kobolds just don't have ears. Then we also had hunters come and they always tried to snipe my mobs, the little shits. Now loot wise, I was very lucky. I constantly looted greens and soon my luck with drops would just get even better. I had a great afternoon just questing in the rain here. It was raining in England too, so I really enjoyed my time and we finished off all appropriate level quests. Now everything I need, everything I want is in the zone of Westfall, the Dead Mines to be exact, a dungeon, but we are just too low of a level to do it right now. We've got to get stronger. So I spent the next few hours questing in Westfall, and here is where my friends referred to me as Rogue Jesus. I would get so lucky with quest drops, like they constantly dropped. Murloc eyes? No problem. The captain's treasure? No problem either. Oh, and not to mention greens dropped like candy for me too. It was also a blessing and a curse, as my bags was just constantly full. We also finished off the Captain Sanders hidden treasure, not without its difficulty, by surviving on literally 1 HP from Murlocs. I hate Murlocs. That gives you so many items when you complete the quest, including an 8-slot bag. It's just the little things that make you happy. But there's also an item in Westfall that I really want that can drop. It offers 0 benefit to my character apart from looking cool. I'm roguelike, and after many Defias kills while questing, I looted it. The red Defias mask, and now we're looking like a true bandit. From all these quests, I hit level 14, and I've nearly got a full quest log in a very short amount of time. Nothing here was a problem for me. I even made my first 1 gold, and I had crazy packed bags with leather, greens, materials, enchanting recipes. I was feeling like Rogue Jesus. Except one quest, the Null Pause. Fuck that quest. Moving on. After turning them all in, we actually run out of appropriate level quests. And when I say that, I mean quests that are yellow or green. All that's left are orange or red, which are going to be far too difficult. In classic WoW, swapping zones to quest is something you do quite often. I make a quick pit stop at the auction house to sell off all of my goods and make some more pennies, and I level up my level working and first aid a tad bit more, and we carry on. Our next journey really does showcase how much travelling you do and how big the world actually feels. Thanks to my friend Shadows, he tells me of a path that many adventurers take to get to Meneth Full Harbour in the wetlands. First you have to go to Ironforge, then you run up this mountain in a specific way. Then I encounter some other players doing the exactly same thing. Now you have to jump at a certain angle to hit a ledge 3 times. And well, this was difficult for me and Afro. This is like WoW parkour.
Parkour!
Then another player shows up watching us before putting us to shame and instantly making the jump. I follow her exact steps and I make it to the last one, but I fucking fall. And off she goes. Then Afro leaves me and makes a jump too. But we follow shortly after and finally get to the top of the mountain. Now all I gotta do is follow them. A random gnome is also taking a break in the snow. His little legs can't handle this kind of travelling. We then do some running down the side of the mountains, being careful to not die from fall damage, and we arrive in the wetlands. Our last act is to cross a dangerous river full of crocodiles and murlocs that will destroy us, and I'm randomly getting sniped from something I can't even see, but like a swarm of low levels, we make it over to Meneth Full Harbour safely, and we make sure to grab the flight plan. Always grab the flight plan. I then see a rogue decked out in gear, and I'm pretty jealous of him. He says he bought it all at the action house, this little pay-to-win gnome. We then take the boat with our fellow adventurers to Darkshore, where we will be staying until we're ready for the dungeon. I then see a high-level player, level 22, already with Smite's Mighty Hammer, and damn, this guy looks good. Now the music here is just really nice. I love the night elf theme, but aesthetically Darkshore is kind of dark and gloomy, but you can just see on my minimap how many quests we've got. Now I collect washed up sea creature bones, I then lay to rest the wandering spirits of the zone, and I level up to 15 in the process too. I end up taming my very own rabid bear as well, who follows me around the whole zone, and I lay waste to the leviathans in the water, purging all the wild demons in the forest too, and trying my best to hunt down Moonstalker fangs, and we hit level 16 too. Now questing wasn't as easy as I'm making out. Something as simple as pulling 2 mobs that debuff you, causing you have a 20% chance to heal them when you hit, and as a fast dagger rogue, I just die and I heal them. This was a common occurrence on my questing journey, dying, but I got sort of used to the long corpse runs in the end. I decided to call it a night, and the next day when I logged on, I recorded hours of footage, and I mean hours like this. Yes, zoomed in on my portrait. Aren't I a clever creator of videos? All it was me just making a massive dent into the Darkshore leveling and hitting 18 too, giving us a good enough level to potentially do dead mines. But I'm also a bit of a completionist. I don't like leaving zones without doing everything, which is also a blessing and a curse. Fighting mobs is tough as a rogue, especially when they are a higher level than you, and I definitely rely on people coming to my aid. We just looted up a lot of beach sea creatures and we died to a crab. 1 crab 3 times in a row. Damn you crabs. But then we rounded it all off with an elite kill quest that me and a band of adventurers took down. Soon I'll come to a realization on how I want to tackle the rest. But now it's time. We are level 18, a high enough level to go and do our first dungeon. First we got a pit stop at Stormwind, and my Hearthstone is still Goldshire. I really do need to change that. I then head to the auction house and I buy out a full set of Blackened Defias armor, giving us an amazing set bonus, good stats, and we only miss a chest piece to complete it, but that comes from the dungeon. We also buy some shoulder pads too, and we are all looking pretty sick. After some bag management, leveling up my professions a little bit more, and training some more important skills, things like ambush and ability I can't wait to use, we are very close to ready. First, we need to get the quest for this dungeon, and one of them is a ball lake. It's a very long quest chain, and let me tell you about it. First, you pick it up in Stormwind, then you need to travel to Redridge Mountains. Thank God I got the flight plan earlier. From Redridge, we need to then go and fly to the zone of Westfall. In Westfall, you have to find an NPC who is a pain in the arse to get, the Defias Messenger, and also everyone on the server wants him too. After that, head back to Sentinel Hill, and you've got to await him to spawn to do an escort. So it's a good chance for me to test out my dueling combat skills by dueling Shadows. Now, he's a warlock who also cheats and doesn't let me get the opener. Have some respect for me. Unfortunately, I don't have sprint available, so catching him is a pain in the arse. His darts and Voidwalker do a lot of damage to me, but a single backstab nearly kills him. But this little shit sacrifices it, giving him a massive shield and just stands there and wants me to death. Doesn't count, that loss, doesn't count. After this, you need to escort the Defias traitor to Deadmines, who shows you the entrance, and then we can proceed to do the dungeon. Now in Classic, to even get to Deadmines, we've got to take on the Dangerous Mine, so it's best to wait for your whole party before delving into the depths of the Deadmines. I just wanted to keep that D thing going, I won't lie to you. We find a tank and we're just missing a healer, and we've also got a mage called Keriel. Before you do the dungeon, there's some quests outside of it, like collecting 4 minor cards from the undead here, and taking out their little leader and getting his badge. But there's a lot of competition here. Naturally, we all die to the zombies here and have a nice long run back to think about what we are doing. Then we find a healer, Holy Metal. My Rogue Jesus look carries on as I loot 4 minor cards before Shadows even loots 1. I wasn't kidding when I said my classic loot look was good. Then we decide to head into Deadmines, and the nostalgia overload for the old Deadmines is high, as I did do it before it got revamped in Kata. It's full of miners and Defias bandits, but the first boss in here is an ogre. Just a simple tank and spank fight for our group of heroes. At least in these dungeons I can use backstab quite a lot, but Rogue right now definitely doesn't have the most thrilling PvE rotation, but it's also pretty simple and old school, and I kinda like it. These bosses don't even guarantee good items, by the way. White items are quite a common practice in these early low level dungeons. There's also a rare miner Johnson. Poor guy's just doing his job before we kill him, and luckily for our tank, he drops a blue shield, and he seems pretty happy about it. The next part to the dungeon is ran by goblins, but we're not even taking it slow. We're pulling 3 to 4 mobs at a time and not really having any issues whatsoever. We then take down Sneeze Shredder and he drops a white dagger, the Buzzer Blade. That's actually a big upgrade over my current green one, so I'll take that. But something was bound to go wrong at some point, and it does. We end up overpulling thanks to what I like to call runners, where they run away in fear, and I'm a rogue, so I chase him to try and kill him, but we don't. Then I just see an army of goblins start shooting us. The tank instantly says white before anyone even gets to him, and I try to pick off as many that are low as I can. I then die with a mage and warlock, while the tank and healer have somehow survived on a ledge. We then run back in, and mind you, it's a pretty long run before we are then met with a patrol that we dispatch of. It seems the Holy Paladin has somehow died, and the tank is running back saying run out of the dungeon because he's brought an army of fucking goblins with him. Luckily we make it out safely, but now we just have to wait for the Paladin to make his long run too. Anyhow, we make it back and we take down the annoying goblin boss, Gilnid, and he drops a blue rare ring. Now listen to me, this ring has got a lot of intellect, but it's also got 2 agility. Now I've got 0 rings, and 2 agility is 2 agility. The mage and warlock definitely need it, and I'm on a Discord call with the warlock Shadows. I'm saying, you know what, I might need on this jokingly, and he tells me I should, because 2 agility is 2 agility, and he'd rather me have it than the mage. I tell him, if I roll on this item, I will win it. He says just do it. I then ask in the party chat, can I roll for agility? But no reply. So I roll and win it. Sorry every caster that's watching this, please don't hate me, but 2 agility is 2 agility. The tank then gets confused on why I rolled on the ring, and I reply with, well yeah, 2 agility is 2 agility. The mage then says, no problem, it's just for fun, and the roll decided who won it. At least he's a good sport about it. Then I will now let you listen into me and Shadows talking about what just happened. Just remember, this was your doing. You told me, what was it? Say it.
Do you know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for Shadow Frank Keep, yeah?
You can fuck. No, Meteor Shard is not an upgrade for you.
No, but.
Oh, there's a ring.
There's a ring, yeah, that's free stamina, it's free stamina. You know what I mean?
You little shit. Where is it? What's it?
7 strength.
Oh, you can fuck off. No. No. It's not fair.
3 stamina is 3 stamina.
Yeah, as you can see, he's not too happy about that, and I'm sure he's going to screw me over at some point later on. We then smash in Mr. Smite, and we take him out also, and he drops Thief's Blade, a nice one-handed sword with 2 agility. So I need it and win it, and now that intellect that I got will come in handy. I make some macros to swap to my sword to Sinister Strike and double daggers when backstabbing, and look how fast I'm leveling my sword skill thanks to the intellect. We kill the Chef Cookie, the Murloc, and his overpowered 1-drops. Now I'm rooting for Shadow, but he doesn't win it and the Mage does, and his last chance at loot is a staff from this boss, Captain Greenskin, and I really hope it drops. Apart from the one wipe, our first Deadmine runs has been a big success, and of course his staff doesn't drop either. Unlucky mate, unlucky, but karma will bite me on the arse. So this is what we are here for. Apart from the quest, of course, Edwin Van Cleef, the last boss, who can also drop me this sword, Cruel Barb. It is so powerful for my level. I want it, I need it, I must have it. Also, the chest piece that can finally fill out my set can drop too. The fight is very simple, just kill ads or CC them, whichever you prefer. And out of all the rogue items he can drop, what do you think he'll drop? The cape, the chest piece, maybe Cruel Barb. Nah, some crappy cloth chests. Unlucky. Maybe next run. Turning in the quest gives me an insane chest piece actually, the Tunic of Westfall, with a high amount of agility, but I want the full set, I need it. So I ran Deadmines a lot, and I mean a lot. The next run I had was an experience too. Not only did a 2-handed axe drop that was binds with an equip from the boss that I win, surely that's going to sell for a high amount of gold on the auction house. Mr. Smite's fight with his mobs dropped yet another Prospector axe. I kid you not, 2 axes, 2 BOE blues. I decided to be a good sport as I won one already to not roll on this one, but I probably should have because after all, gold is gold. Smite then drops his hammer as well, making this run just a super blessed one. Our healer actually dies randomly too, which is a really bad thing because nobody has a res, and that means he's got to run all the way to the dungeon, then through the whole dungeon to get to us. Not only that, we have to go back to the start as Blizzard thought it'd be a good idea to put NPCs there to fuck you over when people die. Thanks, Blizzard. We then kill Captain Greenskin and he drops the Emberstone staff too. With the amount of weapons that I've dropped this run, surely Cruel Barb does. Nope, Cape of the Brotherhood. A really good cloak, don't get me wrong, but the Hunter and Warrior need it too. The Warrior knows how blessed this run was, and I can't complain in all honesty. We lose the cloak, but what a run. Now I ran this dungeon so many times, I can't even tell you. We did get luckily eventually and the chest piece finally drops, but I really wanted Cruel Barb. I handed in all my quests and I just kept running it over and over, even asking people beforehand if they need Cruel Barb to try and plan out my run so I had the best chance, all the while I was gaining money and XP. But it never drops. I'm not kidding. Armor after armor, never Cruel Barb, and I was just defeated. I ended up at level 22, just off running Deadmines. But that, folks, is the end of our first episode. No Cruel Barb for me, but we have a full set of Black and Defiance armor and a 2 agility ring that has no intellect on. We are looking mighty fine for a rogue, I must say. Now, last time I tried to get Cruel Barb, the really rare sword from Deadmines, but I was just so unlucky. I decided to tuck my tail between my legs and leave it. Although we do have a full set of Defiance armor and a mask, so we are looking sweet at least. First things first, we need to learn some new spells. Now I really want to save up for a mount at level 40, but it is very expensive. I'm always poor, so I decided to start choosing what spells to learn pretty carefully. Now what if I told you I still wanted to do Deadmines because I just couldn't let Cruel Barb go? Something was just eating away at me. It will surely drop next run, surely the run after that. So I did go for another run. I won't lie to you, I'm honest. As I make my way to the dungeon, I see a paladin struggling and he's about to die, but we save his poor soul just in time. He thanks me and I tell him to stay safe out here. So as I join my group and they're all staring at a wall for some reason, I've got no idea what's so fascinating. So me being confused, I ask them, what are we looking at? They reply with,
Can't you see pics of the rogue's mom?
Okay. So I ask, where? They then say,
You must get closer.
So as I get closer into the corner, they say,
Stay. Like this.
Then all of a sudden, Murtovich gets closer and starts but yeah, let's move on. Now, I won't go into too much detail of this Dead Mines run because I ran it a lot last episode, although I did get extremely confused at one point. We kept on running to the wheel for no reason whatsoever. We only aggro one mob or so, and this isn't hardcore, so I'm not sure why they are so scared. Then somebody pulls them all again, and Mini Vodka is blaming me and asks if we can all just stay down. Now, I've done this dungeon a lot, and not once have I seen a group so scared. Now, the confusion part is, I'm not sure if they're trying to pull the boss or what they're trying to do. I'm literally like a lost puppy. So after clearing out a few trash mobs, I throwing weapon the boss, and then I guess they didn't want me to. The tank then tells me,
Want me to kick you, War?
and I'm like, I thought you wanted me to pull, sorry. And here we are back on the wheel. He says, in what universe? And I let them know I am so confused why we're here. And yeah, this is just an average experience for me. Anyway, we kill Van Cleef, and of course no Cruel Barb. So that's it. I'm nearly level 23. I'm done with this place. Time to continue on our journey to master this game. I couldn't let it go. I joined another group. But I was like, no, be strong, leave Dead Mines behind, you can do this, Antijax, you can let go of it, it's not meant to be. The next stop in our journey is a beautiful zone of Red Ridge Mountains, with a town by the lake and players running about. I'm looking forward to, not questing yet. We are here for a very fun, boring reason to level lockpicking. This requires us standing in one spot and opening these practice lockboxes for a long time, until we get it to a high enough level to open the main box for our rogue quest. After at least over 20 minutes, I get our lockpicking to 100, which means we can open the chest and loot the token of thievery. Now, this wasn't just for one quest. This quest is kind of important, I think. While in Red Ridge, I can see that some items have sold on the auction house too. Others haven't yet, just giving us a sweet total of nearly 5 gold, which isn't too bad, I think, for my level. Actually, what we are doing is a rogue quest. Matthias and the Defias, which I think will give us access to something I'm definitely going to need to level up, poisons. Now, I know this tower sort of, and I don't think it's a very friendly place, as our job is to steal a key and break into the tower and take whatever is in the chest. Simple, right? Well, not really. First, I need to sneak into the tower full of Defias members. Thanks to our gear, we dispatch these fake rogues quite easily. Atop of the tower is an elite mob. He's called Clay and Mortwake. Now I decide not to fight this guy and just sap him and loot the Dustwood chest before his guards can even detect me. I then get a poison debuff for 7 days, and I make a quick parkour getaway straight down the tower. Parkour! Thinking I've done the quest, I start to head back, but I realise I'm missing the key. So I quickly read through the quest to try and sort of figure out what I've even got to do. And usually you're supposed to get the key first, so I've kind of done this back to front. Typical. The undead here kind of really hurt too. And I can see that even with my gear, my power levels are just not enough, as I have to run for my life on 1 HP. So I guess I do have to play this more roguelike. I stealth and pickpocket the big undead I need who slaps the shit out of me, and then I make a break for it. With that, we've completed our level 20 rogue quests. Then we take a nice early morning fly back to Stormwind and we start doing our trade, listing more stuff on the auction house and clearing out our bags. I turn in our rogue quest and we get a recipe for thistle tea, which seems incredibly strong, and I may have to start leveling up cooking at one point for it. We have that 7-day poison debuff, yep, a whole week, and in order to get rid of it, I've got to lie down in a basement and let a gnome do some questionable things to me in the presence of a squirrel. Nice. Then after doing whatever it is he did to me, he decides he's had his fun and doesn't give me any more quests and goes off and speaks to his squirrel buddy about me. So in order to cure this poison, we've got to get some ingredients that are scattered all around Stormwind. But first, we can learn poisons. These make rogues way more powerful by applying slows and doing more damage to enemies, but we've got to buy materials to craft them. And we've got to level up our poison skill too. But it's not too much work and we get it done. So all that's left to do is collect a leaded vial, some simple wildflowers, steal some silk, and buy a bronze tube. With all the ingredients done, we can cure our deadly poison and carry on into the world. Then a lovely guildie actually gave me some fish too. This will allow me to level up my cooking pretty fast apparently. He also shows me where to buy the recipe, so that was super kind of him. Alright, it's time to start questing. Level up, get stronger, as there's one goal for this video, and that's to finally get a weapon worthy of being my weapon. And there's only one dagger I can think of, but that is in a dungeon called Gnomeregon. That's a bit far away from me right now, so we need to get to work. So last video I had issues issues killing even crabs my level. In fact, at the start of this video, killing mobs my level was a pain in my arse too. So I had the great idea of just sticking with quests that are green and mobs that are grey and green. So contrary to popular belief, green quests give you the same XP as all the other colours, just the mobs don't give you as much. So I want to test this theory. So at the ripe old level of 22, I head back to the lock. And this time it's beautiful and sunny. Now I don't think I've ever been to this area of the lock ever in my journeys throughout WoW. And it's actually a beautiful sight. I also end up joining a group for some elite ogres. Now, us as a group have zero issues clearing out these ogres that have made their home here in the peaceful valley. We dispatch their leader, Choxel, and we collect his head as proof. People end up actually leaving because they was ahead of me in kills. I'm left with the task of soloing elite ogres now. Actually, because I chose to come to lower level zones, it's not too difficult. I mean, sure, I have to use health pots and evasion all the time, but we get the job easily nonetheless. And once again, we have that sweet full quest log. I make sure to do every single quest I can. I'm somewhat of a completionist. This included killing trogs to collect their idols that they worship, and just sightseeing too. It was a beautiful morning, strolling by the lock with the sun shining and poisons dripping from my weapons. After turning in nearly everything, we start a quest chain, and now I'm about to encounter my first experience with the Horde. As I'm making my way to do a quest in the wetlands, as it's on my travels anyway, I team up with a night elf warrior called Fiddle Me Brav. Nice name. We have to take down some Dragonmaw orcs that wait for unsuspecting victims and slaughter them mercilessly like the savages they are. We team up with another warrior, and it really seems like a popular class right now. We then decimate the camp, and we've got to stand around and waiting on respawns. After finishing this quest, I encounter a different kind of orc, a player, a horde on a wolf, and I just can't help myself. Even though they are way over level 40 because they have a mount, I sap them and run away because I'm an annoying little shit like that. And CC in vanilla lasts for ages, and as I wait to go back into stealth, he charges me and one-shots me. Yep, karma, I guess. My first experience with a player is instant death, but I will get my revenge, don't you worry about that. So after a nice little corpse run, we have to run to the complete other side of the wetlands. It's to turn in the quest we've been tasked with, to save the dam in the lock, basically. Once we arrive there, mind you, it's definitely not a 2-minute walk, the dwarf then says, alright, cool, go back now and tell them, yeah, you're in trouble. Alright, back we go, another 10-minute walk, and then we finally arrive back at the dam. We warn the dwarves what's going on, and they give me a task to gather up some ingredients. A crocodile's tear, I didn't know they cried, but I'll make them. A spider's venom, easily done enough. And a Molgash crystal. Oh boy, let me tell you about this crystal soon. First I see a walk-in horde party of elites, and as much as I want to kill them, I don't fancy my chances against 3 of them, and I had no idea there's even horde NPCs in this part of the world. So we then get the spider venom really fast, and I'm definitely Rogue Jesus with my looks. And now I decide, I'll go kill the ogres quickly and get that crystal. Ha, that was my mistake. So thanks to me being a bit of a higher level, I can deal with 1 ogre. 2 ogres is pretty much death though. And for some reason, a mage tagged one, decided he doesn't like me and starts trying to beat the shit out of me. I survive barely, and so does the mage by the skin of his teeth. Now while in this area, I do see a chest sat there waiting for me in the middle. It's calling to me, but it's guarded by 2 ogres. Now if I pull one and sap the other, I can guarantee you one of these players will steal my beautiful treasure, so I gotta be patient with how I play this. I get to work slaughtering ogre after ogre with no crystal drop in sight, and I'm starting to question this thing's drop chance. I decide to finally try and get that chest in the middle, but after killing one, my luck comes upon me, and another ogre spawns in, and that is certain death if I don't get out of here. After many more kills, the chest is mine, and what does it drop? Nothing. It's already been looted, and everything's been left in it. Little shits. Anyhow, time flies by and I'm getting decent XP just farming out these ogres. I join up with a couple of adventurers who have to kill these like we did earlier, and my reward for helping them is the crystal. After so many kills, I am finally done with this place. I let them know they was my good luck charm, and I wish them luck on their travels. Honestly, I just skip it for you guys. I'm sat there killing ogre after ogre, getting XP after XP. I mean, I like it, it's fun, but some of these drop chances, whew. The only thing left to do now is get that crocodile tier. This also took me a bit of time to get, but the plus side is I can skin these crocodiles. The negative side is they are grey to me, so they don't give me any experience. But a short time later, we get the crocodile tier, and we've got all the ingredients for our dwarf friends. After turning this quest in, our next and final task for the lock is to defuse the bomb that's been set from the Dark Iron Dwarfs. I also see there's a dagger reward for this too, not bad. We defuse it, and we turn in the quest with the chief engineer, and we get a very very nice dagger, and we've completed the lot. On our further travels now, it's back to Darkshore to turn in some completed quests. One of them is grey, oops, and just complete the zone. Remember, I am a bit of that completionist. One of them is helping out some fellow adventurers do an escort quest, who constantly falls asleep, and Spineshot says it best.
This fucking guy.
They had issues with Horde ganking them apparently, so I offered to help him and do the quest with them. Weirdly enough, we don't encounter anyone or any threats, and we get the flight plan for this place because there is a very cool item in this zone that I am going to get soon. Our old friend Shadows then invites me to a group ready for another dungeon, a new dungeon. The Stormwind Stockades. With plenty of quests and a chance to get a rare blue dagger, how can I say no to this? This place is fantastic for XP. It's a prison for all the Defiers convicts, and they're sort of rebelling and running the place now. So our job is to mass murder them. Yeah. Good solution, I think. Now, bosses in here are awful. They drop no noteworthy items at all. However, they do give you quests, so I will take that. The only boss that can give you an item and that dagger is a rare spawn that we don't get lucky enough to see. Now, I don't know if classic dungeons this early are scary, or if we're just really powerful. We don't have any issues again. Even bringing along a very low level 20 dwarf priest, that looks pretty scary. Once we arrive at the end, we have one guy we got to take down. He's a leader of this riot, Basil Fred, and we need to remove his head. He's level 29, so he's red to me, and he's probably a skull to our healer, and he hits pretty bloody hard. But as adventured hardened players right now, we take him down to finish off all of our quests in one single run. Not bad. While in Stormwind, I do some more character maintenance, as my bags are just absolutely bloated with random crap. Levers, fish, rogue items, poison stuff, thrown weapons, you name it, I own it. I heard a technique where if you go into the dungeon and you try and target the rare spawn, then you go out and reset the instance if he's not there, you can find him this way. However, you can only do this a certain amount of times before Blizzard lock you out, and that's what happens to me. So still no dagger for now. One of these quests leads you on an incredibly rewarding but very annoying chain quest. It has you ping-ponging all over Stormwind, back and forth from the castle to Old Town to the trade district, literally a Amazon delivery service. On top of that, this little shithead gnome Tyrion won't speak to you until a very long roleplay scene is finished off. And if you're not grouped up with other players and they get the quest before you, well, you're shit out of luck. So I just stand here, spam clicking on the gnome, and I managed to snag one part of the quest. But it's not even the long roleplay part yet. It's go and buy some silk cloth and get me some apples from Ciara's farm. That's outside Stormwind, by the way, so on our travels we go again. Silk cloth is really expensive right now, so I get Shadows to give me some. Cheers, mate. And then I go jam my bank with as much of this crap in my bags that I can, which actually isn't a lot of space, so I'm really struggling here. Then off to the farm to collect some fresh ripe apples. Then all the way back to Tyrion in the castle, and we've teamed up with some people now, so we can all do it together. And naturally, one of these little poo heads started it before I even accepted. So now I have to stand around waiting even longer. We figured out it was actually Screamy who did it. Of course it was a dwarf. So literally around 20 minutes later, it's finally my turn to kill these mobs. Now, everybody's abandoned us, and these mobs are at high level, so I'm struggling. And the rogue is mad at me for not waiting, even though we invited him after this had already started. And to be honest, I was so over this quest, so I dipped. And what do we do now? Well, more travelling to the trade district, then to SI7, then to the cathedral, and finally turn it in with the king. And our reward is a blue ring, 3 strength, 3 agility, 4 stamina. Oh, give it. Totally worth it. Not complaining. To hand in the stockade quest now, it has me go back to Redridge and do another long walk to Dustwood, but at least we're getting in all the flight plans early too. Now I thought I was going at a pretty good pace leveling, until on my journeys I encounter a gnome with a mount, the first mount I've encountered on the Alliance side, and she's level 56, god damn. So the reason I'm travelling back to this area is for our next dungeon. Yep, already, and another shot at a dagger. Can we finally get lucky and obtain a weapon? And some quests too. I'm talking about none other than Black Fathom Deeps. It's in the heart of Ashenvale and very close to a Horde camp too. However, I've yet to see any my level really, but the PvP is coming very soon, and plenty of it. So in Black Fathom Deeps last time I was here was Season of Discovery, and well, it was a raid. Just like Stockades, this is just a smooth sailing experience. We just need to collect some brain stems and some items and save some people and we're good to go. In this dungeon I'm level 25 too, so I'm not too far off 60, right? The main boss I want is right near the end. And honestly, this dungeon run was just really smooth. Loot-wise, bosses don't really drop anything usable for me early on, and my luck with the brain stems wasn't super great, so I was even starting to worry if I'll even have enough to finish it in one run. Now, a lockbox drops, and these lockboxes can contain good items, and I can open it thanks to leveling up my lockpicking. And Rogue Jesus luck continues. Not that I win the lockbox, but what this person loots out of it. I noticed it straight away. They loot a red bearded crest, a BOE shield, lucky little bugger, and you're welcome, by the way. Now, the boss I need resides in the water deep below, but first they want to go kill the last boss, a Kumal. Probably said it wrong. We kill him and crap loot. I feel like I'm starting to really need some gear upgrades, but I just don't see where they're coming from at this moment. We then need to kill the Thrasher Old Serikis and pray. Pray the dagger drops. And of course it doesn't. Damn. Still no weapon for Antijax. We finished the dungeon and I still need a brainstem too. So I start killing the elites now outside of the dungeon. And after one, I decide, that's it. I'll call it for a day now and take a break. So it's a bit later on in the day and you're probably wondering, Antijax, why are you dead? I guess the mobs killed me when I logged off. Anyhow, you remember when I said this dungeon is very close to a horde town? Yeah, I start to encounter my first players, and that are at least my level. I get my last brainstem, and as I make my way out the dungeon, I run into an army of the little shits. A full party. I'm poisoned from the NPC, so Vanish breaks and they savagely kill me. The run back is also a pain in the arse too, but what can you do? Turns out these guys are farming the mob here too, and I'm also lost now. I'm having to stealth past them and they don't detect me at all. So this is perhaps my chance to escape, but no, I'm silly. If it's red, it's dead most of the time. I hang around waiting to see if there's an opportunity to pick one off, and there it is. But I auto-attack him as I'm going past him. God damn it. I vanish, but look at them wild little pigs. I try to sneak away, but the warrior finds me. I try my very best to survive, but there is zero chance. And another corpse run for me. Nah, it's not. I just take res sickness. I'm done. I will get revenge on you horde players. I promise you. So the next step for me was Darnassus, the Night Elf capital. The music here is so elegant, nostalgic too, as my first ever character was a Night Elf hunter, like I'm sure it was for most of you people, all you Legolasses out there. I then complete nearly every quest in Darkshore before heading down to Ashenvale to start a quest chain called the Tower of Athalax. I don't know how much of a pain in the arse this end quest will be, but first we've got to loot a glowing soul gem. Like the crystal from earlier, this quest took me forever to get. The XP was okay, but some mobs once again was grey. But eventually it finally drops and we can carry on. While going to collect quests, one of them is right by the horde camp, and Black Fathom deep, so the chances of me encountering the scum horde is very high. And what do you know? I see a high level shaman running and I decide to attack him and let the battle begin. My damage is okay, but he is destroying me thanks to a totem and flame shock, and I die again. I can't seem to kill any players, but I will not stop trying. We will purge them from these lands. As I come back to my body, there's 2 of them now. Never mind, there's hundreds of them. They're like rats, they appear out of nowhere. And as I go to run away, I get hunter's marks, which means I am so screwed. Look at them hunting me down. I have no sprint, and the hunter has aspect to the cheater, meaning he can catch up to me. And once again, I am brutally murdered by the horde. I eventually escape them, or they leave me, and I see a level 27 druid on his own. Now is my chance for revenge, and to finally slay an enemy. I open up with a critical hit ambush, doing big damage as he starts to fight back. Ezekiel is trying to cast spells at me, but my damage is overwhelming. And although he takes me to half HP, I finally purge these lands of one horde member, and I am proud. I then decide, nah, I'm still mad, and to take revenge on victims that are heading back to their town. I try to take out a warrior by putting up all bleeds on him too. They come to his rescue super fast, and maybe this isn't the best idea. I then see a hunter laying waste to a fellow rogue player, so I decide to try and get revenge, but he nets me for 10 seconds. What kind of sorcery is this? Then a warrior decides to come and help him, and they can never fight 1v1 these hordes, they're too chicken shit. I decide for now to leave them be. I am just not strong enough to take on an army of them, and the corpse runs are getting longer and the wait to respawn even longer than that. So with my tail tucked between my legs, I run away. I then have got to kill a Naga to collect an item for a quest, and then I head back to the Night Elf. And while I didn't want to PvP, I do stealth to get past them, but of course warriors have an AoE shout that can get me out of stealth. And what do you know? I die to an army of them again, with Fail jumping on my head. Cheers mate. As I'm leaving the area, it says there's a stealth player around too. and using my human racial perception, I can see him in stealth and he's a lower level. We are both rogues, so we trade evasions, and damage wise, he is actually winning. But I have Vanish, so I wait for him to drop combat and hit him with a sap so I can heal. Then I taunt him, laughing at him. I've had a hard day, don't feel bad for him, feel bad for me. I ambush him for big damage as he gouges me and heals. He then tries to stun me with an engineering bomb, and we both trade bleeds as I start to throw weapons at him, and I claim his undead life. From there on out, it's just peaceful questing in Ashenvale. Thanks to them being green, they're not too difficult. Some are grey, so I've definitely lost the efficiency side of what I was trying to do. It has us collecting gems. It's always gems to collect, because the Night Elf's daughter is sick or she's dying, so it's our job to save her. Now obviously unsuspecting hordes are pretty much free kills for me. I still have no mercy, and even if you're a bear, I will end you, as poor Cram finds out. Well, he would, but the little shit escapes me. Damn, I really suck at this rogue thing, don't I? With a full quest log of Ashenvale quests, we can turn them all in. Now there is a reason I'm questing here in Ashenvale. There's one item I want to get, and it's actually a cosmetic toy of sorts. You'll see soon. I spent some time killing demons and delivering medicine to the poor dying night elf, but even the cure doesn't cure her. And while I'm annoying her dad,
You nothing better to do. Enough already. Begone. Stop this nonsense.
yeah, if you didn't know, if you click on an NPC a lot, they become annoyed with you and their dialogue changes. Fun fact. So now we're on a part of the quest where a lot of travelling is involved, which means probably more encounters with the Horde. But one of the main quest lines we have to do for that toy I spoke about earlier is from this person. It's a part of Rain's cleansing quest. I end up grouping up with a lot of Alliance to complete some kill quests too, while Horde are also grouped up, and we're both like split into two groups. As much as I do want to start a war here, I don't know if these guys will have my back. I don't fancy being charged by an army all on my own. So it's the very next day and it's early morning in Ashenvale. This place is just a constant war zone. No matter if I'm keeping myself to myself, they come after me. I even decide to take myself underwater away from people, but you get people like this druid who come and ruin your day. And thanks to us being in water, he's got the advantage. He can swim away from me and my sprint doesn't work. And as usual, they never respect a fair fight, and a healing priest comes to his rescue when I'm winning, and they just root me and fuck me up. I hate the Horde. High levels beat down on you too. Death is a common theme here in Ashenvale, even going as far to making my gear red. One of the quests then has us go to the Barrens, weirdly enough, a hotspot for Horde, and to get there, I've got to get past elite school level guards. This is where being a rogue does have its perks. It's an in and out assassinate mission as we kill an undead summoner atop of a mountain in the Barrens. Then we head back to Ashenvale. I also love winding up the Horde though, even if I'm not in a position to do so with red gear. I sap them for 25 seconds, and running away is always fun. I also tried a escort quest to take this little shit Iron Hand to Darkshore, and let me tell you about him. At some intervals, 3 NPCs spawn. That's if you don't get picked off by some stupid horde at the same time. The mobs instantly kill my NPC, causing me to fail my quest while a shaman is sat there casting spells at me. Somehow I actually survived this ordeal as the mobs all aggro onto him and he has to run for it, but that's fail number 1. I try again, but now there's 4 mobs and I just stand no chance even though I'm a higher level, and I die. Fail 2. I try again, this time keeping my NPC alive with precision and making sure I don't die either with potions and bandages, really playing it as smart as I possibly can. I can see Darkshore then in the distance. My quest is about to finish and I think I've done it, until 3 mobs spawn, all named mobs with an imp pet, and holy shit, I try to get aggro of all of these mobs, and I do, but I'm also dying and he dies, and I die. Fuck this quest. I am done. I need an upgrade to my weapons and gear, so I just Hearthstone in Rage back to Elwyn Forest because I still haven't changed my Hearthstone and I'm gone. I then go and learn some first aid upgrades instantly and learn some spell upgrades for more damage because Ashenvale has been a pain in my arse. I learn a bit of cooking too to finally use all them brilliant small fish I got earlier and level it up to a good level. So the Tower of Afalat's quest I spoke about earlier, I'm on the final one in the chain. I believe it is anyway. And it has us in Darkshore. The tower is full of level 29s with Voidwalkers, making this pretty challenging for me. Even with some good bandages now, I also fall and die, and here is where I realise the corpse run is also pretty long. After respawning and making it to the top of the tower, I can't even take out one NPC with a Voidwalker. I'm just dead. Yeah. It's going to be hard. In order to take down one mob with her pet, I need evasion and vanish. And even then, it's not enough. I die over and over. I try and search for help, but no one comes to my aid. So I finally make it to a point then where I can see the mob I need. He's also level 31. I have no cooldowns left and I've got no more food to heal, and I'm pretty screwed if I'm being honest. When my HP finally regenerates, I try and pull because I don't want mobs to respawn. And let's just say without evasion, it ain't possible. He does too much damage to me, and while I do bring him low, I've got to vanish and reset the fight. Marvelous. So after waiting an eternity for my health to regenerate slowly again, I pull him once more as mobs are starting to respawn, and I have to carefully swap corners, hopefully not triggering them to attack me. I even opt to use Rupture, which is bad because I've never learned even more than rank 1 in my Rupture, and thankfully evasion comes back off cooldown. This is my only chance to kill him. Evasion is also not 100% chance, but thankfully he starts to run away, allowing me to quickly kill him with an eviscerate, take his head and stealth out of the Tower of Horrors, and sprint away having assassinated their leader. Back in Ashenvale, once we collect the Iron Pommel from the mob here, we're practically now done, and we're soon ready for Gnomeregan. After assassinating plenty more Horde on our way, it doesn't matter if you're red, you're dead. And I love fighting Clothies. A couple of hits and they just instantly die too. So satisfying. We finally reached a quest where we can get the rod I've been after for so long. It just requires one more turn in. So after making our way to a top of a secret mountain and interacting with this stone, we get the item, the Dartle's Rod of Transformation, allowing us to turn into a Filbog for 3 minutes with a 1 minute cooldown. That's right, I've suffered in Ashenvale just for this. Now the good news is, you can have it up permanently. The bad news is, it's cancelled if you take any damage, as I quickly found out. Now there is another quest in this chain, but I decided to not do it in case I lose my toy, and I want to keep it permanently. Our last turn in is for Peltruris to save his dying daughter. We've tried everything and nothing has worked, but finally we cured the poor Night Elf, and we have done our good deed for the day, and we got some cloth shoulders that give us stamina too. Not bad, I'll take them, even though they don't fit the look. We are now a higher level, and we are very close to Gnomeregan. Running through Stormwind as a Filbog is a fun thing too. I also pay the high price of 1 gold for a respec, as I messed up my talents and I really want hemorrhage and preparation as soon as I can. With 10 gold on me, I'm not too fussed about this price as long as I don't mess it up again. Our last stop before our dungeon is Redridge Mountains. I feel like I'm ready to smash it in and go and delve into the dungeon. Lil Stabber is giving me some solid rogue advice too, thanks for that mate, on how to try and save up for a mount. And me and a couple of adventurers team up and take on a cave with Blackrock Orcs here in Redridge. The quest goes smoothly until we've got an escort, a guy who's been beaten badly and he's forgot how to use his legs, so it takes forever to get anywhere. And when he does start running, I do a good deed as I see a warrior about to die to a dragon well. So as I go to help him and I think he's got it covered, I patch him up after it, skin the dragon, and I lose sight of my party and nearly fail that escort quest. Phew. I then team up with a little gnome, even though I'm not a fan of the little shits, and I loot some pauldrons. I notice he doesn't have any, so I give them to him, and he's now looking stronger. But the poor guy is nearly 10 levels lower than me, so this area, he just dies and pulls practically every mob. Poor guy. I then team up with a priest where we start taking down gnolls that have also set up camp in these lands, and we bring down their lieutenant here also. I also loot what I think is a rare quest item, but I'll speak a bit on this after. And this is where I start to ask for help for the elite quests in general chat. And here is where I meet Dwarfo and Bob the Boar. He's offering to help me with a quest and tells me to meet Bob and say hello to his pet. We also see a hunter, Taldero, who we invite and he joins our party too. Together we are a well-oiled orc killing machine thanks to their pets and my relatively high level. We take down a whole pack of orcs and their leader looting their head, but there's still one more guy to take down in the castle. It's their leader, but there's also another group of players here for the quest. We bring along a little gnome mage and we make our way to where their leader resides. Lucky for us, we get the tag on the main guy before the other group, but our little gnome mage is slaughtered instantly. But thanks to Bob the Boar and Cat, we take down Gafazog. The other group didn't even bother helping us, so I don't feel bad. The issue is because the mage died, he had such a long run, the mobs despawn, so he can't loot his head. So we then have to try and fight for that tag all over again. Dwarfo says he's going to keep helping, he just asked for one thing. So when I ask him what that is, is to pet Bob, but Bob smells. After camping the spawn for a while, I then realise the mage should just join the other group, rather than fight for tags. And we bid each other farewell. Dwarfo stays with me for a while after questing, as he told me he's not really interested in STV right now, as the Horde keeps slaughtering him. And after collecting 10 Shadowhide Pendants and approaching level 30 with a full quest log, it's nearly time for Gnomragon. After turning in all of the quests, with the last one being at the Tower of Azora, something mentioned way back in the South Park episode, but I genuinely thought never had a use, we are so close to level 29. The reason I want to be 29 is so I can search and list for people in the group finder here at the top of the screen. So I head down to Darkshore a little while later, as I had to pop offline for a bit to do some IRL stuff, and Dwarfo is waiting for me when I return. Well, he's skinning off in FTV. He then says to me, "Do you have mail?" Which I do. So I ask him, "What did you do, Dwarfo?" And when I check, he sent me over a whole fucking care package with a head with 12 stamina, 1 gold coin, daggers, bags, healing potions, and stuff he's crafted himself. And Dwarfo and Bob have sent over a shit ton of leather too. Okay, I sort of like dwarfs now. He said I should level my level working, as it's really low for my level, and I've been neglecting it lately. But I told him when I can, I will pay you back for this. Now with a whole new look and a couple of green daggers, we level up our level working too, and we are ready to tackle these last few bars. But of course I get sidetracked with a hunter and a paladin as we chase down a skull level mage. We start in Dustwood, we chase him all the way through Deadwind Pass, getting him really low but never quite catching him thanks to Blink. We then chase him all the way to the Swamp of Sorrows as he is just laughing at us all the way, and he luckily makes it to the Horde Tower where he is safe. The hunter calls him a
lucky dog,
and we run back. I was looking for a bronze tube as well for a quest in general chat, and obviously seeing my dedication to killing Horde, the paladin that we chased him down with trades me one. What a star. Me and Dwarfo then spend a little bit of time killing Worgen in Duskwood, where I ding that sweet level 29, and it's time for the finale, the main event, Gnomragon. What loot can possibly await us? After making sure I've got my latest spells and obtaining every single quest I can, clearing out my bags, I think we're ready to make the journey to the gnome capital. Once we arrive, our group is waiting for me outside. I've got 2 warriors with me, 1 DPS, 1 tank, and a dwarf priest. Dwarfo then gives me some consumables too, and we're sort of ready to go. And this might just be the luckiest Gnomragon ever. Before we enter the dungeon, we've got to do something called TechBot, and we also need to punch in a punch card into each machine to get the upgrade. Thankfully, Dwarfo seems to be a classic expert and is helping guide us all on the way. Now I feel bad for TechBot, it just seems like a kind robot, even saying it loves us. But we kill it anyway because coin is coin, and take away its memory core. Sorry, TechBot. Then we finally enter Gnomragon. On the radiated trogs here, we use a file to collect a sample for a quest. Then we start purging the mobs here. And instantly my Rogue Jesus look pays off again as BOE gloves drop that has high strength and stamina. Probably a big upgrade for me and others, but we all roll greed and the priest wins it fair and square. He does offer to give it to me, but I say no, keep them and get yourself some gold. On the trash to the first boss, I did loot some pants with an insane amount of agility, 10 in fact, and our gear we've had before we kind of desperately needed to start getting rid of, as we wasn't getting much benefit compared to what we can have. We kill the first boss rather easily and we carry on clearing. In here you can also turn these grime encrusted objects into a gift, and it costs you 3 silver each time. I don't really get anything great back, it's sort of like gambling. I couldn't help myself, I did it for every single item I had, oops. But the second boss is what I want. This is what I'm here for. One item, the Toxic Revenger. A dagger that could last me ages. It's not got the highest percent chance to drop, so I'm not sure if it will, as we have nearly killed the vicious Fallout. I beg for it to drop, and it does. Oh my god, it drops. I think I'm the only one that needs it, and Dwarfo calls me the luckiest guy ever. The DPS warrior says, can I need, but no you can't. Then I notice a tank tried to take it from me. He rolled a 76, but we win it with a 76. I am so happy. It's an incredible weapon, and our first rare weapon too. If I would have lost it to the tank, I probably would have just cried. With a smile gleaming through the screen, I continue on my way through Gnomragon, killing, well, gnomes and leper gnomes, trogs, looting artifacts for a quest too. And what do you know? Our second BOE drops, a rare orb of Mismantle. Seems pretty sick for priests, and I don't get lucky and win this, but our tank does. Then we arrive at boss number 3, that can also drop a weapon for us, a sword. Now I am dagger spec, but when questing I do swap to a sword a lot with Sinister Strike, so winning that too will be a huge upgrade over my 10 DPS one I have currently. So as we take down the Electrocutioner 6000, the sword drops. It's beautiful, I want it. I see the tanks needed on it too, but I roll need as well, and yet again I win it, giving us 2 rare weapons, a massive DPS increase, and now we are flying. I do sort of feel bad for the warrior, but hey, an upgrade is an upgrade. And well, I did dead mines after dead mines without seeing anything. Now the tank does get an item, as obviously my Rogue Jesus look comes into play yet again, and an insane tank chest piece drops with defense on it. And while it's a BOE, we all say the tank should take it, and he does. So he's lost 2 weapons, but gained 2 BOEs. We then spend a lot of time in here. It took us a while to kill stuff, but it was a very fun experience. My damage seemed a lot higher, basically instantly from getting these weapons, and I really felt the impact of them. We made sure to clear every single room and kill every single mob to get all of our quests done in just one run. We also end up killing the crowd pummeler, and he drops his weapon, that for some reason our DPS warrior didn't take, even though it's a nice item for him. But he said he's getting Whirlwind Axe soon, so that's fair enough. A short while later, we arrive at the last boss, Mechaneer Thermoplug. Probably said that wrong. He's level 34 and red to us, but we're just so powerful now. Our group is strong and we bring him down easily, saving the gnome capital. He also drops a shield for our tank, so that's nice for him too. Now, I thought we was done, but there's also a random escort quest in here apparently. Someone's searching on YouTube for whereabouts he is, and we get to work looking for him. Mind you, I've been in this dungeon for quite a while now. It took us a very long time, but in the very last room to check, we find him, a goblin. I don't know why we're helping a goblin, but whatever. And as a final parting gift of my Rogue Jesus look, a BOE gun drops. Yeah, 4 BOEs in one run. Kinda crazy, right? And I got 2 weapons, sheesh. Dwarfo then messages me saying,
I am bringing you to all my runs from now on, even if you're a low level.
and I just reply with,
Rogue Jesus.
we take the goblin out of Gnomragon, and that, folks, is that. While I'm walking through the snow with Dwarfo, contemplating just how many adventures I've already been on, and how many people I've met, I'm just taking it all in. World of Warcraft Classic is truly a unique game, and there is so many more adventures waiting for us. Last time we got a really sweet dagger, the Toxic Revenger, and in fact we had our luckiest dungeon run ever. Today we are really going to try and push it, try and get level 40, somehow afford a mount, and prepare ourselves for the wars that will definitely come with a horde. So to start off the day, we collect all of our auction house sellings and we do some character maintenance. I've really got to get on top of this. My bags are always full, so I've got to get better at managing it. And it's off on our first scary adventure. At the end of the last video, we saved a goblin who was trapped in Gnomragon, and we have to go and speak to somebody at Booty Bay. Now the goal for today's video is to reach that peak sweet level of 40, where mounts, gear and glory await. But these levels are getting longer and longer to do, and much harder to figure out a way to get there without me getting sidetracked by everything on the way. Anyhow, back to today's mission, Booty Bay. That means at only level 30, we have to run from here all the way to the bottom of the jungle, notorious for its PvP and its ganking, as we take our first footsteps into where I can't wait to spend a lot of time in the future. I set up my poisons and make sure my macros are set for whatever I may encounter. There is actually no flight plan until Booty Bay for Alliance, which I made the mistake of trying to get one, so it's literally just me and my legs through this jungle. Now a bear running through the jungle with a chicken pet seems like it might draw a little bit of attention, right? Well, actually no. The only thing that was even remotely scary was a horde NPC and a couple of panthers that wanted to eat me. We made it all the way to the Gurubushi arena completely unscathed. Our final stretch was just a straight line, and now I'm expecting some high levels to probably just kill me. But once again, nobody bothered me. We pass our own alliance players cheering at them, and we make it all the way through the jungle, untouched, unbothered, and kinda underwhelmed. I can promise you though, when I'm in this jungle, nobody will be safe from me. It's just going to be death. We turn in the quest and we make sure to grab the flight path, and we are just not ready for the jungle experience quite yet. Here is how our gear looks as we set off on a new adventure. We have a few blues, a shit ton of agility gear with some really good weapons now. I'm expecting to fly through the questing, but then again, I'm still learning rogue. So back to Dustwood, and well, as I'm still questing below my level, some of the mobs are now grey that I'm killing. It means that I do one-shot them very easily. And as I'm running through, a Horde Hunter sees me. He flares me out, and I decide, even though he's 5 levels higher, to attack him. And well, my damage is actually okay, but he has a pet that stuns me, and even though I do get to bring him extremely low, I just don't have the damage to finish him off. As I spam throwing weapons, he gets a kill on me, and I had a health potion too. Shit. So naturally, I'm now ready for war. Never mind the fact I have no cooldowns, he's 5 levels higher and a hunter, he's setting up flares and he's skinning his prey. This time, I don't get lucky enough to crit him with my ambush, and 1 pet stun practically equals certain death for me. The amount of distance he can get on me is just insane, and the amount of damage I can deal on him in a 4-second stun just is not enough. And Smok just has the advantage on me. Naturally, I keep trying to kill him and I keep dying, with Smok now deciding to do a weird little dance on my head this time. So I detach and ask for backup of a couple of low level players. They're only like level 28 and 23, but I just need them as fodder really. They don't know that, but I just want them to die. So I ask if they want to kill a Horde Hunter and say where he is. I try and recruit some more players, and then fuck it, I just make a charge, hoping that they're going to join me anyway. And it looks like they are following me. The Hunter is still waiting, and I'm ready for him this time. Me and the 2 cats slowly move in, and I say, let's get him. Now naturally, the Night Elf starts just dancing, and I think they might come to my rescue, so I decide to open up with a big critical hit, taking off 50% of his HP instantly. And well, I kill him solo with another massive ambush crit. I didn't need any of these low level helps anyway. And then I do a little dance on his head too. And then the druid comes and says easy, as if he even attacked him. And it just shows even the little guy can make a big difference in this world. I also decided to corpse camp him for a bit too, but before I can even ambush him out of stealth, the 5 level difference means he can just see me. So we end up trading blow for blow again. I do bring him down, but his pet kills me and we both suffer a death at each other's hands. Deciding, yeah, alright, I've messed around enough now, and we've killed him twice. It's time to move on and complete the dark zone of Duskwood. Now looking at my map, you can see there's a lot for us to do here. Now most of it is centralised at the Ravenhill Cemetery here, and well, most of the turn-ins are in Darkshire, and that's all the way over here. So this zone has an insane amount of travelling that I get to experience. And for you, my sweet viewer, who, if you're not subscribed yet, you definitely should be to be part of the under 10,000 club. Okay, no more plugs, I'm sorry. Don't. I can just snip you around so you don't have to do the travelling with me. So most of this zone is killing skeletons, spiders, breaking into people's crypts to slaughter them once more, as they have now arisen in Death 2. Also, this place was a pain in the arse, as getting tags was kind of rough. We then kill an ogre called Zezarak Vul, probably said that wrong, and getting the ogre's monocle. We have a full quest log now, and I'm thinking, alright, surely we probably have completed Duskwood. Little did I know, some of the quests are going to take us on a very long journey indeed. After turning in the majority of my quest log, I checked my map, and it's basically back to the depths of the crypts again. But one quest was literally heaven for me. I met a paladin called Hellbane, fitting name for a champion of the light, and well, this area is just skinning galore. So many werewolves, so much money to be made, and I felt the addiction once again creeping up. I must skin all of them, can't leave any unskinned. Hellbane also compliments me on my crazy damage, and that's what these weapons do to you. If you get a small upgrade, it can just make such a big difference. I'm just a beast right now, damage wise. Now I know most of you told me in the comments that I need to slice and dice more, and I do that a bit later on, but for now, me and Hellbane team up for a while. I even had to pull myself away from skinning, as there was just that many dead bodies. We teamed up with some fellow adventurers, as the respawn time for these tainted ones were awful, and fighting for tags is never the most fun. We finish up the quests, and we all say goodbye and go our separate ways. After that, we team up with a cat and a warrior to take down a guy called Morladim. He's an elite level 35, and he's a pile of bones, and we've got to kill him and collect his skull. After this, we need to take down 20 plague spreaders back in the crypts, with Elsa over here killing all the mobs while I struggle to kill just one. Then it's literally ping pong between Darkshore and the graveyards, back and forth to collect things, kill things. The amount of cardio I'm doing, in game of course, is nuts. Naturally, I bite off more than I can chew by attacking a level 40 warlock, completely forgetting that they can sacrifice their Voidwalker and basically become immune to my damage and become gods. At least at my level, I also put up a pretty good fight, but we fail. I will terrorize all of you hordes eventually, don't you worry. Much later on, I've cleared up my quest log once more, and I now decide to finish the final few quests, which requires another pit stop at the capital, Stormwind. I sell off my items, and I'm actually starting to net a fair bit of gold. We're now level 31, pushing higher, and I need to start making it. We're up to around 25 gold, which isn't too bad, and our bags are slowly getting emptier. The Legend of Stalvan has us go all over the place. First in Moonbrook in Westfall, and I start a quest there too called the Missing Diplomat in Stormwind. These have us going all over the place as well. We make a pit stop back at the wetlands as it's part of the quest, and now we have to take down these annoying Murlocs that tried sniping me at the start of my journey to loot some Light Force ingots. The next part then takes us to Dustwallow Marsh, a zone I am nowhere near ready for, but at least we get the flight plan. And seeing the quest now turn orange, I decide to put my foot on the pedal and take a step back for a short while. After ping-ponging all over Azeroth once more, we've got 2 more elite quests now, and I team up with a fellow rogue to do these. We come up with a strategy to take down Morbent Fell, and my job is to remove the shield. But I don't know if I've removed the shield, and it's on cooldown the item for 20 seconds, and my friend Rogue is dying, and I'm confused, and I definitely don't think I removed the shield. This guy also stuns you for 10 seconds. Fun. We eventually do manage to remove his shield, but as 2 veterans of the rogue class, we'd still take down Morbent Fell. He then helps me kill Eliza. In her grave, poor woman can't get any rest. We bring her back to kill her again. And that, folks, is Dustwood done. We can leave the zone at level 32 too, and we're on to some more adventures. It's also Winter Veil in Azeroth right now, which is a Christmas event, so we can look like Santa, but we have to be a dirty gnome in the process. The next area I wanted to conquer on my journey to master this game was the wetlands, and it's actually a really chill zone to quest in. It has us purging undead once more, a common theme in WoW, these undead. But it's not their fault their ship crashed and the crew drowned, so it's our job to lay them to rest. And yeah, here's me hyping up Sonic 3 to my friend too. Honestly, it was an amazing film. We collected some relics for some dwarf friends and took advantage of the skinning in the area too. I'm always skinning, and our chicken friend is still with us on our journey. He will be with us until the very end. Also, them Dragonmaw orcs seem to have not got the message after we beat down on him last time, and once again have tried to set up a new camp in our lands. I'm just not having it. We kill a lot of their ranks and collect their war banners as proof, and we end up back with the dwarves that earlier on helped us save the lock. Now they need our help to purge off the Dark Iron dwarves that have invaded, and while doing this solo, it's just going to take forever. So once again, doing what you should really do in an MMORPG is team up, and I team up with Slice and Aharis, and we just kill dwarves. That's it. We're just vibing, killing dwarfs. Things I love to do. Aris has already done this quest, but wanted to help out anyways, and that was super nice of them. Now there's 2 groups of us doing this, and we decide to swap camps, because I also need to kill Balgreas, probably said that wrong, and I can see him at the other camp. But the other group comes to our camp, quickly pulls him before we do it, and I'm so pissed off. I ain't helping them, as I can see they've over-pulled, and I'm actually hoping they die. Bite me. They came to our camp. They kill him, and well, I don't even know how long his respawn time is, as he can spawn in both camps. We end up killing all of our dwarves that we need for the quest, and eventually Balgreas spawns again. We take him down as our druid friend then leads away the mobs, and thanks to the power of friendship, we kill him, and Slice then leaves us. Now I realise why Aris has stayed with us. She's stuck on a quest and doesn't know how to proceed, so I say, let's go. I'll figure it out with you. And it doesn't take me that long to actually figure out what we're supposed to be doing. There's a dead dwarf you gotta interact with on the bridge, so I tell Aris I found him, and it's pretty good XP too. Naturally I kill an AFK Orc Warlock, doesn't bother me if he's AFK or a low level, and I tell Aris if it's red, it's dead, and she laughs. And have I made myself a WoW GF that so many people talk about? We eventually take on a massive camp of Dark Iron dwarves that are once again trying to blow shit up. It seems that's all they're ever trying to do. And Rogue Jesus strikes again as a BOE mace drops with good agility on it too. I lose it to my WoW GF, but I don't care. I then encounter a Skull Warlock, and he's targeting me, and I tell him no as he waves at me. So I hit him with a 25-second sap and dance with him because I'm toxic like that. And in this moment, I'm deciding if I can take him on. I then apologize to him as I see a hunter attack him. So fuck it, why not? Game on. Now this guy is just way too high of a level, and we're doing good damage and we stun lock him, but his dots are just destroying me, and an instant shadow bolt from his proc and seeing me die to a horde scares off Aris as she says thanks for all the help and ditches me. Damn. I also encounter what I think is my first bot. Naturally, I attack everything that's red, and as soon as I ambush them, they pop rapid fire instantly, and no human has that fast reflexes. And by the way they played, that was most definitely a bot. Our last few quests in this area are killing the captain that can't find his rest in the wetlands, and hopefully that provides some peace to him and his crew now. And one of the last quests is to take down the chieftain Nakrosh, and it's an elite quest and probably needs more people, but why not? I'm a rogue, I can do this. And while my first attempt doesn't go too bad by utilising kiting skills and crippling poison, he just hurts a lot. And not learning my bleeds like Rutcher and Garrow mean the only damage I can do to him is directly. And without things like evasion, we just can't stand here and go toe to toe with an Orc chieftain. I have to vanish on 1 HP with my tail tucked between my legs. But as I said, I'm a rogue. I'll solo this guy, watch. With precise kiting skills, utilising rank 1 bleeds and popping evasion at just the right time, like a rank 14 rogue would do, we make Nakrosh run away in fear and solo him. Easy. I'm slowly getting the hang of this rogue thing. We run into the warlock again, Chankan, and he seems friendly as I roar at him, and then I sap him and dance again. Silly fool, do you not realise you live by my mere grace? And he breaks out, so I stealth and run away. And that is the end of our wetlands journey, leaving at a ripe old level of 33. Back in Stormwind now, and I really wanted to respec, but after realising it's 5 bloody gold, I told myself no. I messed up my spec, I think. I really want to go for as much ambush damage as I can, and I feel like I've just been putting talents in randomly, but 5 gold while I'm saving up for my mount with only 30 gold? Yeah, hard pass for now. Anyhow, off back to Dustwaller Marsh. You remember that quest earlier that I was like, it's just a bit too high level for us with it being orange? Well, I think I'm ready for it. After putting on a show for all the level 60s, hoping for a donation, and being completely ignored, we take the bolt back to Kalimdor. Here I meet Graydon, a low level warrior that seems to be struggling too. Now I have a world buff here, the Onyxia one, and this gives us some incredible boosts, so I think us two together might have a chance at finishing off this quest chain, although he's having some other kind of issues. Moving swiftly on. Anyhow, I start the quest, which immediately spawns Private Hendel and 2 high level guards. Shit. But my damage seems pretty good as the warrior uses his fear, allowing us to take down Hendel and complete the quest. With Jaina then giving us a ring and a boatload of XP for completing it too. Me and Graydon then venture off on our separate ways. I'm on my way to the 1,000 Needles and I've got to travel through the Barrens. And I must say it feels weird being in an alliance in this zone. I feel so out of place. I tried to trick some low level horde into thinking I'm a mob, but they don't fall for it. The horde have even got a tiny bit smarter. I also tried to chase down a mage, but thanks to Blink, these guys can cover actually an insane amount of distance. But I eventually did catch up to him at the bottom of the elevator where he was semi-AFK. He tried his best to try and survive my onslaught, but with a world buff, damn, I do some serious damage. Also, I have put on a damage meter now, as a lot of you guys have asked me in the comments to see roughly what kind of damage I'm doing. At the bottom of the Great Lift is a dwarf with a quest, and it's called the Lost Journal, and after turning this in, we get a quest for a dungeon, Razorfan Downs. Now, I'm very close to that, so I decide to list myself and see what happens. A few minutes later, we get an invite off a priest called Yara, and just like that, I'm sidetracked. And now it's time for a dungeon. Now, while I wait for my group to fill up, I go to an area for another quest I have, and it's absolutely swimming with horde here. Now, I don't want to die yet and lose my world buff ready for my dungeon, so I have to be careful with what kind of war I start. And it takes me maybe 5 seconds to see an AFK priest and decide to just kill him. Ain't I a lovely chap? Now, obviously this guy's a friend because he comes charging at me really mad, and it's fight time. Now, thanks to the buff, my damage is just so bloody high, and a paladin comes to my aid too, and I thank him. He then asks me, did you attack first? And I say, no, he did. And then he says, bloody orcs. Anyhow, it doesn't take too long before our group is full, and I didn't get all the venom sacks I needed, but it's time for us to head to the dungeon. We are waiting for Solo Bat, the other rogue, to get here, but the group said that they're just going to start clearing without him, which he was okay with. So in the dungeon, we end up killing quillboars that have some of the most annoying screeches, as they are pigmen, so it makes sense. And we end up clearing a path that I've never been to in my life. There's like a secret boss here called Rugug. Now my damage, as I can see, is pretty damn good, and I still got an hour used to that buff. We slaughter the whole instance killing these pigmen. Further on, somebody says to me,
Antijax, you actually saved the furry form.
Yeah, I did. Which means I was actually right, you probably didn't get to keep this, so it was a good choice from me there. Eventually Solarbat joins us and we kill another boss, this time dropping Corpse Maker, a strong two-handed weapon for our tank. And we all congratulate him. We also end up getting some 4 agility, 4 stamina hands. Finally is an upgrade that Adheart traded to me, because I've still got Defiance gear on, and at level 34 we need to start replacing these extremely low level pieces now that they're behind the power curve. And near the end of the dungeon, the hunter finally shares a quest with us that we need to loot off Quillboars that we've already slaughtered. So the chance of getting this now is really slim, but what can you do? I kill a huge boar, Agaflows are raging, hoping for his dagger, but our luck seems to have maybe run out for now. We then kill the last boss, Razor Flank, and no loot for us, but a quick nice XP run. Now for the last objective in here, we've got to escort the world's slowest goblin through the trenches. God, I hate escort quests. But the plus side is, as I'm a skinner, and the only skinner in this group, I can just skin absolutely everything we kill, making some sweet pennies on the way. So that's a plus. And on practically the last Quillboar in this place, we do loot the pendant, so we managed to complete all of our quests in one run. We get a huge +6 agility ring, and as we leave that priest I killed earlier, is attacking our group. So we kill him again before he can enter, and Yara says it best. On our way to hand in the quest, Solarbat is set up upon by a low level horde, but he's got 2 security guards with him, high skull levels. I tried to save him, but thanks to his friend's help, we die. Pricks. So out of anger, when I get to the high perch to get the venom sacks from earlier, I attack a lonely rogue doing the escort quest and savagely murder him, causing him to fail his quest. I can see a hunter in the distance just clapping me, and I think I've just started something. As I'm going about my business now, the rogue only decides to attack me when I have a mob on me, and he poisons me so I can't stealth. But with my level advantage, I kill him again anyway, and a last minute evasion and bandage means he sees me somehow survive this ordeal. 2-0 to me. Well, I did die far away, but we don't talk about that. Now the run back is quite a far one, so I really don't want to die here that often. So as I respawn, as soon as I pull a mob, naturally the rogue is pissed at me and opens on me again. He has all of his cooldowns ready and I've just got nothing. I'm poisoned, bleeding, I can't stealth, so he kills me. So as I come back, as a human, we have an ability called Perception, and this guy is a lower level, so I can see him in stealth, and I can sap him and get the jump on him this time, as he was corpse camping me. We don't crit our ambush, and he then gets a stun and a bleed. But guess what? A shaman comes to his aid, spamming heals on him, and now we are definitely fucked. I managed to run away and sort of find a spot where I believe I'm safe from all this, and I just want to get out of this horde territory. It's not long though before I know he's close by, and Perception reveals that. But he's way too chicken shit to fight me fairly, and when I don't have a mob on me, so he just runs away. We loot our last venom sack and we leave this area and we get ready for a new area of questing. I'm sort of jealous that this rogue has got 2 fiery weapon enchants, so I attack him. Then we both sort of decide, let's not fight and just run our separate ways. Now naturally the Thousand Needles is a place where Horde and Alliance come into contact frequently. This mage thought he was clever trying to kill me on my way, but a simple ambush, eviscerate combo deals with him super easily. Our next area of questing is the Shimmering Flats in the Thousand Needles. It's literally just a circle area with a desert where some people are race cars. That's just got one questing hub. So Horde and Alliance fight a lot here too. Now there's a lot of kill and collect quests here, so we're going to be here a while. We spend some time picking up some rocket car parks, killing basilisks, scorpions, turtles, you name it, we did it. We proper got our hands dirty to help the little townsfolk. After all, they're just racers. While killing the whole entire wildlife population, I really need to start getting rid of some of this leather soon. As you can see, I just have stacks upon stacks of it, as I always skin, so a pit stop once again at the capital is maybe needed soon. PvP never stops flowing. If it's red, it's dead, and as I'm a sneaky rogue, unsuspecting recovering hordes are just free pickings for me. But don't worry, they do get their revenge on me sometimes because they catch me off guard too, and they beat the shit out of me back. Warlock's dots are a pain in my arse, and the desert can do things to a man, or a wolf, that you don't even know when you've been in the bright sun for so long. Eventually though, we finish off every single quest and we have a sweet full quest log to turn in. I had a blast in this zone killing people while questing, but our time here is at an end. While here I make sure to get the Gadget Zan or Tanaris flight path just for future travels, and there is so many people here. I guess I'm below the buffer now in levels with how long it takes me each time. I'm not kidding, I'd love to get these videos out sooner, but they take me so long to record thanks to my blindness in Classic, but I'm still having fun. After spending some time travelling to Darnassus now, and we meet a small gnome who tells me a joke, so I purr at him, and when I purr at him, he walks up the stairs and the little shit spits on me, so I chase him down. Yep, I chase him all over the boat. He didn't want anything to do with me though, and I'm not 100% sure why the little gnome tried to find any safe spot in the vault, but nowhere was safe from me, until he actually did find a spot I couldn't get into. Yeah, behind some barrels under the stairs. The reason I'm on a boat now is to go to the Night Elf capital. As you can see, I need to do something about this lever, and the dungeon quest turning is here too, so 2 birds, 1 stone and all of that. We're up to a total of 40 gold now, which is huge, but soon it's not going to be that high. After getting some huge boot upgrades from our dungeon quest, it's time to get some leatherworking done. Darnassus is the only place we can now level up our leatherworking to 150 and learn the next skill to 225. From here I spend some time ping-ponging around the Night Elf capital, going to the auction house, then the mailbox, then the leatherworking trainer, that for some reason are not next to each other. And we level it up to around 180 skill, which ain't too bad, but we are leaving the capital with empty bags, new rogue skills, and 7 gold lighter. Finally changed my Hearthstone location now too, to the wetlands. I feel like it's a nice little middle ground. Boats to everywhere, close to Ironforge for a quick flight, so that'll do. And it's actually Christmas Day when I was recording this. Every year, I always log into WoW, whichever version, and I open up some presents that are under the tree. We mainly just get food and a companion, and apparently there was a mechanical yeti here too, but I couldn't find it. But now it's time to take on our first steps into the war zone of Stranglethorn Vale, the thing I've been waiting to do on my rogue for so long. Now, we can't do the bulk of the zone, but we can definitely get some starting quests done. The bulk of these quests at the start are just infiltrating a human camp and hitting level 35 in the process too, to thinning out their numbers before we go for they're higher up in their ranks later on. Naturally, we encounter Wild Horde, and while we have to take in the history of this zone, nobody's safe, especially from rogues. Luckily, we are the rogue, and we can give them a corpse run that will make them remember the name Antijax. Then it's off to go visit Hemit Nezumleri, the modern day hunter, and look who's here, the shaman I killed earlier. And in fact, I do need to be careful, as I've just been sapped for nearly 30 seconds by this dickhead. While killing the local wildlife, I'm attacked upon by a disgusting creature, a Tauran male shaman, with Herod Shoulder, Ravager, and at level 41, I do give him a good fight, and I don't go down easily, but his damage is just way too much for me and I fall. Thanks to this mage too for chipping in, by the way. After getting some help from an insanely geared warlock, I mean, this guy's got epics. What an absolute monster of a warlock. We can actually do this quest. It requires killing some elite Morlocks to get a tablet, and he gave me underwater breathing too. Cheers, mate. We then team up later on with a warlock called Morhi Warlock, and we go around together killing off all the kill quests. Panthers, tigers, raptors, 10 of each. After doing this, I realise, yeah, we probably shouldn't be tackling the quests that are orange and red to us now. I need to rethink my strategy. I finish off killing off some of them Curzon mobs. Now it was the higher ranks, the head shrinkers, and the commandos of the area, and I decided to call it a day in the jungle. At least for now. I was speaking to Leofa, who's been a godsend during this rogue adventure with their advice, etc. As I told them, I'm also leaving the jungle because I'm completely out of poison supplies. And on my trip back to Dustwaller Marsh later on in the day, I've got a care package from Leofa with a lot of blinding powder and poisons and a cheeky little 15 gold. That kind of tops up what I spent earlier doing my leather working, so thank you Leofa. You sir are a legend. And make sure to tell them I will be paying you back, don't worry. I will be paying back everybody that has ever sent me anything. I will do that. But this now puts us at halfway to our mount with only 5 levels to go. It seems it may be possible. I also did some quests now in Dustwaller Marsh, and here is where I realised just how weak my character is compared to the god class that is Mage. I struggled to take down even one of these Murlocs. Meanwhile, Mages pull the whole entire village and let a snowstorm go on them, and sometimes I even die in the crossfire. But I learned to drag my mobs into their blizzard. Now, these 2 quests on their own was a pain in their arse. Apparently, Murlocs don't have heads, as it took me 1 eternity to get them, and turtles don't have tongues, as it took me a 2nd eternity for these. Highly recommend you skip these quests. Also, we had to collect 40 spider eyes. Yup. 40. Well, they weren't too bad as they have a chance to drop 1 to 3 per mob, but I'm certainly starting to feel less powerful as my levels go up. Maybe it's time for some new weapons soon. After finishing up in Dustwaller Marsh and turning in our last quest, I decide to move zones now, which means another pricey visit to the Rogue Trainer. Abilities now cost me 1 gold 50 silver per upgrade. Yeah, that is expensive. Luckily, I still refuse to learn new ranks and I'm just saving for that mount. I pick up a quest from Brother Anton and this is going to lead us to the Scarlet Monastery, but more on this soon. So our next questing area takes us to the Eastern Kingdoms, far north, the Arathi Highlands and Hillsborough foothills. These zones were pretty relaxing. A lot of PvP kills, mainly me just ambushing low levels, but it was a peaceful time until you get the odd super high level deciding to just kill everyone. But all is fair in love and war. I found a friend called Krulbell too. Me and her would play into the evening, questing together, trying to get that damn turtle meat, and it doesn't exist, trust me. So I decided to go and do the cheating way by buying it off the auction house, and I bought Krulbell some too. We then spent an eternity killing syndicate spies deep in the Altoric Mountains, but it was fun just questing with her. Mind you, some of these mobs are level 38, and she's level 32. Yeah, she was just doing them all, even though they are orange and red. What a trooper. We end up heading super far north to a house where we need to find a parchment. There's some sort of war going on here, but we find the lockbox and make a break for it. We even had to infiltrate an elite ogre stronghold. Thankfully, there's some high levels already fighting here, so it made our mission a bit easier. Mind you, we had to deal with a level 40 ogre, so I tell her to grab it and run, and we make a run from it together too. After this, we only have 2 quests left for us to do, and that's just to recover some knuckles and books from the ogres. Once I've got a full quest log, I help Krulbell finish off all of hers, and with that, we head back to town. We both team up on low level hordes, sharing some special moments and running away from an army of guards. After everything we've been through together, Krulbell just says to me,
Bye, I go sleep now.
I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye, and here I thought our friendship was blossoming. I did whisper them to say it was really nice to meet you, and I added her to my friends in case we cross paths in the future. I then spent a little bit of time killing the elites in Arathi Highlands for their heads, before making the journey to Desolace. This is to do Scarlet Monastery, and this is where I encounter someone that changes things for me. As I'm running, I encounter a level 35 rogue called Bot Farm, whose gear is insane. He's absolutely decked out in BOEs, so I ask him how much he paid for his daggers, and he tells me 4 gold each. Now, I have a total of 69 gold, nice, and I'm really trying to save for a mount. He tells me he's a twink, and we get talking as we're running. It seems we're both going in the same direction. I tell him I'm saving for a mount, and he says, yeah, your first character is always a bad ground. He tells me he'll let me in on a secret, and he tells me where I can farm an item that has a 10% drop chance and sells for 3 gold each. So maybe, just maybe, that is something to check out. We speak some more on the road, and we both are leveling his subtlety and dagger specs. He tells me you can get a really strong sword from the quest, but I want daggers. Anyhow, we team up as he's from the same country as me, and we both decide to do the same quest together. Bot Farm is an MVP, as he gives me some consumables, potions and food for more agility, and we get to work. We need to kill 30 undead Ravengers, and we team up with a 3rd rogue, and Bot Farm is telling me about a dagger called Gut Ripper. He's saying he's already bought his for an incredibly cheap amount, and with some enchants, it will probably last him until 60. After some more talking, I am so convinced I will buy them for 7 gold each. That would be 14 gold in total, and thanks to Leofa's donation earlier, I think I can afford it, and I can maybe get a mount, but it might have to be after level 40, we'll see. With the quest done and Scarlet Monastery now upon us, I eagerly head to Ironforge to go and buy my 2 epic daggers. As I arrive at the auction house and search for it, there are a total of 20 gold each. Not 7 gold. Yeah, that'd be 40 gold for 2. That just is not happening. And just like that, my dreams of epic daggers died. A mount is just far more important. Bot Farm then tells me it's a bad price and somebody must have bought them all and relisted them. Damn. I then realised Bot Farm is called Bot Farm because he farms bots, go figure. Anyhow, with a long full day of questing done and level 40 in short sight, I decided to head off and go for food, to see what adventures await me the very next day. As I log in the next day, I check the quest and it gives us a blue dagger, so that's really nice. I also see I've got mail from the auction house and Bot Farm, the rogue from yesterday. As I go and open my mailbox, look what is sat there looking at me. Fucking Gut Ripper. Bot Farm has sent me a Gut Ripper with a note. Help in hand, Bot Farm, and a weird looking face picture. God damn, an epic dagger. We need to get to level 40 and fast. So it's straight to Scarlet Monastery and that's the plan. We need to run 3 different wings of it. The cathedral, the armory, and the library in order to get ourselves a sweet looking blue dagger too. The first group I'm in tells me if I don't spend 3 gold getting summoned, they're gonna kick me. So I just leave. Fuck that, I ain't spending gold on a summon, I'll run. So I join a new group and they have a warlock and he summons me for free. And oh my god, my add-on showcases me so much horde here, it's going ballistic. Of course it's mostly mages, and damn, there is a lot of people here. Our warrior tank is decked out with Ravager, Herod gear, and looks like a true Chad. And well, we get started. First we go with the Cathedral. It's the highest out of all of them, and it's the hardest too. We have no issues until this place. If you get a runner, or so they're called, they run off and pull others. And it's a chain event of more mobs, more death, more mana. And you've got to run back. We clear the rest of the dungeon fine, and we then kill High Inquisitor Whitemane, and we take out the Scarlet Commander Mulgrain too. Now they drop a neck that's +7 stamina, +7 intellect, and I don't even have a neck. Now 7 stamina is 7 stamina. Nah, I'm not going to do that again, I'm joking. I leave these guys as they're just spamming Cathedral over and over, so I join a new group, this time for the library. We breeze through here too, having a nice little chit chat on the way, and it's just early morning coffee vibes doing these Scarlet Monasteries. The loot is just shit for me from here, but my main goal is to get that level 40 and get the sword. Funnily enough, the last boss drops a dagger that's actually a massive DPS upgrade, but it's 4 casters and my evil arc for loot is over. For now. We then clear through to Herod in the armory, the last boss, and he drops Ravager that sells for nearly 3 gold too, insane. But our tank paladin gets it and I'm happy for him too. After turning in this quest, we get Black Menace, a massive upgrade over the one we currently are using, and now we're going to feel incredibly powerful. For a little while, I went to the spot Bot Farm told me about earlier to see if I can make any gold, and I did ask him if I'm okay to show this because I don't want to be that dickhead that gives away people's spots when they make money, and he agreed. Anyway, this little shit hunter made it incredibly hard for me to get any tax. It was just nigh impossible. Eventually, by teaming up with a warrior and trading him burning charms, in return he gave me the elemental fires. We end up with quite a few of them. Naturally, competition is fierce out here and death is a common occurrence. A short while later, I head back to the auction house to sell off these elemental fires I've got, and for 4 of them, it's 11.5 gold. Yes, 11.5 gold. If these sell, I've basically just secured my mount, and look at that, they instantly sell. Bot Farm, you legend. At this point, my leveling was going at a snail's pace. I'm talking 5+ hours each level. It was tough, but it was really cool meeting people, making gold, and having fun. After finishing off basically the last quest 2 in the Altruit Mountains, I'm kind of at a little bit of a crossroads on where to go next. So I headed to a place called Deso de Presso, that me and my friend like to call it. It's desolate and it's just got a really crappy vibe, sort of reminds me of England. The colour palette is just grey, the sky is grey, and it's not in my top 10 zones. And it doesn't take me long to get myself involved once again in a war, because I just can't help myself. While mages are free real estate for me, most of the time, hunters are not. Hunter's mark means I can't stealth away from them. Aspect of the cheater means I can't catch them, as I don't have any throwing weapons to daze him. So I spend a long time running away from him, and I mean a long time, as he has no mana and I killed his pet earlier, so he is just slowly shooting at me to death. Eventually I do die and the run back is a long one, so now I want revenge. I also learned I can add people to some sort of kill on sight list that will make a weird sound when I encounter one of these people on my list, and he is definitely on it. I wait in the shadows patiently, waiting for the right time to kill this troll hunter, but my plans are foiled when I noticed another high level hunter with them. Fuck, I need a new plan. I don't see the high level hunter around, and now is my chance. I open up with some huge damage as he uses a health potion immediately, but because he's got aspect of the cheater on, he's dazed and he can't get away from my onslaught. His mage friend is desperately trying to save him in the back, but the hunter falls. I then nearly one-shot the mage too, but he survives by the skin of his teeth before the hunter comes to his rescue at the dying moments. But with the main hunter assassinated, I probably should just leave and take my victory. I spent the next few hours questing, hitting level 39 and pushing it as far as I can. On my return to the main camp to turn in some quests, I've got mail from Leofa with a huge gold tip, a total of 30. Now I'm not going to share what the mail says, but I will say it makes me happy that my videos can affect people, and as long as they brighten one person's day, I'm going to keep making them. And also, I had 100 gold, so now I know what you're thinking. Antijax, you've had gold and a gut ripper donated to you. While yes, this is true, mastering classic WoW is never going to be cheap, and the friends you make on your way can certainly make your journey easier. I already had over the 90 gold required for a mount, and I've still got one level to do, so let's crack on and see what happens. Leveling is getting really lucrative now. One single quest can give you a shit ton of gold. After you find the required key, of course, and trust me, it takes ages to find these things. And what do I get for getting 2 keys? 1 gold, 15 silver. a shield with 50 silver, and a staff worth 50 silver. So like over 2 gold just for one quest, raking it in. After completing basically everything in Desolace, I still didn't have enough XP to be level 40. My choices of leveling zones was now very limited, so I decided I'm going to do another dungeon. This dungeon, Razorfen Crow, gives you an insane sword. Our warlock friend summons us and we can get to work on the dungeon. Our group was just insanely strong. Damage was super high around the board, and I've noticed this a lot, that warriors are tanking his arms, at least up to level 40. I'm here for quests and to try and push me as close to 40 as possible. We did an escort quest right at the start of the dungeon which just has us standing around killing wave after wave of pigs, and I still hate the sound they make, honestly. The one boss I actually wanted some loot off was some insane leather shoulder pads that look insane, of course, don't drop. And then we go to the last boss. My damage was kind of crap on the last boss compared to the warlocks, and well, everybody else's, I just can't lie. But we got all of our quests done and we are so close to hitting 40. We spent some time killing boars outside of the dungeon for a last dungeon quest, and it gives us a huge chunk of XP as we just got to finish off this last little bit now. We turn in the quest in Stormwind and we get an insane sword. Literally 30 DPS per second and 22 attack power, and it's slow. It is so strong. Oh, and we finally have a necklace too, but it's time to finish off the grind now. And what better place to do that than the zone I've been waiting to go for so long, STV. I teamed up with a warrior and we bring down an elite who's using a very old human model. I didn't even know this existed. And we cleared the cave of all the Curzon humans. After going back to the camp and going back and forth between 2 people that could easily talk to each other if they wanted to, we hit that sweet level 40 with 130 gold in the bank too. First things first, I head all the way to Eastvale logging camp and learn how to ride a horse. This cost me a whopping 18 gold itself. Leofa then tells me of a secret vendor in Meneville Harbour that sells a rare breed of horse, the Black Stallion. And boys, at level 40, we got ourselves a mount. Now I know we had a helping hand, but I still have over 50 gold left. It's time to put this gold that was donated to good use. After spending some time riding on my horse, and I can't lie to you, the sound of the hooves is already pissing me off, I head to the rogue trainer to learn some more spells that are now costing nearly 2 gold per upgrade. I decide to learn some lower ranks of spells that I've been ignoring now too, because now I'm not saving for anything. But there's a reason I just didn't learn everything here now, and that reason is this: I want to respec, and that cost me 5 gold. Now I'm not happy with some of my talent choices leveling, and I want more ambush damage, so I bite the bullet and I go for it. With a fresh spec, talents learned, and a Black Stallion mount, oh yeah, and a Gut Ripper, I decide to sell my sword I just got and my Toxic Revenger and do something really stupid. I go to the auction house and I buy a second Gut Ripper. Yep, for 20 gold I purchase a second epic dagger. I get it enchanted with Fiery Weapon and I get the second one enchanted with +4 weapon damage, spending all of the gold, meaning we have 2 epic daggers and we are so ready to take on this jungle, demolish the horde and push for that endgame in classic World of Warcraft. I don't even know where to begin. The jungle, it changes you. It makes you do things you never thought you'll do. It turns you into an animal, a savage, a predator, a killing machine. But you also make allies on the way that can turn into some valuable friends. That's right, today we're going to push to 50, so close to the end game. So you may be wondering, why is my gear a bit different and why don't I have both of my Gut Rippers enchanted right now? Well, there is a very valid reason for this. I actually recorded this bit before I recorded my outro for my last video. I didn't mean to, but I ended up teaming up with a very good geared night elf called Theodorus, and we sort of went on a killing spree. There's no honour in the game at the time of this, so it's basically us slaughtering horde for no reason, and I really wanted to test out these daggers on players as soon as I could. You can see for yourself, an ambush from us usually means certain death, at least for some of their player base. It all depends, but damn, we hit really hard. It became a war zone, this camp. Deaths happened on both sides, with us struggling to maintain any type of order. The whole zone is a bloodbath, and I haven't even started questing yet. Me and Theodorus just walk around the whole zone terrorizing it, as you do. We had an army come after us too, that they eventually all teamed up to take revenge on the Night Elf and myself, and even though we fight valiantly, they just have the numbers, and death and runs back are part of the package in the jungle. Also, shout out to Sword, who watches my videos and also rubbed it in my face he got Cruel Barb the first run. Cheers for the PTSD of dead minds, mate, appreciate that. Theodorus then tells us
we have a bounty,
and a hunter joins and thanks us as he gives us 2 names. Yox, an Orc warrior who we've already killed a lot, and a Troll Shaman, in his words, who had a long, complicated name. Well, me and Theodorus have already dealt with these scumbags before, so as we stealth across the water and we use a little dwarf as bait, we then see them coming for him. He's like a lamb in headlights, but we open up with some massive damage, instantly killing Yox, and we take care of the Shaman too, protecting our allies and slaying our foes. This is the rogue way. Knowing they have a very long corpse run, we stick around for a little while, acting as the dwarf's protectors and watching him while he quests, while we patiently wait to see what would happen. We tell him to get out of the water, as he might be a little bit suspicious that we are still around. And just like clockwork, as soon as he leaves the water, they respawn. So to give them a harsh reminder not to mess with the Alliance, we engage once again. Now, catching people in the water is hard. It's a lot of jumping up and down, but it actually works in their favour. We are now war-hardened veterans though at this point, and we safely dispatch of these two for the last time. With our job done, we head back into the jungle, knowing we've made it one safer place for a dwarf. And not only just for a dwarf, but for other players too. We acted as guards, as seeing Horde prey on lower levels was a common theme. We did our best to stop the onslaught and take out these savages, and we managed to save a party of adventurers that was for sure about to die. They then tell us that they've been camped by these monsters, with them killing them every time, and Fetskada says it best. As the sun starts to go down in the jungle and Horde reinforcements start to swarm, I decide now is the time I should leave and go and upgrade my gear. I add Theodorus to my friends and we bid each other farewell, but he says them words: war, sham, and I'm like, alright, one last dance. So we take out a Shaman and Warrior who killed us earlier on as they try to Hearthstone. We give no mercy for any players. And that was my first experience with STV. Mind you, this was before Honor came out. Oh boy, you are really gonna like what I've got in store for you today. So buckle up, grab a drink, a snack, and join my rogue's journey as we go from 40 to 50. So here is an updated look at our gear. We've got a helmet with 11 strength and 11 agility now, and some shoulders with 14 agility too. We actually have an insane amount of agility, and both of our weapons are enchanted now, making us a force to be reckoned with. Naturally, I always do some little character maintenance before we head out, things like buying flash powders and making sure I've got enough poisons. Having a horse now makes traveling a lot more faster too, and you really feel your progression starting to come in when you now cross zones that you remember walking through, and it just feels like an eternity ago. But for now, there is really only one place we can go to, and that is back to the jungle. I attack practically everything. A skull level mage respawns right in front of me, so I just drop a huge ambush, bringing him really low before I go straight through an ice barrier and kill him. And according to my add-on, he was at least level 50 plus. Damn, Gut Ripper, you're strong. But as I run up, there is a skull level hordes waiting on low level adventurers to ambush and destroy them. I make it across the bridge unscathed as I try to warn a poor warrior, but it's just too late for him. His fate is sealed as I see him get sapped and then just disappear. Poor guy. So my journey begins in the jungle questing. It's very active right now with players everywhere, and I'm so confident with my gear that I'll take on anyone. It mainly consists of slaying the wildlife, and we've proved ourselves as avid hunters last time, taking down the younger creatures, and now it's time to start purging the more mature older tigers and panthers, and not to mention the damn ugly blood scout trolls too. My first aid is also at a really good level now too, but gold wise, yeah, we're down bad. Only 4 gold left. We've got to get that back up. Questing with my new spec that is also very nice. Half of the time I just one-shot low level mobs. I also make sure that Horde players know that when I am questing, it is my area. You are not safe from me. It does backfire on me sometimes with higher level players coming to help out their friends that I take out, but I am an escape artist and I do survive most of the time. I end up really slaughtering some people, and in the end I started to feel kind of bad and I wanted to just leave them be, but they would start attacking me, and then I realized you just can't have mercy. Look at me telling this shaman, no, let's not fight, after I've already put him down a few times, and he still runs in and attacks me. Oh well, what can you do? But little did I know, come 10 o'clock server time, something is about to change. This jungle is going to flow red. Leofa tells me Honor might be coming out, so I test it out immediately as the clock strikes 10 on some low levels, and look at that. Honor points. This means everybody is going to be killed 24/7, which is good for us to rank up and bad as people are just going to want to constantly fight. So that's what I did. As we quested in the jungle, I killed everybody I saw. It really helped me out while I grinded on these troll ears because they don't have the best percent chance to drop. But turns out them people I slaughtered have formed a party to take me out. Now I'm a goddamn monster and I still one-shot the mage before engaging in a fight with the druid. It takes all of their abilities to try and take me out because my damage is just overwhelming as they are trying to heal each other, but I throw dirt in the shaman's face and blind him as I become so low on HP, but I've got a vanish allowing me to snag a one-shot on the druid too before the shaman claims my life with a frost shot. He then slaps me, keyboard turns and walks away. Alright, I did deserve that. Anyhow, questing was kinda great in the jungle. Mobs were green to me and our damage was really high. And I was so locked in, I didn't really care about low percent drop chances, like these singing crystal shards. If you know these basilisks, well then you know how god awful it can be. A bit later on as I'm about to log off, I'm waiting for a rare tiger. I make friends with some horde. I let them rest and I don't attack them. And what do I get once again for my mercy and compassion? Mercilessly fucking beaten. Okay, no more sympathy from me. Red, dead. I end up finishing the first night off by killing Sindal, one of the alphas of the tigers of the jungle, and collecting the paw, before deciding that's it for me tonight. After handing in that quest and nearly doing half a level already, I decide to go into the tent where it's safe, lay down and get some rest for an adventure-packed day. We log in the next day and we instantly stealth because to nobody's surprise, it's a bloodbath and we are ready yet again for another day of trying to quest. But within literally 20 seconds of logging in, I'm in a group of an army of twink rogues, all with really good gear, claiming Nesingweri's expedition. Now, I'm powerful on my own, but 4 of us with a kitty cat, yeah, nothing can really stop us. I decided I actually want to level up and quest rather than being a party of honor farming rogues. So I left and let them be. I headed over to a lake where goblins have set up a camp. They mine here for all the minerals and lumber in the forest, and well, we just gotta stop them. I see a chest that requires a key and it requires a little bit of brain power now, which is rare for me to actually figure out what to do. So I start killing off the venture coal goblins and we need to collect some crystals off them. What? Figured. Crystals again. I also then figured out there's a room where the boss is who has the key, and I am now starting to learn of a technique called layering, where you can swap your layer to try and find a quest item or a boss. So I do this by getting an invite off someone and oh shit, yeah, this was a bad idea. I'm trapped. And all the horde are looking at me like, yeah, you just fucked up, mate. I tried to run away and escape, and I genuinely thought they left me alone until they decide, nah, you can't live, mate. Run down the stairs and kill me. Eventually though, 4-man Kozzle does appear as I'm AFK in the corner, completely oblivious to the goblin in front of me. But when I do come back with a quick and easy ambush, a couple of hemorrhages, we take him down and snag his key. After grabbing the blueprints, we then butcher all the goblins out here and get all their crystals and we carry on. After that is a pretty annoying quest. It's to kill panthers, but these panthers are in stealth, so finding them is a pain in my arse, even for a human with a stealth detection ability. And naturally, it's still a war zone, so rogues getting the jump on each other is just death. And it's a long corpse run because the only graveyard that seems to be in this zone is either right at the top here or all the way at the bottom. So you don't want to die mid-map, but I add them to my kill on sight list. Don't worry about that. While farming the panthers, I had to kill some more trolls for fetishes, and I just can't catch a break. A shaman rushes me, a hunter marks me, I just want a quest, man. I have to kill people strategically or run away for now. These trolls also had a god-awful drop rate, and the higher level I'm getting, I'm noticing that's a common theme with how some bad these quests are. Combined drop rates with horde and insanely long corpse runs, and I'm talking cross zones, it wasn't going great for me. Eventually, I do purge all the jungle stalkers in the area, and I must say my skinning is coming along fantastic in the jungle. So many beasts to take their pelts from. We also kill off our last panther after a very long time of trying to hunt down one of these things. My bags are also heaving with junk. Pelts, quest items, poisons. I definitely gotta take a break soon. There was also a rogue called Magus the Mage, as this little shithead kept ganking me and a warrior. We eventually get the jump on him, but he runs off scared for his life every single time. But thanks to my ability of perception, I do see him in stealth, and after all of this, he lives and runs away on 1 HP again. Such a slippery little thing, aren't you? With a quite juicy looking quest log now, I head back to the camp to turn them all in. But even with that many quests done, it don't quite get us near the level up. There's some extra quests here we can do though to push us over that edge. I was AFK a bit waiting for a panther to spawn, and as I come back, I see a gnome about to die with a panther, Behog Fairer. Probably said that really wrong. Anyway, as he gets low, we save the gnome from certain death and we get the Fang of the Beast. We then team up with a fellow human paladin and a low-level night elf hunter to take down the prehistoric Tethys, the leader of the raptors. Now my damage is really good thanks to the retribution's buff on me buffing my attack power, and it seems my daggers are slowly paying off as we take down the raptor and collect his talon. Then we team up with some more players, a dwarf paladin and a night elf hunter once again. Always night elf hunters. After a very lengthy respawn time, might I add, we take down the king of the beasts, King Bagalash, a beautiful white tiger. The only one of its kind in Azeroth. Yep, we just killed it. But then again, money's money. After turning in these quests, we hit level 41 and we finally get a bow, a ranged weapon. And I of course celebrate it by killing a horde. So yeah, definitely need to do some character maintenance. I popped to Ironforge quickly to sell off some stuff, and as you can see here, I have a lot of these pages. These are for a quest in Stranglethorn Vale, and I'm cheating my way to completing it. Also, if you haven't subscribed, make sure to drop one. We're pushing 10k, which is amazing, and you can be part of the under 10k club. Alright, no more plugs, back to the video. I head back to the town of Beauty Bay, the main port here in STV, and I turn in the remainder of our green quests, giving us some nice experience. But the downside is, now most of the quests are turning yellow, orange and red, so our first part in the jungle may have to come to an end soon. After journeying from one side of the map all the way to the other, it actually was probably faster to fly. I know somebody's going to write in the comments that it was. And of course, purging the horde here, I show my mercy and it got me killed every time. So none of that now. We can accept the 4 chapters and we can instantly turn them all in for a nice little easy amount of XP and some good rewards too. The reason I'm also farming honorable kills or HKs and killing everybody is for a reason. 1, I like it, and 2, you get rewards based on your rank, but I will come back to this later on. After purging the little island of water elementals and collecting their braces, I decide that for now, I'm going to leave this jungle experience behind us and focus on some other stuff. And you might be wondering, Antijax, why are the goblins shooting you? What's happening? Well, yeah, if you kill people in towns, the guards don't quite like that and kick the shit out of you. Now, there is a reason I've travelled all the way to the land of Kalimdor, and that's to turn in some quests, etc. And now the higher we get, the more cross-country quests we complete. They're not mandatory, but as you probably already know by now, I like to try and complete as much as I can. I then run down this poor horde warrior, like the hound ran down the butcher's boy, but an honourable kill is an honourable kill, as we arrive back at the Shimmering Flats, just to do a turn-in and collect more quests. I must say, ambushing clothies with gut rippers is one of the most satisfying feelings I've ever had in WoW. Now of course, they team up to take me down, with the warrior wanting revenge with a warlock. But I am just way too powerful for you guys. They stand no chance as I murder the warlock in front of the warrior, and he just runs off. Then he's doing some weird taunting action in the distance as he thinks he's going to live, but boy is he wrong. Well, actually he was right. Like a complete ninja, the guy vanished in the middle of the desert. Thanks, WoW draw distance. Now HKs are out, also high levels will pick on you. Sort of how I pick on people that are green to me, but it's funny watching them fail. First this Shadow Priest gets dismounted and gives up, then a Skull Warrior tries charging me, but he misses his hamstring. He eventually does catch me, but a well-timed blind by throwing dirt in his eye means I survive. I then juke him like a pro, and that's what you get when you try and take down Antijax. My next stop was Dust Wallow Marsh once again, where we had to collect a very well hidden Seathorium booster for the goblins. Then it was just a matter of ping-ponging around, grinding up XP, because a lot of the quests are yo-yos between Tanaris, Shimmering Flats, and the rest of Azeroth. And there is just so many people around, it's great. After turning in a few quests, it's time to finally leave this place. The next stop I wanted to quest in was the Arathi Highlands. There's a few quests here that I didn't do last time that I kind of want to finish off now. One of them has me in the cave deep in the corner of the map, looting crystals off kobolds. So what is crystals? But they're called motes of Misriel or something like that. Now I went AFK in a cave, and that usually means certain death, even for a class that's stealthed. And that's when I realised this run is extremely long. I do not want to die here again, and I have to play smart. So naturally, as soon as I resurrect, I start a war with a hunter to make him experience the pain I just felt. And because he gives me honour, he's going to hate me for that. Then while I'm farming the kobolds, as the motes don't drop that often, I get hunter's marks, meaning I can't stealth. I can only vanish, and the hunter wants a war with me. But I make it extremely hard for him to do anything. I taunt him by keep on questing blasting right in front of his face as I know he's coming for me. I then drop down and start hiding, baiting for him to come closer so I can ambush my prey, and the fight begins once more. His pet is actually doing solid damage to me, but a critical hit in return just does big damage to him too. I have to resort to dynamite and a health potion to even live, but he makes a grave error. He tries to run away from me, pulling kobolds in a cave, and I just sit and watch as he's panicking. If he doesn't kill the kobold, he dies. If he loses focus, I kill him, which is exactly what happens. I eventually loot all my motes, meaning I can leave the cave and the poor hunter alone. The other reason I was here was to do an STV quest, but I didn't realise it requires mining to do shit, so I can't complete everything, but I did try. As I'm leaving the cave all happy, I decide to try and kill a low level mage, and it backfires as the guards attack me. Still get the mage though, before I somehow manage to get away from level 50 guards that just kind of despawn in front of me, sort of like Thanos clicking his fingers and they're gone. Nice. Anyway, I see this gnome warrior a lot on my journey so far, and I don't think they have a mount, poor little guy. But as we walk into what's probably the same quest area, the little gnome is like me. We then kill a mage together, and a few seconds later, a shaman gets on the unlucky end of the stick. A few seconds after that, a warlock comes running, and this world is just so populated, and me and her are just killing, slowly bonding in silence with no words needing to be exchanged. We then had to purge a troll village called the Witherbacks, collect their tusks and their regents to study them. No troll really stood a match for me, and it was pretty smooth sailing. Also in Arathi, we had to collect some keys and turn them into stone, which now gives us a pretty hard quest we've got to complete. We need to bring down a rock giant called Fosrook and his 3 kobold protectors. Now, I tried to do this solo by thinking if I can take down 1 kobold at each time and vanish, I'd stand a chance against the big guy. But the answer to this is no chance at all. They hit too hard. I did try a couple of times, but it was just in vain. Even if I could take down a kobold or 2, he just smashes me about. This is where our little known warrior friend comes into play again. She offers to help me out with a giant, and I don't know if we can take him with just 2 of us, but we can sure try. I aim for the kobold first as the warrior starts tanking the giant. Now I make a really bad mistake by going behind the boss, which then leads me to aggro in a elemental. The boss's HP really isn't going down that fast, and the warrior is nearly dead. But out of nowhere, a priest comes to our rescue.
Heroes never die.
And starts spam healing the warrior. Another elemental spawns, and it's definitely a race to kill. As the warrior then falls, and I eviscerate the stone giant at the same time. Ismeth sacrificed her life so we can complete the quest. What a legend. After turning this in, it spawns another huge giant who starts chasing me. Thankfully, we don't have to kill him, so a quick vanish and I am out of here. I then end up finding a secret pirate cove, and they want me to help them out with a few tasks in the area. We protect a gnome who's getting his ass beat by a few water elementals, and then we have a couple of very annoying quests that's predominantly underwater. Now, I have no underwater breathing potions, and there's no warlock close by to ask for a buff, so I have to swim all the way down to the bottom and back up each time for breath. We also have to kill a shit ton of Nagas and loot artifacts on the sea floor, plus other belongings too. These quests were something else, I tell you, but after doing all of them, suffering and turning them in, the experience in the end is worth it as we get rewards worth 2 gold and level up to 42. Obviously on my travels, max level players try hunting me down, but they haven't heard of it by now. No matter your level, I'm an escape artist, even with ice block to get rid of my CC. I am just too quick for these guys, and I just like watching them give up and run away. Always makes me smile. You can definitely tell Honor's out too, because hordes have invaded where my Hearthstone is, Menenthal Harbour. Looks like it's just a constant war zone everywhere, that quite frankly, I just don't want to be a part of this max level fight right now, so I'm just going to dip. A quick little pit stop at Ironforge where abilities are starting to cost me an arm and a leg, but I now have a mount, so I'm not really that phased by spending gold on upgrades. So I decided just to buy nearly all of them and get up to date, putting us at a total of 80 silver after upgrading. As we head off to our next zone, somewhere that I rarely have ever quested in, the Badlands. I'm not sure why it's called the Badlands, but there's a couple of reasons I'm here. That's quests and the dungeon Alderman. Now, a lot of quests in this zone are mainly collecting quests with some abysmal drop rates. Seeing the pattern yet? As I destroy a wolf. I even get a passing by comment about my damage, with them saying the wolf didn't even know what hit them. For me, I'm used to doing this now, so I imagine other people seeing it are like, whoa. If you quested it before, you probably know about these rock elementals and that you gotta collect some stone shards. The thing is, it's right by the main horde camp. Luckily for us, we're on a layer where it's pretty quiet. and I team up with a hunter and a druid to make sure that no horde can really contest us as we quest. The downside to this is, though, the potential of us having to farm 30 shards in total. It's just really not worth it when it comes to these kind of quests. So I decide to go my own way, and that means unfortunately I don't have any backup for the horde, but I don't really need it. Only certain classes can even stand a chance at taking me out. One of the quests here has us taking down elite dragons. Yep, dragons. Me and a warrior team up to do this. These dragons hit pretty fucking hard too, and we don't have any way to heal ourselves. So most of the time it's just a pure damage race, and quite frankly, we do cut it close a few times, but we persevere and we do manage to kill quite a few dragons until we finally loot the Black Drake's heart. I guess none of the other dragons had a heart. I then spent a bit of time teaming up with a druid, taking down some trogs and looting some artifacts. Killing ogres too for their scrap metal, all while farming quests ready for the dungeon Uldaman. I'm in a group now as well, ready to take on one of our first dungeons of the video. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat this or drag it out. While our first group goes okay, we make it really far into the dungeon, only completing 1 or 2 quests tops. Roughly an hour in, tank goes offline. Never comes back. We stand around waiting for quite a while, but rather than find a new tank and reset it, the group just disbands. And I still have so many quests to do in this place, so it really sucks. So I end up going back to Ironforge, clearing out my bags, turning in some quests, and it actually is about to work out in my favour. As you can see, I still have so many quests for Uldaman in my log. This little gnome, after giving us some silver, wants us to go back there for some follow-up quests. So technically I would have to do this dungeon a few times anyway. While my group was forming, I did all the quests outside of the instance, which was looting chests, stealing urns, yikes, grabbing mushrooms, things like that. Eventually we are ready to go, and all the group meets up. Now we have a fire mage, which is rare for me in classic. I've only ever seen frost mages. We also had a warlock, so a pretty strong damage group if I might add. We clear through most of Uldaman with little worries, getting a bolt ton of experience and completing quests. Luckily for me, these guys really knew their way around here and helped guide me to each and every quest I needed, but I also did miss a quest. Fuck. So we make it to the last boss's room, and we talk about taking the boss to an upper floor, but the tank hasn't done that before and says he doesn't know what to do. So the boss fight begins and everything's going rather well, right until 2 elite guards spawn. Then all of a sudden our mage instantly dies and we are bringing the boss very low. Our tank is low and our healer dies, which means our tank dies shortly after, then the warlock, and he parries my last attack for us to die, and he had like 200 HP left. After a very long run back, this time we try the strat. What is this complicated strat, you might ask? Run out of the room before the door closes, cat the boss upstairs. Yep, that's it. This makes the fight 1000 times easier, as the ads take a while to run up to you, and you never got to deal with the 2 elites. We take down Archimedes then, he drops a +8 agility, +8 stamina ring. It's insane for us, but the tank needs it too, damn. But we win it with a 60 roll, and that's a beautiful upgrade. With that, we completed the whole of Uldaman, and we completed a lot of quests too. So we put to Ironforge, because in Classic, bags fill up extremely quick, and you can't just delete stuff, like, you really kinda have to focus on maintaining your character. And we turn in all the quests too from Uldaman, we're nearly level 44. Nearly halfway through already. We have to go all the way back to the Badlands though to turn in a few more quests, but honestly, it feels so good just to get chunks of XP so close after you've leveled. After an insane amount of time searching for this guy, I mean, it took me forever to find him as he just roams around the whole freaking zone. As a rogue, I can isolate this guy from the rest of his walking hit squad, making this fight actually very easy. I did my part for my fellow adventurers, getting the tag and alerting the zone in case anyone else needed him, and we nearly finished off the whole zone of Badlands. I needed quite a few ingredients though for here, so after raising my gold up to a nearly solid 40, I buy some quest items off the auction house. Some are really expensive, others not so much, but hopefully it'll be worth it for the experience. I also tried soloing a fire elite with 2 guards, and let's just say, as powerful as I think I am, taking on these many mobs as a dagger rogue just isn't possible. Now the sword spec is starting to appeal to me more and more, but I must remain strong and I must stay as daggers. So the quests I bought off the auction house, I can just spam talk in and turn into this little gnome, giving me a good chunk of XP and a bit of coin, so definitely worth it. But after killing a Famritor Guardian as like a final hurrah quest, we speak to the gnome again and we get our first trinket, a little nifty stopwatch. This increases our run speed by 40% for 10 seconds, which is actually very nice, especially on a PvP server, but it's got a 30-minute cooldown. Yikes. And now it's time to finish off this damn jungle. So I'm going to do a quick snip and we are back in the jungle. It's time to finish it off. We team up with our old friend from our last video, Bot Farm, and some of his friends too, and we all decide to take on the elite quest in STV. Our first one required us to fight our way through a cave and take down Malzoth. Well, luckily for us, we're rogues with good gear and we all hit incredibly hard, so it's just not much of an issue for us three. Naturally, we all destroy any horde we come across. With a Shadow Priest too, our team is a PvP killing machine. We even started doing the harder quests that we're all underleveled for, like taking down a level 47 giant called Gorlash. We then had to farm out some gorilla hairs for a pretty hard quest too, King Mott. Now, we purged the horde from the area, and we need a total of 10 gorilla fangs to start the quest. So through a collected effort, we free for all the loot, and every time someone looted a fang, they would give it to me until we had 10. Little while later, we eventually get the 10 fangs we need and start the quest. Now, it doesn't say it's an elite quest, so you might get blasted if you try to do this on your own. What happens is this, you start an onslaught of summoning gorillas. At first it's only 3, so not too bad, although it would still hurt if you're on your own. Then comes a named NPC with about 5. Yeah, shit turns south really quick. But as we have a party, we don't have any issues for this. We kill him and we loot his heart and another jungle quest down. With them done, we all decide, alright, why not? Let's go kill the island giant. So the island giant is roughly level 51. We are all low 40s and trying to come up with a strategy. Apparently though, he has a 2-hour long respawn timer, so we're out of luck. Just before we leave, I decide I'll try and swap layers to see if he's up. And what do you know, he's instantly there. But as soon as I come to this layer, a high level horde player starts fighting him, and it looks like he's actually going to kill him. I message Bot Farm telling him to invite the others, but we gotta kill this rogue. So we both ambush the level 50 rogue and we swiftly take him out. But now we've got a giant that's just nearly one-shot me, and at level 50 and at half HP. We've got no Shadow Priest or a second rogue, so I beg Bot Farm, invite the others as I'm sprinting around the island trying my best to kite this monstrosity. Luckily, we vanish on literally 1 HP, and together we all beat down on this giant, killing him, getting his sash, and unfortunately for that level 50 rogue, he got really done by bad timing. This then leads to an even higher level quest, an elite called Negalash. You need some buzzard wings to even summon him, and we're all like, yeah, no point in doing it, we can't cook, until Bot Farm says, I've got the wings on me if you want to try, so we're like, sure, why not? We charge the beach and take him on, but this guy hurts. I have evasion up, but he turns around, looks at Bot Farm, punches him in the face and just kills him. Guess he didn't have enough time to evasion. This is not good. I've used up my second evasion, but we just don't have enough damage, and I die too, with the boss at just under 50% HP. The rogue and priest just start running away. So me and Bot Farm run back to our bodies, but these two absolute units have somehow managed to survive long enough to take him down with kiting, dots and bleeds, with me being dead, but I did try and tank it, and we've killed yet another giant. That was red to us too. Before finishing off the jungle, we headed to the lovely zone of the hinterlands for one reason, and that's to get the mallet for Zul'Farrak. It requires 2 things, a killing of a very high level elite, while CCing the other. We are once again a band of rogues, so beating down on this troll comes naturally. We then loot the sacred mallet. The next part of this is to climb the troll empire of Jimferet Allure, and they are full of high level elites. Not only that, Hinterlands is predominantly a horde questing zone. There's not that many alliance quests here for us to do, and well, I encounter a whole army of them, who are higher level than me, and I just try my best to sneak past them, and oh fuck, I type, they're gonna see me, they do see me, and do they have mercy? Nah, do they hell? Like savages, they just kill me. I would have done the same though, probably. Eventually, we make it to the top of the tower a bit later on, and well, issue 1 is you need to use the mallet on the altar, and it's got a cast time. Issue 2, the altar is surrounded by elites and level 52s. So Bot Farm comes up with the wise idea. He's gonna be a personal distraction. He tells us to go as he uses sprint and rounds up all the NPCs in the area. I run in and right click the mallet as it begins charging. I then get the mallet of Zul'Farrak and we all run and make a break for it. On our way down, we come up with the wise idea of getting revenge on the shaman Mango Tango that killed me here. So we patiently look for him and wait for an opening. And this is the best chance we're probably going to get while they're fighting elites. I just open up with a huge ambush and kick his heel. Bot Farm then gets a final blow and we kill the shaman. We assassinate Mango Tango before all of our lives are instantly claimed. But as I say in game, totally worth it. We all then spend a bit of time completing the only couple of quests Hinterlands really has to offer, with it just being slaying oozes, hunting down hordes, even skull level hordes. Nobody was safe from our army of daggers. The shaman was kind of cocky and he thought, I'm just going to stop, but oh boy were you wrong. As we then make our way down the coast to where we can now loot some port or whiskey for a quest in Stranglethorn Vale, we all call it a night and go our separate ways. Then the very next day I log on and collect all of the port around the Hinterlands, and this is where once again low graphic detail really comes into play. I then went about finishing off the remainder of the quest in the Hinterlands, which was just stuff like collecting trolls necklaces and visiting altars. Flying all the way back to Arathi Highlands to finish off the quest chain I started here earlier, where we had to kill that rock giant. It's a final quest. Now we're with a warlock who says they're going AFK just for 1 second. Well, 5 minutes later and we're still waiting for him, with a low level warrior in our group now too. Apparently this is supposed to be really hard, they're saying, but we don't want to keep waiting. The warrior doesn't care and just summons the boss anyways, and we begin the fight. I've just noticed on a replay, the warlock actually uses his mount special, so maybe he just wasn't AFK. We ended up taking her on pretty easily. I must say it wasn't hard at all, and as we kill her and the rogue dies to all of the ads that spawn, the warlock runs in when the ads are faded and is now back. The warrior died too. Poor guys. Okay, here is where I kind of mess up by ganking lobbies. I was just opening lockboxes to level up my lockpicking, and I see a level 28 shaman fighting. Now at first I'm thinking of leaving him alone, but he's just being too casual for a PvP server, so I just kind of auto-attack him and he dies. I do feel bad, so I go up to him and give him a /sorry as I continue going about my day. Then all of a sudden, a skull priest comes running into my cabin, destroying my soul, and I stand really no chance. He's level 60, and he then spams /sorry to me. I get it. That shaman is his ult, and he has his priest watching over him. Whoops. So I go in stealth and kind of move around Durnhold Keep very quietly. I don't have the footage, but I killed his ult again and he is hunting me down severely. So after a while of hiding, I make a break out of the keep and I start crossing the Hillsbred foothills after being dead for a while, as I'm starting to go to my next quest area. Look who I run straight into the path of. Yep, the priest. I thought he'd be gone by now. So he starts chasing me once again. If he has carrot on a stick, more on that trinket later, all I can try to do is get to South Shore, but I have to rotate around in a circle direction, and to do that means he catches up, and if he gets a dot on me, I'm dead as dead can be. So the chase begins and he isn't letting up. My stallion's got the pace and stamina. As we are slowly trying to rotate around, he gets up a shadow word pain on me. That is ticking for 200 each time. Now I have an answer to this. As I see South Shore in the distance, a restorative potion, it removes the dots off me, and I press sprint and I run straight to town, surviving from the skin of my teeth. He must have thought he got me as he comes looking for my body, but no. I'm alive and I taunt him from the safety of my village. I might not be able to kill you, priest, but I just outplayed you. Anyhow, the reason I'm so far up north anyway is for another quest. Yes, I will travel the whole of Azeroth for a single quest. Efficient? Probably not. Fun for me? Yeah. So what I need to do is kill an ogre called Mugfall. He's level 43, so it's quite tough for me to take on by myself. So I pop an armor potion that we got from a quest, and without it, I actually think we died. We barely bring him down, but he doesn't drop anything for us. No, he's not the guy I need to kill. I should start reading these quests a bit more through next time. As I'm leaving the castle, there's the guy I need, Graborg the Misper. He's a bit of a lower level, so I sat the ogre next to him. This then puts me on a 30-second timer to kill this guy, or I'm toast because I'm out of cooldowns. Thankfully, this guy seems to be taking it, and my damage is super good against him. We take him down, loot the star, and get the hell out of there in a grand escape. Back in the Badlands, I go to take on that fire elemental that killed me earlier. Now, weirdly enough, it seems there's a high-level rogue very close by to me, but he's not attacking me. So I just think, if he's not killing me, maybe he's gonna help me. So I just run in and attack the fire elemental, and lo and behold, a level 60 undead rogue appears and starts nuking him. What a guy. I do thank him for his help, and sometimes you can use these players to your own advantage, because I think he just wanted me out of the area so I didn't take his lockpicks. I decided to keep on chugging along across the world now, and sometimes I lay wait in ambush for passing horde players, especially in a zone like Deadwind Pass with no safety and nowhere to run, as this poor orc hunter desperately tries to flee from me and fails. Then I see a rogue running up to me, and I decide to attack him too, but he stuns me for 30 seconds. Yep, 30 seconds stun. So the reason I was on the road to Deadwind Pass in the first place was to do some quests in the Swamp of Sorrows. It's a proper swamp zone, raining, pouring, and well, the quests suck there. There's 2 of them I need to do. One of them is to collect 10 Dream Dust, the other is to get Khadgar's book. Both have got a stupid % chance to drop, at least they did for me. And also, these are dragons, and they're kinda strong, so fighting them isn't that easy. But I eventually get all my Dream Dust after a very long time, and then after that I go to a little spot where there's these Mire Lords, as apparently they've got a high % chance to drop the item I need. After spending a bit of time killing these elementals, we get our last item. We then head all the way to the Blasted Lands. I don't know why I said all the way because it's not that far, it's literally the next zone, never mind me, to get the flight plan and turn in a few of these quests, and I've also missed it somewhere. We hit level 45, so we're over halfway there now, but we've got some really good stuff coming up. After some more character maintenance, our gold is starting to fly in. We're back up to 83 gold, so definitely making money. I even spent some time doing some quests. I had 20 minutes to fly from Stormwind to Booty Bay, run all the way up north, grab a Basilic's haunch, whatever that is, and then go all the way back to Stormwind. All that for like a gold. But I'm so invested in my character leveling right now that even cross-continent quests really don't bother me. I go everywhere, ping-ponging all across the map, getting as much XP and completing as much of the quests as I can. But the main thing I wanted to do now was finish off this jungle. I started questing here and it's still a war zone as I attack a level 42 rogue. He stands still begging me for a truce. He survives on 1 HP, so I take that as a sign that this rogue may live. But don't get it twisted. He lives by my mercy and I can take it away from him at any time. Anyways, it's time to finish off the jungle. After slaughtering the entire goblin population, then every single Zanzil undead and troll I could find, also made another truce with a warrior as we're both struggling and it's just like a mutual respect thing. Everyone else is free pickings though, of course, as this level 60 mage watches me absolutely destroy a rogue who I shoot as they run away. Sort of like Game of Thrones when he's running across the field and he puts up his arrow and shoots him. That's what I imagined I was doing in that moment. And then they say,
Own.
While farming Mistveil Giblets, I'm ganked by a warrior called Runeber, so in return I end up corpse camping him so much he logs off and never comes back on. Yeah, I'm serious. Once he revived with 50% HP, he was pretty easy to kill. With most of the jungle now completed, Leofa came to help out, one of their MVPs that was probably one of the only reasons I got to where I am with my mountain daggers, as well as bot farm. Thank you both for your help. They're going to help me out with one of the last quests I've got, and it's read to me, as we swim to the last island in STV. We're followed by a warlock too called Little Devil. I ask him, do you need to kill the monkey? And he replies with HRY. And I'm not sure if he meant yes or no. He seems a little bit lost and confused. He then says to me, no thanks, he doesn't need the monkey. So me and Leofa go off and take down King Muckler, the giant ape. Leofa is 60 with some decent gear, so it's very easy for us. And that now should be us done with the jungle. Until Little Devil says to me, hey, yeah, I do need that monkey after all. So me and Leofa offer to help out Little Devil, whose friends needs a quest, Dudio too. A night elf hunter. The only issue is the Tauren lady we need for the quest has now gone, as I've already just freed her. So I do some layer hop shenanigans and get everyone back here. Then we've got a full band of adventurers and we take down the king once more. And I love all these interactions you get in WoW. It makes the game so unique, even if Dudio has some questionable takes on what panthers can smell. And as we all make our separate ways, Dudio dies. And I say, was it the panthers? And he says, yeah. A short while later, I came to the realization I've been neglecting my level working badly. I'm going to be pushing 50 with so little skill in leather working. It's just gotta change. The Ilford donated me some rugged leather, but I can't even use it, I'm that low. So I decide, fine, I'm gonna spend some gold and we're gonna take some time out of fighting and level up our professions. So I spend many gold and many hours actually power leveling it up. First we have to go to Darnassus. Mind you, some crafts take quite a while to finish. Once you get to the skill of 225, well, Darnassus isn't good enough anymore. You've gotta go all the way to the hinterlands. And I'm not kidding, look how slow this bar fills up. Yeah, it was getting late and I just stood around crafting. Pretty therapeutic though too. I also really tried to get my lot picking up, but honestly, the area is just way too contested by so many rogues at level 60. It just isn't worth me trying right now. I just get destroyed by them, so I know when I'm not welcome and I know when I should leave. So let's fast forward a little while now. I'm now 46 and a half and I'm making my way to Zul'Farrak to do a dungeon and tackle all these quests I've got on the side. Thanks to me getting the mallet early on, we should technically be able to get everything done in one run, if if we are lucky. To be honest, dungeons are still pretty easy. We've got a really good group, and once again, we're just blasting our way through collecting troll tempers, then scarab shells, and getting a crap ton of XP too. We also kill a shit ton of zombies that you can bring them back to life from their graves to kill them all over again. Lovely. But this gives me troll tempers and XP. We then have an epic battle on top of the pyramid, fighting wave upon wave of trolls, with some adventurers we save from being executed, only to kill them after and loot them for a quest. Marvellous. I'm really starting to judge what kind of people we are in World of Warcraft. We then take on the mighty dragon Leviathan thing, Garzilla. No, not Godzilla, Garzilla. And we kill him, looting his fang, and completing every single Zul'Farrak quest in one go. He did drop his dagger, but with how good my gut rippers are, I don't need it. We also got so much XP for this in one run. We're nearly 47. And after turning them in and getting a very, very good agility ring, 13 agility, 5 stamina, that's what happens, we level up. We also handed in a quest to get a trinket too called Carrot on a Stick, giving us 3% extra movement speed when mounted, so that's super nice. I also come across my first ever rare spawn. Well, I run away from it until my add-on pops up on my screen telling me. Maybe I need to pay more attention sometimes to the world around me. We kill Ripscale the crocodile and we get a pair of pants that are probably from somebody who's already eaten. Now, before I take you into one of the most painful dungeons I've ever had, I gotta talk about an even more painful quest. Back to the Murloc Island, and I can kill these Murloc with easies. That's not the problem. The problem is they need to drop me a kelp. And after an eternity, what do they not drop? The kelp. Anyhow, I end up teaming up with a level 60 priest, a dwarf female, ew, and still, it doesn't drop. It got that bad, I thought I'm going to Hearthstone, fly to Ironforge and buy it. So what happens after I make the trip all the way to Ironforge from the top of Dustwaller Marsh? It drops for the priest. I hate my rogue Jesus look sometimes. It's turned against me now. The kelp only cost me 50 silver, so definitely would have been better to buy it. But now I've got to make the cross-continental journey back, and the priest can't help me out with the elites now as he's really got to go. Then to make matters worse, the boat is being overridden by hordes forming alliance, and I've never been more afraid as I sit in stealth at the edge of the boat. I do make it back to the island with my kelp and then take on the elite giant Dagon. And honestly, as a dagger rogue, it was still kind of a hard fight, but thankfully when he does get low, he does run away as he's like a humanoid. So we do get to take him out, and we're starting to plow through these levels. I did do a Marudon quickly, but it was something called a princess only run, which I wasn't aware of was a thing. And that means I only get 1 or 2 quests done. I then travelled all the way across Azeroth once more for a 14 slot bag. Yep, 14 slot bag, but 6,000 XP. Then we finished off the Badlands with its final quest of Tremors of the Earth. Now, me and 2 paladins went to solo this, but guess what happens when you interact with it if you're a low level? Yeah, you pull both of the 50 dragons. Mind you, these guys are level 42 or so. Thankfully, a 60 druid saw what was going down and decided to come and carry our stupid asses for attempting this, and we managed to complete the quest. The quest reward for this too is a chest piece with 23 agility. Yeah, 23, that is insane. After doing some death run shenanigans from Darkshore and dying, we can get to Moonglade and turn in a Marudon quest that gives you some nice experience. Oh, and I ate a res sickness debuff. Then, after a 30-minute flight to Desolace, we get an important item for any melee, the Thrash Blade. But we are a dagger rogue, so right now we won't get any use out of it. Also, the weekly reset has happened, and it took me a little while to even notice, and I only realised as I was doing some quests in Feralus, and I had to free these like little dragon things, but I kept failing because the guards would murder all of them and me, and the fact 2 horde players would beat down on me every single time. And the corpse run is of course long, but after opening up my character tab I notice I'm a corporal. I got a total of 6,000 honor last week and killed 104 horde, not bad. Anyway, it's time to take you to the worst Marudon I've done, and these heroes. Well, I'll tell you what, it didn't start off bad at all. So I believe we started off with the orange side. There is the purple side, but I'll do more on that later. Anyhow, the dungeon starts off relatively well. No issues, damage looks good, we're doing quests, no problem. Then our tank tries tanking these sludges, and well, if you know this dungeon, then you know it just means insta death for a melee. So I'm guessing he's not tanked this before. It's fine, deaths happen, but you can already see from the priest's reaction how this is gonna go. For the next 10 minutes or so, things go fine as well. No deaths, no problem, just making our way through the dungeon. So, Antijax, why are you saying this was such a bad run? I'm going to show you. Slowly people start dying. The tank hasn't even said one word to us the whole dungeon. Fine, yeah, again, maybe English isn't their native tongue, no problem. The priest then rebuffs us all, tanking all of his mana a little bit, and the tank then charges into a pack. Once again, not a problem as her mana is regenerating because she is talking rather than healing the nearly dead tank. But we make it through. At this point, our progress has just slowed down to nothing. At the start, we were flying through packs. Now we have AFKs every few minutes. Deaths are slowly adding up, starting to increase, but it's fine. We're going to keep moving. Sort Rapido forgot to loot the rod from the first boss too, bless him, so he may have to run for it later or find a different way as we jumped off a waterfall to get it and not sure if we can climb back up. But this is where this just gets very long. We are extremely close to Princess and finishing off the dungeon, and I still have 1 hour of this dungeon footage. Yeah, 1 hour. Alright, let me show you. The mage goes AFK as we pull a pack, which is fine. But the tank is now tanking his fury and not using his shield. That's okay, but he's getting absolutely slapped. The healer is full mana, it seems, and he's just decided not to heal as our rogue dies. But luckily, I'm super focused and we managed to not wipe it. Then while we are waiting to resurrect the rogue, the healer's again now, and the tank just runs in and dies alone. And I ask, what's going on? Seems everybody has just kind of gone sort of semi-AFK and the tank just keeps going no matter what. Eventually, everybody's back and we start making our way further in the dungeon. A patrol is coming, so the healer just jumps off and tells everyone to jump down. I don't know if this is a strategy maybe in hardcore WoW, but why didn't we just fight the one patrol mob? It's all now going to shit, and I'm cutting this up for you, but this was taking an eternity between ads. The healer then ran us to the start of the dungeon for no reason. Anyway, the healer then asked if we could stop rushing forward, to think before we engage and where the rest of them are. And I asked the healer to stop calling out to jump and stuff because I'm now confused what is going on and the mage is just laughing, right? Back to the killing things. We make it to the top and the priest is at full mana, but he's still going apeshit at the tank, going and pulling. I mean, you literally have a full mana bar and everyone is dead, but proceeds to blame the tank. Now the tank has done some questionable shit too, but surely if your mana bar is full and people are dying, then you are not healing? I could be wrong, healers, do let me know. Well, we kill Landslide without an issue too, and he drops an item called the Fist of Stone. It's a mace and it restores 50 mana on hit, so it's practically useless to everyone, but it does sell for 3 gold. We all agreed on it until the healer says, well, guess I'm the only one that can use it and needs it. It does have that chance on hit to restore mana, but when the fuck do you see a priest using melee? I inspect him and he's got a very good healing weapon, so I just type out vendor spec. But it gets worse. So we're like 4 to 5 mobs from Princess, one of the main bosses here, and we just gotta kill some rock elementals. The healer marks a patrol, and well, we pull the big 2 guys. Now these shouldn't be an issue, except they are. The other rogue dies once again. I've got aggro. The tank dies, the healer still has half mana, but me and the mage are trying to kill it. The mage gets 1 shot and the priest starts running. Now, I'm dodging and parrying a lot of hits, and I was slowly killing it until I have to make a run for it too. I even used a health potion, and I expected the priest to maybe start healing me, but he has full mana and didn't do shit. So, I don't want to be one of them guys, but I did check the healing done, and yeah, I healed 800 with 1 potion. This guy healed 4,000 in total. I feel for how long we was alive for fighting them giants, that's probably pretty low, right? I could be wrong and I really don't want to flame anyone, but yeah, it was just starting to get bad. I might add, the run back to this dungeon is extremely long. Not only to mention, once we get to the dungeon, we've got to run from the start all the way back to Princess. Also to mention the fact that everyone got lost at the start and we've been in there a while and tempers were just flaring and we are near the end. Mistakes happen all the time, right? Anyhow, people are all confusing and lost. I'm getting blamed for misleading the gnome. It's all going to shit. The healer is now blaming the deaths on the tank running around the corner and aggroing, and now the healer is questioning if the tank even speaks English and is scared of buffing us because when he does, we all die. Lovely. Thankfully, someone has already completed the quest here that gives you an item that lets you get back to the certain part of the dungeon. The warrior is genuinely running around on his own, so we had to try and talk to him and tell him to come with us. The priest is right. He is a sword with no mind but death. I like that saying. We get back to where we need to be and we start taking down them giants once more. We killed the lonely one that we left last time, and now surely these 2 won't be a problem, right? The healer then says he predicts death coming, and what do you think? Is he right? As we are killing the giant, in comes the patrol. Oh, fuck. So yeah, we don't actually pull the patrol. We keep moving backwards and the tank eventually goes down. I evasion tank one of the behemoths. Well, I try to, and the giant isn't focused on me, so I am doing good damage to it. And really, it's not a problem. The priest jumps down while me and the mage are still killing the giant, and I nearly fully take it out. But there's a second patrol now too, and we're so fucked. But thanks to him being a frost mage, well, we managed to take down the patrol too. So once again, we barely scrape by. The group now starts flaming. Priest Priest threatens to leave if we don't kick the tank. The healer barely healed the tank throughout all of that, and the mage says, okay, let me just find a new tank. And within literally a few minutes, the tank is gone and we've got a new one. He says he's been here now farming Princess for 2 days for a ring. And I've heard about this ring. It's apparently my pre-raid bis. Yeah, level 60. Priest now goes AFK for about 2 minutes, and by 2 minutes I mean they went AFK for literally about 20 to 25 minutes. I cut my recording there because quite frankly it was just me tabbed out on YouTube waiting, but it was just a hideous run. We killed Princess and she drops absolutely nothing, and the group then decides to call it a day there. Get me out of here. But me and the mage want to finish off the quest we didn't do yet. So we say we'll take a break for lunch and we'll come back to it later. Not before though we managed to get a helmet with a massive 15 agility and 10 stamina. A big upgrade over our cloth one mind you, but we look awful. And my gear is all red because I took res sickness because I could not be bothered staying there any longer. A bit later on, me and the mage team up once more to finally take on the last portion of Marudon. We farm out all of the gems we need on the outside of the dungeon, as there's a few quests we need to do here too. By killing centaurs and going in the dungeon and killing this guy, we can then combine all of the gems to get the amulet and complete yet another quest. Also killing the rock elementals outside and just having a chill experience compared to what we had before. Anyhow, we went through the other entrance this time, the purple entrance, and it was a much better group. We had a higher level warlock and we sped through with our healer really pumping it out. Conversations were questionable at times, albeit each to their own, and it was just such a nice feeling after the last one. Daggers drop all the time for me as a rogue, as I am rogue Jesus, but my gut rippers are just my babies and I'm not replacing them. Then after beating down on a Cerberus kind of weird looking deer creature, we can turn in a quest that gives us a scepter. This allows us to basically skip to Princess. Well, you do have to do trash first, but that's minor. And this is going to come in very handy when we want to farm that best in slot ring. So we kill Princess yet again for probably my last time leveling, and it drops. Blackstone ring drops my pre-raid bis. The tank tells me grats and then rolls need on it. Yep. Not sure if he needs it as a paladin tank, maybe he does, but I'm uneducated on that side of things. Anyhow, I roll need, and thankfully I win it with a 100 roll. Yes, a huge 100 roll, giving me my pre-raid bis ring in my third kill at level 40 something. I'm happy. After all this, I'm still not even 49 actually. So I went back to the hinterlands and teamed up with a dwarf to take down the Vile Priestess Hex. And I'm doing this so we can save Sharpbeak. He's a griffin who's had us travelling all over the world for him, really. I also found out about a little glitchy quest thing. If you come to the wetlands, you can collect all the oozes you need for a quest that wants you to go to Feralus and ungrow a crater from Ironforge. So it's definitely worth ping-ponging between Menenful Harbour and Ironforge to get this quest done. I really felt nasty doing this, but oh well. I then turned in practically every single quest I have and headed to the Burning Steps. As we discover the cauldron, we hit level 49 and we're ready for this final push. I turn in the last remaining quest to fully complete the zone of Stranglethorn Vale, and then I head over to Tanarus, where it's just a complete and utter war zone. People fight 24/7 as to be expected, and I love it. The questing just started to consist of me killing bandits, killing their leaders like Caliph, who is usually very hard to find, but he was kind of easy for me this time. Later on we're farming pirate hats and this was awful. Naturally I start a war by killing a warlock, then his orc warrior friend comes and kills me, as I did land a rupture and I know he dies from it. The run back is extremely long too, a common theme, so it was painful. Let me tell you, I have like hours of footage of me here farming these pirate hats and just getting blasted by Horde, but it's such a good time. I had to collect insect parts for the goblins too, and now I'm killing insects, but you can easily guess they don't have insect parts, and it took me a long time to loot 5, but we move. I killed a shit ton of ogres and their leader too in the Jumo compound, and my XP bar was filling up slowly but surely. And then it came down to a few final quests. Killing elementals, and most importantly looking for a Doogland, because there's only one quest that can finish off an episode like this and hit level 50, and if you know, you know, and if you don't, well, it's Noggenfogger. We get the Doogland really early on from our kills, and as I'm about to leave, this little shithead elemental shaman that I've been going back and forth with all day in Tanarus kills me again. They're just too strong. And the run, I know I've moaned about runs a lot, but this run is from one side of the zone to the other.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Blizzard, these graveyards are brutal. Part of the Noggenfogger questline has us go all the way back to the hinterlands, where once again, thanks to the low graphic settings, and we can loot 15 feathers rather easily. And at the bottom of the lake is the item we need for Noggenfogger, a violent Tragan. Probably said that wrong. After heading all the way back to Gadgetzan and being 2 and a bit bars off leveling, you might be wondering why I'm dead. Well, it is a war zone. No mercy for anyone. I do get my noggin fogger potions, and that was the game, but I didn't level up. We invade the bug hive to take back what we lost down here, some surveying gear, and then we have to make an escape before we become bug brain food. I then as a rogue did an escort quest off a mechanical chicken, and thanks to being a rogue, it was pretty easy. I was expecting to be ganked, but as I'm a small skeleton in stealth, nobody bothered me, and it was nice. But when I go to turn in my quest, there's an army of a horde just killing people and the quest giver, and this was rough. After turning it in, we are about to hit level 50, so close. And what better place to head than STV, where this video started. With a final quest turn in, we ding level 50, and boy, what a ride that was. We head to Ironforge to learn our spells, ready for the final push to 60 and the end game. Spells now cost 3 gold each to learn, brickin' hell. I sell everything I've got on the auction house to have some gold incoming for when I return. Also want to shout out Leofa for giving me something called a salt shaker, where I can make something every 3 days for a bit of gold. Legend. And after clearing all my bags from all the junk, we've amassed 120 gold and we're ready for the final push. It all started on November the 21st, nearly 4 months ago now, in Elwyn Forest, struggling to quest and fighting for dominance. We then farmed Cruel Bob more times than I can even count, and never even saw it drop. We even became Rogue Jesus in Gnomeregan, and we saw more blues and weapons than I could have ever dreamed of. Then we farmed Honor in the jungle, becoming a menace to the Horde and slaying anyone that got in our way. Today is the final day of leveling, the push to the max level everyone always speaks about, where a leveling journey may just come to an end. But to me, that's where our hero's journey will begin. Welcome to the last part of Antijax's leveling journey. As we finish this fight, we pick up exactly where we left off, our home. Well, sort of, Ironforge. And as I'm not using any guides for this whole journey, I just kind of have to go where my map takes me, or my own intuition. I also realise it's a lunar festival in WoW right now, so I believe it celebrates the New Year or the Chinese New Year. I could be wrong, do let me know please. And our journey begins once more in the lovely Night Elf capital of Darnassus. While here I get some quests from the lunar people to set off some fireworks and spend my gold doing so. But listen, XP is XP, and I will do anything now to see this bar go up. Anyhow, one of the quests that wants me to teleport to Moonglade. Now my brain works in mysterious ways when it comes to questing in WoW. Rather than go to the big moonlight that's shining in front of you, I try the small moonlight with an NPC, which obviously doesn't work, but doing this allows us to go to Moonglade. Here people are enjoying themselves, and there's a vendor too, that for coins you can get for speaking to elders around Azeroth, you can exchange for cosmetic and items. And there is even a raid quest. I never knew about any of this at all. Anyhow, we've got a long road ahead of us, packed full of stories and adventures, and that's what I need to start moving towards. The next part of Antijax's journey starts in Feralus, a place I've never really bothered with too much apart from the odd quest here or there. So when I found out that there was a whole Alliance stronghold on its own island, I was shocked. I thought this was just mainly a horde zone with Dire Maul. From playing classic WoW, there is always small things that happens that makes me feel like I'm playing just a whole new or different game. Quite a few quests had me going back and forth between people in town, and I guess this is why Foams was made in the end. Then we can start questing. Yeah, I somehow died while being AFK, a common thing for me that I do. The start of the questing has us taking on Nagas on the island that have started to slither their way in from the waters, making the Night Elves feel very uneasy. So it's our job to take them out. Once we do that, we have to travel to another island that I didn't even know existed, the Isle of Dread. On this island is a whole army of Naga. I'm not kidding, the mob density here is insane. So when I see a lonely dwarf fighting on his own, I wonder if he'd like to team up to take the relic. But he's just farming XP, and no wonder, keep purging little man. In order to get the relic, we need to kill Lord Shalzaru, which for us right now is easily done. Our gut rippers and dagger spec may not be the meta, but we still pack a hell of a punch. We kill him, and we loot the relic. Now a good thing about me taking breaks in between my leveling series to make these videos is I get a shit ton of rested XP when I come back. For anyone that doesn't know, when your bar is blue, it's rested XP, meaning rather than 100% of the mob XP, you get 200%. I think I'm right, and you can bank up quite a lot of it too. So after killing only a few mobs and turning in some quests, already making a massive dent into our leveling. Now once again, my silly brain doesn't understand quests, or read them, and just goes around mercilessly killing things that are red. So if you know this quest, you probably already realise what I'm doing wrong, but I didn't at the time. Now I did a relog, and as I come straight back online, a mage is eating right next to me with a world buff. So naturally, I immediately attack him. I'm sorry, but you cannot just be eating next to me and not expect to fight. And I basically destroy him. No damage to me, but with a huge 1000 ambush plus, we kill him and take away his world buff. I wouldn't show you this for no reason. I find out the proper way to kill these elite giants too, is to use an item to make them smaller and weaker. Go figure. Now I make a mistake. I see the mage respawn and I go in for him again. I start taunting my prey, acting pretty cocky, rather than taking him out of his misery. He then breaks from my sap, freezes me and polymorphs me, allowing him to fully recover and start attacking me from range. Luckily I still have cooldowns, so I managed to get away, but now look at them. I've got nothing left. The mage is running, let it be Antijax, don't do it. So do I let him go? Do a heck. I chase him down on my mount and once again taunt him, telling him no. But once he creates distance with me, that's it. I'm well and truly screwed. I have a trinket giving me a speed boost, but his damage is insane. And without cooldowns, I fall to him. Karma. So back to the giants, and little clever old me didn't buy any food before I set off on my journeys. I never do because I've never really had to. This is now becoming sort of an issue as mobs are starting to hit a lot harder and put me in positions I don't want to be in. So do I go back over the river to buy food? No, I don't. I go AFK to regenerate. Well done, Antijax. And as I come back, luckily in time, a shaman detected my presence. Do I just AFK in the worst spots possible? Now he's obviously trying to attack me as my sap instantly breaks on him, and we begin fighting. But this purple god class is something else, and without me being able to get the jump on him, I die once more. Anyhow, going AFK at night was sort of my thing, and popping up and appearing next to people was also sort of my thing. I just come out of stealth and scare people, as this night elf hunter found out too, and she whispers me telling me,
You scared me, LMAO thought I was about to be jumped.
So, I'm sorry, little one. Moving on further into Feralus, I encounter a dwarf called Wipero. Now, me and him start an escort quest together too. Some chicken robot things we did a bit earlier. We spend a bit of time also killing gore-dunny ogres that are rampaging through the forest, turning the green life into nothing but dirt and death. And I always make sure to give a stark reminder to anybody questing around me, like this mage finds out, damn, I hit hard. We also team up with a paladin called Odin, and we slay some bugs together as we dive deep into a hive. And in there, we have to destroy a pod. Back after turning in these quests, I come to the realization there's even a boat in this area. How am I so clueless at this game still? Feralus was genuinely a weird area. Every time I logged in, there was somebody, a horde or an alliance right next to me. I killed everyone. You should know me by now. By the time we practically finish the whole zone of Feralus for now, we get nearly a whole level. Yeah, we're flying through. Not quite enough, but I'm happy with the progress. So the plan now is to start getting all the quests I can for our next big dungeon. In fact, it's a huge dungeon and there is a lot of quests there, but also a lot of stuff we have to do to get them. I also get a whisper by a dude called Anti-Fire. What an absolute sick name, by the way, if I do say so myself, and it's because I need to do a Zul'Farrak run to get some tablets. Anyhow, we get to blast in the dungeon and Anti-Fire is a proper guy, man. He watches my videos and was surprised he got the chance to join me, and I'm surprised somebody even wanted to take inspiration from my name, so a pretty cool moment. By the way, we're so close to 10,000 subs, and a lot of you still haven't subscribed, so go down there and click the button now. Thank you. The start of Zul'Farrak went smoothly, as anyone could ask for. We was getting a lot of XP just for killing mobs, thanks to being rested, and we quickly level up to 51. We end up doing the usual Zul'Farrak stuff, taking down the scarabs and their lords to get our tablets. Then we go to the zombie area too, where Lova said he would kill me all day, every day, on stream if I streamed. Before I told him I would farm him. And I definitely would farm you, mate. As we take on the last boss for loot here, I realised down below, holy shit, I am getting a lot of XP thanks to being rested. So a little blessing. We kill him and he drops a helmet, Embrace of the Lycan. Now this has got 0 agility, but it does boast 8 strength with a massive 32 attack power. So I decided, I'm actually going to take it. Nobody else needed it, and it's a direct attack power upgrade, and it's a freaking wolf head, so it looks cool. So there is our new piece of loot finally. We once again take down the fake Godzilla, and we get all of our tablets, and we have a really good run of Zul'Farrak. The group did offer to help Anti-Fire kill a boss at the end, but people just left him. So me, the priest, and the mage take him on. I pull before they get mana, because of course I do, and now we're in a bit of a pickle. The zombies as well as the boss, and they're all healing. The mage has aggro of everything, and him being squishy means he dies, as we do kill the boss, but now we've got zombies to deal with. Until my little dwarf friend shows me a spot where we can reset them and be harm free. We then spend a little bit of time doing some jumping shenanigans as Lolva tries to teach Anti how to do Zul'Farrak farming, before we say our goodbyes to each other at the end of the dungeon. And honestly, what a lovely group of people, and these are the moments I love having in MMOs. After leaving the area and heading back to our homeland of Eastern Kingdoms, we are really trying to just grab the quest for the Sunken Temple. That is the goal right now. To get in, get loot, get XP, and get out. It genuinely has us going all over Azeroth, but by now, if you've watched up to this point, you probably know I travel a lot, even just for single quests. One of the quests for the Sunken Temple has us going to Jinfra Allure, a place where I hate going, full of horde, full of elite trolls, just death waiting for me. Thankfully, I am a rogue, the best class to stealth around and get shit done. Now, right at the top of the temple, in a cave deep at the back, is an egg, guarded by Hitara. Yeah, I probably said that wrong. And 2 guards. Now there is 0 chance I can take on all of these, and I stay around for a little while figuring out how I can get this egg without getting clapped. But I do notice they kind of pause, so I go for a distract on their pause and I try and loot the egg, and it looks like I timed this perfectly. Loot the ancient egg and I dip. I spend a little bit more time in the harsh land of Tanarus going insane looking for piles of sand that contain certain ornaments, and yeah, we need 30 of them. I'm doing my best to make this Sunken Temple run really worth it, and damn right it will be. Some of them even has us going to the Ungara Crater, a place we will visit more later on, but honestly I never realised it's kind of underground compared to the rest of Tanarus. As you approach it, you genuinely end up running down into a prehistoric world, kinda like a crater. No shit. Good job, Blizzard. Still impressing me. The reason I'm even in the jungle at such a low level, at least I think I'm a low level for this, is quests. And killing these blood petals for, well, blood petals. They don't have the best drop chance, but just from killing and questing, my XP bar is just flying. And of course the PvP here is just insanely good too. I just love killing people questing. And as a human rogue, that's ability perception allows me to see rogues better before they can see me. Well, it's just, we now keep hitting solid 1000s on our ambush too, which is just so beautiful to see. Alright, as I do show you my victories, I also want to show you my uttermost embarrassing losses too. So as I'm traveling the roads of Azeroth, I encounter a warrior. This warrior is AFK in the middle of the road, so I open on him and start killing him. In fact, I bring him very low, then he comes back with around 1% HP, health potions, and all of a sudden just basically auto attacks me and I die. He survives on 2% health, and can someone explain what just happened and why I just got utterly destroyed? I mean, he was AFK. We finally have a full group ready for the Sunken Temple dungeon. My quest log is full to the brim and I've done my best to prepare. We're nearly 52 and it's time to do this. I travelled to every corner of Azeroth to make sure I got as many quests for this place, with us ending up at Darnassus too for a quest. The group makes its way to the start of the dungeon, and the last time I was here, it was a raid in SOD. I'm hoping the tank knows his way around, and oh shit, never mind. So I take it upon myself to sort of lead us about, even though I'm pretty sure I don't know most of the way. Our warrior is a absolute blaster, and damage with our group is insanely good. I'm the one leading us around, and it ends up with us having to go right to the bottom of this place, a thing I am not so familiar with. The quest in here also consists of things like looting up tablets that are like long lost relics. One of the so-called hard points is having to activate these stones in a certain order. Now, thanks to the add-on Atlas Quest, it sort of tells you the order, but I still have to execute it without messing it up. Once I do this, we can drop down, ding level 52, and take on the rest of the dungeon and the bosses. Atal Alarian, yeah, I could have said the big troll, but I like to try and pronounce these things. It dropped some really nice leather braces for us. A good upgrade, so I'll take that. The dungeon was very long, and we was here for a lot of time, but thanks to the sheer amount of mobs here and rested XP, I was flying. We didn't even die once. Now, I wish I could just sit here and tell you how we cut it close sometimes, but this group of absolute warriors just blasted through like it was nothing. We even took on Hakar. We did every single quest in this place, killed every single boss, even the avatar. Mind you, when he's just a massive skeleton, it's not hard to just take him back down. Not really any good loot, I must say. We did clear every single freaking dragon, so when it comes to the final showdown with Erenakis, you can't stop me mispronouncing these names, by the way. We're ready. We are nearly halfway through our level as we take on the last boss here. Damage is flying and he's dying very easily, but it does put our warrior to sleep as our warlock is getting slapped by him. And I'm thinking, this was easy. Too easy. Because it was. Our tank druid starts getting annihilated, and if he's not, he's put to sleep. Naturally, when he's put to sleep, we miss a pack of mobs at the start of the dungeon that comes in and instantly kills our warlock. I then panic, loot the boss, accept the quest, and I see Zebzi run off to do it, so I copy him, vanish as our party is dying, turn in the quest and get some XP and a trinket before somehow we manage to kill off all the remaining pack, with our healer being completely tapped to mana, our tank dead, and our warlock. Mind you, let me also tell you that skinning these mobs has made me an incredible amount of gold in this dungeon. I think with the sheer amount of dragons in here, the XP, do Sunken Temple if you can. After doing this dungeon, it was about time we do the good old character maintenance. We got a crap ton of quests to turn in, but my bags are full as always, and I've got no poisons, no food, and no hope. I need to show Antijax some self-care here. And well, in Classic Anniversary, they have added something. It's called Dual Talent Specialization, and it costs 50 gold, so I spend it on it. I have been a dagger sub-rogue for all this time, since our journey started, but after Sunken Temple and having Thrash Blade and 2 swords, I thought, why not give it a go? I also learned every single ability I've been neglecting, and my gold has been drained a lot, but Antijax grows in power. So as I'm going to hand in the quest in the hinterlands now for the Sunken Temple, I figured, alright, cool, let's test out our new swords and see how well we perform. Then I realised, yeah, I've got 0 weapon skill. So as I'm farming up my weapon skill, I also come to the realisation I didn't make it to level 52 as a dagger rogue just to swap to swords on the final push. No, did I heck? I felt dirty. It felt so wrong. So we go straight back to our gut rippers. Flying back from the hinterlands to Tanaris is a long travel, but by now they don't faze me. I can buy portals here and there, but I do prefer to try and save my gold. Now, because I don't use the guide to quest, stuff like this happens on a very common occurrence. When we turn in a quest and then they send me back to the zone I was just in. Yeah, that's right, this little shed wants me to go back to the hinterlands that I've just came for. Nice. Before I do this, me and Leofa team up in the jungle, as he's offered to help me take down the Hive Queen, and god damn, he's a rank 7 rogue already. I'm in awe. I really got to start ranking up myself, but that's a story for a future video. As I'm running, I'm remembered that I hate the horse hooves. Like, someone hates my accent. I'm sorry about that, and I still want a tiger in the future. But we enter the hive with a hunter too called Torska Torben, and we have a job to take the queen's brain. Now, technically it shouldn't be too hard, except for the fact that bugs come at you in waves as you lure out the queen. Leofa is also a dagger rogue, so our damage is just super high, I love it. Bug after bug keeps coming as we fend them off as the queen then arrives. She's level 56 with 2 guards, but our band of adventurers deal with the queen. We take her brain and we continue. Now, to finish off the zone of Tanaris, what is the task that is set upon us? Is it taking down a mighty beast, taking down the head of the trolls, or is it taking a picture of a turtle? Yes, strike a pose. And as I leave, what do I see? A horde. What do I decide to do? Attack him. And I miss my attack, meaning I'm in a world of trouble. I do massive damage to him, but he stuns me and jumps off the edge. So I drop down and give him a beautiful eviscerate as I fall. So what's the issue, Antijax? Well, as I'm buying a summon, he respawns and hunters marks me. I've got no vanishes left, so I've got no way to get away. He's too far away for me to attack, so I'm in shit. Then a warrior also charges me, and oh god. I blind the warrior, health potion, and the pet luckily despawns as I gouged it earlier. I try making a break to the top of the mountain before I actually do drop combat and take a summon away to Tanaris. Worth the 5 gold then, trust me. After all this, I went back to Feralus to finish off the last remaining quest there. It had us taking on harpies and getting some sort of staff. Meanwhile, I was leveling up my first aid too, nearly at the max now. This shaman was obviously watching me and decided not to attack me. Nice cow. And also, let me talk to you about Morrow Grain. I hate Morrow Grain. I need 10 of them, and for every 2 Ungaro soil, I can use a bag that then goes on cooldown for 10 minutes. This then gives you a bag that has a chance at containing Morrow Grain. So does it contain what we need? No. Does it? Then I finally did it. After forgetting time and time again, I made a bank character called Anti-Bank. Someone took that name, so I had to use the symbols on the letters. This will allow me to buy items I need for quests and store stuff much easier. And just like that, we can buy the Morrow Grain needed. I wish I said that I used this bank character more when I was leveling, but I really didn't, thinking back on it. One of the best zones I quested in up to this point is coming up. And you might have a different opinion here, but honestly, I loved it. And I'll tell you why. The zone I'm talking about is Searing Gorge. This zone has it all. Killing quests, elite quests, PvP, and it's all really aimed at one area, the Cauldron. I team up with a group of players and we end up grouped up for quite a while. We ended up having to go underground into the slag pit, and it reminded me genuinely of Season of Discovery dailies, probably because that's what they're based on here, but you know what I mean. We killed all of the slavers, and while waiting for an elite mob to spawn, to keep myself occupied, I of course let the Horde know exactly who was down here by savagely killing anybody that crossed paths with us. They stood 0 chance versus 2 rogues. Now, Overseer Maltorius, probably said that wrong, took forever to respawn, and we was here for an eternity, but we do kill him in the end without much issues. I stupidly follow the other rogue straight off the side of a cliff and into lava, like genuinely I've got no brain, and of course I then died to lava. I had a health stone so I could have lived, and the rogue Zorik then tells me to get the lava jump add-on. I'm like, wait, what? The Warlock is confused too, and I've never heard about this, so let me see what I can do. But luckily for now, I sorta don't need it as I'm alive on land. We then slaughter around 20 prehistoric lizards living here near the dwarves, and I must say, being a skinner has certainly paid off for me with the amount of stuff I can skin. After this, it was just killing off lava spiders, killing heavy war golems and fire elementals, really doing everything. I turned in some quests, and well, we've hit level 53 already. I was flying through the levels, at least it felt like it, especially the earlier ones, and I would kill people, even if they were AFK, because honor is honor. But I noticed a Horde rogue tried to do the sneak up on me. Thanks to perception, I can find him, sap him, kill the AFK dude in front of his eyes, and then toy with him in front of my whole group, just one-shotting him for 1200 damage. Beautiful. Now there's a reason I showed you this AFK guy, and I'll show you it again in a second. But I was like an unspoken hero of this zone. I would see other rogues prey on my fellow Alliance players and just step in with an ambush every time to show them that if you mess with one of them, you mess with us all. But my work was always an ongoing fight, as the same rogue I killed earlier now tried once more to gank a poor little gnome. Poor little guy. But he once again learned the hard way, there is no safety for you, even in stealth. Back to questing, and me and a dwarf farmed up these elites for a friggin' eternity. I'm not joking, we was here forever. I feel like I farmed stuff for an eternity all the time. And look who is there, sat there eating. Yeah, the AFK warrior I just killed, who sees it's me, charges in and starts fighting us. My hunter is out of mana, so he really can't help me, and I was half HP as he started the fight, as his bleeds really do mess me up. By the time I make it back to my body, he slaughtered the hunter too, and we just got our arses handed to us. He then runs away, and we're now 1-to-1 Mr. Cow. But him killing us actually brought us a bit of luck finally, as the item we've been farming dropped, so there's always a positive and a negative. I then teamed up with a hunter to finish off my Searing Gorge journey. It had us lighting off braziers to mark the towers, and I also realised why I'm going to suck extremely bad at hardcore WoW when I do try it. I mean, watch how I just die here. Just like that. God help me when that time comes. We then go to do an escort quest, but not after I loot some great supplies from a chest. Always lucky. Now thanks to us being 2, this escort quest wasn't that bad at all. Although the dwarf looks at a very slow pace and decides to take the long path into spiders and such, when you get to the end, he dies anyway, meaning you escorted him for no reason at all, but XP is XP. Sorry Mr. Dwarf. We then climb the mountain to kill a beast, Margul the Rager, and we both do incredible damage to the level 48 elite monster, so he doesn't last too long. And as we kill him, we take his horn. That starts the quest. That's really annoying, but I'll come back to that. As I approach the end of this zone, there was really only one quest left to do, and that's Rise Obsidian. We have to kill a stone elemental and a dwarf. The issue was that nobody, not a single soul, was around for this quest, so I was just standing around waiting for adventurers to come to my aid. That's when Leofa came to my rescue one more. Now, even for a 60 rogue that's pretty good, these two would be a pain. But there is actually a little glitch thing I can do here. If I go to set myself to at war with Booty Bay, I can attack the dwarf before he even summons Obsidian. Sort of cheesing it. The issue is, I didn't explain this to Leofa before I did it, so I nearly died before he finally can help me out. And Lathoric the Black is much easier to deal with solo. Alright, now there is another issue. Now we've killed the dwarf, how do we get the big guy to spawn? And won't we have to kill the dwarf again next time anyway? After some time, the dwarf actually despawns if nobody engages, leaving you to just take on Obsidian alone, so you have a one at a time kind of thing. While waiting to play the game, we obviously kill any horde that's around, like this poor shaman for example, happily questing before being deleted off the face of the earth before he even knows what's going on. And Leofa says it best. Some time passes and we can spawn Obsidian, and now we just have to stand around and wait for the dwarf to disappear, and we can see the shaman again in the distance once more. But now there's also a 60 rogue about too, so this shaman just can't catch a break, First, he got ganked by me, ran back to his corpse. That's quite long, by the way. Second, he got ganked by another rogue that I didn't show because I didn't record it. Third, after he's fully recovered, he decides to sort of brain AFK, start fighting mobs near the elites we're waiting for, and runs in and aggroes them, as me and Leofa just stand there laughing and watching. He nearly get away, but the boss actually has a stun, which is nice to know, and RIP to the shaman once more. So we engage now with Obsidian, and we're doing great damage, but Obsidian slaps. He does insane damage too. Leofa is nearly dead, and I'm trying to finish off the boss with what damage I can, but she has to run to survive, which means aggro goes on me, and he basically one-shots me through evasion. Then he kills Leofa. Yeah, this is going to be hard. Or is it? Time to use a horde to our advantage. We notice a warrior and a priest engage with Obsidian, so this is prime time for us. I say let's take their healer first, but let them get the boss down lower a little bit, and we want to wait for the priest's shield to be gone for maximum damage, and so we don't get feared. The boss gets to about half, and we just one-shot the priest. Then the warrior fears us, as I see a 60 rogue see what's going on, and he's about to attack us. We quickly dispatch the warrior, we both pop evasion, and we start killing Obsidian with our backs away from the rogue. Luckily, we managed to finish him off before the rogue opened, and we finish with the Searing Gorge, and we make a clean break for it in an epic sort of getaway. It felt really good to do this fight like that. On our way out, look who is questing by the door. Yeah, the shaman. He instantly gathers that we are about to jump him and starts jumping off cliffs because he knows what's coming. I watch him panic, run, scared of everything. He's out of mana, out of hope, out of chances. A mob then dazes him, and well, he's backed himself into a corner. He walks straight into his stun, and goodbye, Mr. Shaman. I did feel kind of bad on him in the end, but Leofa told me his name is called Grief Club, so yeah, you get what you deserve. After that, I ran around and collected some glassweb spider legs that apparently don't have any legs, never mind 8 of them, before I can finally say we finished the full zone, and we are close to halfway to 60. While Leofa was about, they said they'd give me a hand at an elite quest in the zone next to the iconic Blackrock Mountain. That for now, we're only making a short pass through, and that's to kill some dragons. We team up with a full group of adventurers as we spend quite a while running around decimating the Black Dragon King. When I go to turn it in, it's only then that I realise I've just started a raid achievement, and not just any raid, a Nixia. Thanks to an add-on called Attune I have, it helps me keep track of the steps I'm on, and it looks like we are going to work towards getting this done. So step 1, clear the shit out of my bags and turn in some quests. Also use the salt shaker every single time I can to get refined deep rock salt, giving us a way to make passive gold. Then we have to go back and forth from Lakeshire a few times to get into the story. So I was very confused when none other than Anixia shows up in Stormwind and summons level 60 guards that have a cleave, by the way, and I thought as part of my quest I had to kill them. Oh yeah, it's not my quest. Yeah, so that was a waste of time me sitting there. I keep saying this, I really got to read my quests more. My job is to go, yeah, you guessed it, back to Lakeshire. So you remember that horn quest I got earlier in Searing Gorge I said I'll come back to? Yeah, it has you go from Ironforge all the way to the bottom of the Loch Modan, back to Ironforge, and back to the Loch. Nope, not kidding. That is what's required. I don't mind it because we level up to 54 and now it's time to make a serious dent into this final leveling push. While doing it though, the sun was setting and I really like jumping off a boat, mounting up and just charging with the world with other players. It's such a good feeling. And can we also just admire the hinterlands in the morning for an insanely old game while still just has that ambience and aura in each zone. I ended up going back to Moonglade for a quest. While here I also bought some toys with coins of ancestry you get for speaking to elders around each zone. One of them is called a Loon's Wand that shoots like a laser with a firework at people. There's a cool trick to this and I'll show you after. We did some quests in Azjara too, a zone that's kind of relaxing for me as an Alliance player, until I get on the wrong end of a hunter who absolutely destroys me. I mean, props where props are due, direct me. But let's fast forward to our first BRD run. The dungeon I've been waiting to go in for a long time to continue on with our raid achievement, but this actually won't even be a full run. In fact, not many bosses. After waiting for an eternity for a tank, the group decided to pay for one. Yes, pay. Now it's only 12 gold each apparently, and after waiting forever, I just agree to it. Plus side is, we get a geared tank to run through it with. The thing we're doing is called a jailbreak run. So Only a few bosses. First, we need to find someone called Marshal Windsor. He's a human that's been caught and captured, and he needs us to take on 2 bosses for him. The first boss is General Angerforge, who can drop the trinket or pre-best in slot, and I think it's insane, Hand of Justice. A beautiful one. I'm very much going to need it. But does he drop it first try for me? I'm sure we're all going to be in complete shock that it doesn't drop first try. After that, we kill the Golem Lord. He's a dwarf that controls golems, but he becomes mincemeat to us, and we take him down shortly after that. We have one job now, and that's to escort Marshal Windsor out of the dungeon. It takes quite a while as he does a slow walk, because of course he does, but he does give us a speed buff when we're in close proximity to him. After all this, we then head back to Stormwind, and now guess what? More roleplay. But I'm all for it this time, as something was kinda epic about walking through Stormwind with a guard as unsung heroes ready to unmask a certain somebody. This is now where somebody shows me a cool trick with that toy I just got, a Loon's Wand. If you go behind a corner, you can spam click it, not use any charges, and well, have sort of one fights. Cool, right? We then make it to the prince and we warn him that the lady is actually in fact Anixia. Shock horror. And she turns into the big dragon, summons all the little ones, and we finish off the quest. We only have a few left to do now to finish off our whole achievement, but we have to come back to this chain at a bit of a higher level now. Now I want to get stronger, and after doing the world's shittiest quest in Ashara, I had to cross the entire zone, and also please watch how bad it is to control my impulses sometimes. Should I attack him? No, he's level 60. Should I? No. Alright, I'll attack him. Luckily for me, I take down the feral druid. But yeah, this zone and this quest, look where it is on an island. Things I do for XP, man. A little pit stop at Ironforge for some more character maintenance, because my banks are full, because I still haven't leveled up my lockpicking. And any letters that you guys have sent to me in game, I also keep in my bank too. But yeah, I'm slowly being overwhelmed with stuff. Now earlier, I said I loved the Searing Gorge, one of my favourites so far. Now let me tell you about one of the worst so far. The Blasted Lands. The reason this zone is a pain in the arse. Now watch your eyes, this may be bright to look, but look at this. You need to collect so many of the same things for the same quests. Why is this bad, you might ask? 1, they have a bad drop chance. 2, this area is more congested than people buying toilet roll during lockdown. Now, I'm stubborn and a completionist, but these quests tested me. I went to the auction house on my bank character, Antibank, to look for the items for these quests, and it's 2 gold 50 for 1. Yes, 1. Absolutely no chance am I paying these astonishing prices. And then, after a good amount of time, I finally completed a few of these, but I still had 2 left, and they were the worst of the worst. Basilisk Brains and Vulture Guzzards. Alright, I'll tell you what. I have tried to complete nearly every quest possible, rarely ever leaving a stone untouched, but these 2 quests can go and swivel. I'm done and I abandoned them. It's not worth it. And I just also have to say, by level 55, I was feeling the burn of leveling. I was getting kind of tired of it and I just felt like it was dragging a little bit. And I was slowly contemplating how long it would take for me to even finish this. There was still one quest left for me to do in the Blasted Lands, and I'm not a quitter. And that is, kill these servants of Groll. Now, while looking for them, I noticed to be what seems to be people leveling up their weapon skills on them. They are also Horde, and while I can see the perfect chance here to get me some honor. So as one of them get really low, I run in and ambush him and kill him, vanish and run for my life. Totally worth it, especially if they're taking my quest mobs. I then decide to try and layer hop so I can actually do my quests, and it works. It's just me and all the mobs I need. Then guess who also pops up on my layer? Yeah, and that means they just insta-kill me, as obviously they're not happy with what I just did. After I respawn, I play it super sneaky so I don't die. I only need one more of these mobs, but I notice Warrior is getting slapped about by an elite, and actually dies. So as a Warlock is running for his life, I go up to him, stun him, and wait for the guards to catch him and kill him. And I get my revenge. God, I love playing a rogue. Our next journey takes us back to the Ungoro Crater, where also another one of the world's worst quests in WoW exists. Super Sticky Tar. Now I do something insanely evil, and this is going to be a common thing in this crater. You see how this warrior is walking by with this monkey? Yeah, this is an escort quest. Now he decides to attack my mob that I was going for. So me being petty thinks, alright, watch this. I open on him, and it becomes a fair fight, as warriors are hard for me to take down. I do struggle with them. But with my bleeds rotting him, I eventually managed to kill him. And yeah, I mean, a shaman legit stood there and watched him die. So I guess help out your comrades next time, and don't take my quest mobs. As I'm questing, look who is looking for me. Yeah, the warrior who I ruined his quest for. I'm at a massive disadvantage because I didn't get the opener, and it looks like this is certain death for me and revenge for him. Until a well-timed gouge without berserker rage means I escape him with 1 HP. and he isn't getting me. After a very, very long time and much perseverance, I didn't want to give up on this quest like I did with the ones in Blasted Lands. I finally looted 12 super sticky tar. Trust me, when it comes to this quest, I expect to be here a while. While I was in the jungle, I decided to just finish most of the quests here too. Now, there is a lot at the start, all in a big circle, and a lot to do. It can be a bit overwhelming where to start, but it's mainly just a slaughtering of every single dinosaur in this zone and taking down a huge alpha raptor called Larkanai. Probably said that wrong. Now, after the amount of shit I've caused for some people, I decided to try solo an escort quest myself. We have to take Ringo from one side of Ungoro to the other, and he moves quite fast, so no, not an issue. But he also decides to faint randomly, and you've got to throw water on him to wake him up. As a rogue so far, I've yet to suffer with a single escort quest, and this one is actually no different. I make it all the way to Marshall's Refuge without being killed by all my enemies, and I save Ringo. But death is still a common theme here. I don't share it, as quite frankly, sharing me running for 5+ minutes each time I die would probably suck to watch. But here, look on the map. You spawn at one location in the jungle, and it's quite far east. So dying is not fun, and I want to avoid it. So what do I do to avoid it? I attack a mage with world buffs while he's taking on gorillas and takes my spot, because I'm super clever like that. Then guess what happens when I decide to start attacking gorillas near his body? Well, these gorillas are also a call for help when they're in trouble. So that leaves me with 2 pissed off gorillas beating the shit out of me, and a mage who's mad at me who immediately spawns on top of me. Now, luckily for me, one backstab does kill him again instantly, but I die too. Karma. The Ungoro crater is basically STV 2.0. No mercy, people kill and you get killed. It's how it goes. While making bandages, some dickhead druid just kills me with world buffs, and I'm like, how am I going to get revenge here? This will be difficult. As I run back, I see a rogue struggling and about to die, so I help him out, and he thanks me. I ask him if he sees a druid to kill him, which he says he will help. I end up speaking to a gorilla called Amy Zero. It's the escort that the warrior was taking earlier that I killed. Now, he requires a mithril casing, but I knew this already, so I've already pre-bought one. This allows us to go to the last quest, the escort one, quite fast. But I'm not stupid enough to do this yet. I know that druid is around here somewhere, and I don't want to die while I'm doing it. So I spend a bit of time searching around the cave, and lo and behold, there's Horder everywhere. And there is Dazika. He's got world buffs, both of them, but he's pulled 2 mobs. And I tell my rogue I helped earlier that I found him. But I can see he's struggling more than I thought, so now is my time. I stun him when he's got 3 gorillas on him, and my damage, he has 0 chance, and down he goes. Say bye to your world buffs, friend. I started the escort quest, and honestly, I kind of wish I got a group for this. These gorillas hurt, and I didn't clean the cave first, meaning I gotta kill them all to get out. I'm out of health potions and food once more, but I've not failed one escort quest yet, so you think I'm about to start now? Thanks to the ability Stealth, I just stealth by the gorilla, letting him blend in. Horde players leave me alone, meaning I escort him back safely. Turn in the quest and we hit level 56. Nearly there, guys. It's time to turn up the pace. But first, I've got to show you my most evilest deed yet. I felt so bad. You remember that escort quest Ringo, right from the center? I see a Horde rogue just about to hit the refuge and turn it in. I chase after him in stealth. He knows I'm coming for him, he's running away, but I do get the jump on him and I brutally murder him just before he handed in the escort. Yeah. Sorry. As I went and did my final quest in the jungle, I really did reflect on what I did to that poor rogue, and I felt a little bit of compassion. Was I that evil, or am I just doing my part in ridding the world of Horde rogues that prey on my alliance friends? Who knows? We take down the leader then of the monkeys, Ucha, and with that, we've fully completed the crater. It's time to leave this place behind. As I'm making my way to one of my second favourite places to quest him, just listening to the Ashenvale music made me realise how far I've come and how much I really enjoyed questing at a lower level. But now, let's finish the fight. Enter Felwood, a dark green, deathly zone that you may be wondering, Antijax, why do you like it so much? The quest. It's a quest, and it's mainly just kill quests, my favourite type, with a large focus on Jadenar. Now I PvP non-stop, it's in my blood, nobody's safe really. It's one of my favourite parts about playing a rogue, especially when you take down more than one player at a time. I also ended up killing a warlock after, who brought his chicken friend to hunt me down in the cave for revenge. Now joke's on him. I love chicken. As soon as I see them separate, I pounce and do huge damage to the warlock as a warrior charges him out of nowhere too. He's dead and the chicken sees this and decides not to run but to fight. Silly little Tauren. You're going nowhere. And he dies too. I ended up in a Timbermore farming group where we was going around killing Firbolg after Firbolg for reputation. And our group was that much of a killing machine, even a champion ranked shaman was no match for our leveling party of death, and we destroyed him time after time again. Anyhow, after finish off killing some satyrs and quests, we finally had enough rep to pass through Timbermoor. I reckon I probably could have stealth past it, but there's no fun in skipping stuff now, is there? I arrived then in the snowy zone of Winterspring, and this truly made me feel like I'm near the end now. The quest at the start was, well, killing Firbolgs again, that everyone else was killing, as you get a potion that seems really strong. So it took me a while, but I got there in the end. And while I'm in a group of players trying to kill off some more contested Firbolgs, a warlock enslaved a demon that is now in the camp. It's level 62 and it hurts, and it constantly aggroes on me because of course it does. So while in Winterspring, I can continue with the Onyxia achievement from earlier. So as you see, I have a question mark on my map. It's at the top of the mountain, so I try following a few YouTube guides and exploring myself before I realise I can't make the jump, I'm just too bad. I see a 60 rogue stood next to her, so I ask him, how did you get there? And he tells me to just teleport. In the cave, there is a teleporter, but in the cave there is a lot, and I mean a lot of dragons here from the blue dragonfly. But luckily, once again, I'm a rogue. So I stealth through the whole cave, find a blue circle on the ground, and this takes us to Hala, where she gives us our final quest in the achievement. But it requires us to kill the last boss in UBRS, which is up a Blackrock Spire, a dungeon we've got zero chance of getting an invite to right now. What's funny is, in SOD I came across this camp as a horde, and I felt no sympathy for the dwarves. But as a human, these disgusting rabid beasts kill some of our own, and they must pay. These beasts also hurt like hell too, but I slaughter villages of them until we loot an amulet. So we took a slight break from Winterspring to travel the worlds and turn in quests, and this is where I see a warlock called Woman Juice. Now this little shit is all about PvP. She keeps casting soul fires at me, but as we're in the Barrens, she isn't flagged for PvP. So I wait for her to cast it, and then I vanish at the same second, meaning I take 0 damage from the attack. I then open on her, but she gets off a death coil on me. Then she fears me, which is basically a 15-second stun because it never breaks. Eventually it does break, but I'm nearly dead from dots, so I have to health potion. As I get close to this guy, they've even got invisibility potions. So I decide, as I'm definitely dead anyways, to pretend that I'm going to run away to bait him out, which they fall for, as I hit a vanish predicting it. I'm now on my deathbed, so I just run at them trying to do as much damage as I can. In fact, they even try to net me as I land a kidney shot on them and I land a stun, but I'm just too low and they barely beat me with everything. But it was a good fight. Now after speaking to the Tauren woman, who speaks some weird language to summon a big water elemental, and honestly I wanted to kill her for after what she put my sod shaming through, I really did, but I just couldn't. I went back to town where the warlock was waiting for me once more, and there wasn't much I could do. Now I thought the guards here would beat the shit out of her for attacking me, so I ran to them. But they didn't do anything to help me, and to top it off, some level 60 rogue decides to open on me too, and kill me. Fantastic. I've just had a thought. Did I take off the at war with Booty Bay? I'm not sure. Well, this warlock really didn't like me, as I laughed at her and ran away, and she left her bolt to chase me down. So I distracted her off the bridge. See ya. In order to finish off some zones, it had me travelling once again for just one quest. I had to bait a gnoll to loot some herbs, in order to get another herb. This herb gives us some sort of elixir that we've got to deliver. Back in Felwood, we teamed up with some druids down in Shadowhold on some of the final quests there. They told me about a cage I had to open, so I sat in front of it for ages, thinking they were just trolling me, but then out comes a night elf from it. Now this night elf is a escort quest. Of course it is, but this night elf is also out for blood. She attacks every single thing in sight, so it takes quite a while to get through Shadowhold in the first place. And once again, I'm so scared of being ganked doing this quest. But we make it out of Shadowhold unscathed. But then an elite spawn, the spirit of Trey Lightforge, and he does really good damage to me. But we nuke him down and we complete the quest, as she then just runs straight out of existence. Now I have an encounter with someone here that I want to show. So I run past this orc warrior called Jupi, and we both target each other, but we don't attack. I then start killing some mobs, and then Jupi appears. I wave at him and he waves at me. He walks up to me, so I pet him and we exchange a few emotes, and I notice he's scared of me. Probably knows that I'd kill him. Then I notice he takes off his weapon and punches me. Alright, I see what you want. Let's do it. And the fist fight begins. Now he may be an orc, but I'm Antijax. He starts off doing a lot more damage than me, but I notice he's using his class abilities, giving himself an attack buff. So in return, I use Blade Fury to give me attack speed, but he's still winning. I then get a trinket buff too, so we're pretty even as we start punching the shit out of each other, running around in circles. I then start dodging a lot and critically hitting him, putting us at a very even amount of damage, until I see him start to use Thunderclap and swap into his stances. I I actually have the ultimate way to take him out. As I'm about to die and so is he, I evasion on 1%. We're both a few hits away from victory as I start to feel kinda bad for using it, but he charges me, stunning me. So I deliver a final punch to his face and I kill him in hand-to-hand combat. By the way, I still got my chicken always following me watching what I do. I also lived on 20 HP. So I give him a salute and I let him rest in peace until he respawns right in front of me and salutes me too. We then both wave goodbye on our mounts facing the opposite way and leave each other. I like that dude, Joopy. On to our final Felwood quest, and it's got us finding the mangled body of Trey Lightforge and putting his remains to rest. We move back to Winterspring now, where I met two interesting chaps, one of them being this warlock called Destroyer. I'm not going to say it, but I want to put emphasis on the fact his name is spelled with a Q and not what you think it is. The second guy is called Peef. He's just finished watching a video of mine, funny enough. Both of them join me as we've got to take down a Winterfell leader as we've practically finished this whole zone 2. Now I arrive first, and as I go in, a hunter at max level attacks me. And I'm like, alright, I'm out of here. And I tell my group, Horde's about. So now I get away, but this little shit is so dead set on killing me, they've chased me into the mountains using potion. I do manage to recover with a health pot before Peef the hero comes to my rescue. This hunter then pops some sort of invincibility potion too, then uses iron grenades and everything to kill me and survive himself, but me and Peef together, well, mainly Peef, destroy the hunter. Then, as we're entering the camp again, I got my first ever genuinely one-shot by a warrior who was also pissed at me for some reason. Now, we did kill the chieftain, and Peef told an amazing dad joke, but my footage has gone MIA, so I'll tell you just so you can witness his sheer wit. What does a janitor say that jumps out of the closet? Supplies. Yep, amazing joke, I know. Full credit to that one for Peef. The final quest was just killing Yeti matriarchs for their fur, and also another escort. Yes, another one, my favourite. That I also failed instantly because even though I'm sat here reading the text, I run away distracted. Fantastic. After this super long escort, because she likes to get her ass beat by Moonkins, I get this actually really cool lore and roleplay piece, and it's tied up this arc about the Moonkin and Elune really well. I kind of enjoyed it. By the way, didn't die on this escort either, so that's always a plus. And finally, we had to take on some elite level 60 giants. No, we didn't. I just stealthed around there and got the crystals that way. With Winterspring behind us, and we are literally 1 XP off dinging 58, I finally decided to start increasing my reputation with factions. Now to do this, you need around 40 of each cloth. So pretty pricey, but after turning them in, they also give XP too. So this stings us 58. Remember that quest for them weird vials earlier? I found the follow-up quest, and it's to go to Tannerus, and here what they want you to do is drink the potion in the great... Oh, and I'm dead. Oh. Cool, nice quest. It's part of a quest chain for someone called Lincoln, which makes me think of Link from Zelda in his little green Red Robin Hood outfit. What the end goal of this is a very long and hippity hop all over Azeroth quest chain. All you have to do in the end is kill a fire elemental called Blaze Runner. Now this footage has also gone MIA, but basically a level 69 warlock soloed it while I cried in the corner. The rewards are good though, a decent sword and a cool trinket. We are now approaching the end of the video. It's time for the end game. I joined a BRD group. A full run this time to clear as many quests possible to get attuned to raids and maybe get some loot. The Trinket Hand of Justice is reserved, so I can't roll on it, but it is what it is. Now the whole run takes a while, so I'm just going to talk about a few key things here. First one being this arena. It's got a chance to spawn different bosses with different loot, and I think there's some sort of after one for all different kind of classes. Out comes a guy I've never seen, and people start getting hyped in the chat saying, chest please, mainly the warrior. Well, I've always been Rogue Jesus, me. So if you're around me, safe to say most of the time, you get what you want. So there's an epic chest for you. It's safe to say that I found out that chest was pretty rare later on. Some warriors run this 300 times or so to get it. This leveling warrior got it first try. That's amazing. We then killed General Angerforge, but no trinket drops for me again. And I looked at my XP bar and damn, we're flying. We also wiped, sort of, but me and the priest escaped through a window, and then we did some parkour shenanigans for a while to stop us going for an insanely long run back. Also, you might now be wondering why I've just swapped to an eye patch rather than the wolf head. I looted a random blue helmet that's got a 2% crit chance, so I took it. Not sure if it's good or not, but I'm sure at 60 I'll find out what stats I should be aiming for. Anyway, after heading to the entrance of Molten Core, we can get the core fragment, and now we're attuned to the raid. Now we eventually make it to the last boss's room, which is the Emperor and Princess Moira. Now, I wanted to save her to get the quest, and because something's about to happen that nobody realised. So we beat down on Moira Bronzebeard for her bad choices, and we kill her, but no loot, and the mage loots my pre-bis boots apparently. I'm like, WTF, why have you just looted my boots? And we fight the Emperor. Honestly, pretty easy tank and spank. I'm doing very good damage as a dagger rogue still, and me and the mage are trying to figure out how he looted the boots. Anyways, it turns out if you haven't saved the princess like I wanted to, you can't loot her. Go figure. So remember folks, if it's your first time in BRD, save her, because you get a cool ring too. The rest of the dungeon then went okay too, until a mob ninja pulls other mobs. Just as the warrior said, alright, nothing got pulled, and oh shit, we're in trouble. It looks as if the green beams are healing beams, so I attack and focus all the mobs, and we somehow survive this ordeal. I then turn in my quest to get the key to BRD, as I'm still neglecting my lockpicking, and that was my experience with it. Just a smooth run with a bit of loot and a savage gladiator chain chest. I think I lost my previous boots, but I also got a shit ton of XP. We head to the dwarf village to start our turn-ins and we ding 59 ready for this last level. Let's do this. Right, there's 2 dungeons I need to do now for this last level. Lower Blackrock Spire and Upper Blackrock. So the Lower Blackrock Spire started at my time, which was 2:24. I'll just skip ahead as nothing eventful happened and it was a very slow run. So we are pulling these packs of orcs down below. Mind you, look at my XP bar by the way, nearly halfway, and we wipe because somebody ninja pulled a whole of a pack, making this already long run even longer, with a long run back too. Perfect. Nearly 2 hours later, we finally arrive at the event thing for Urdok, where people are scared of even doing it because they're worried we'll wipe. I say to them, as long as we CC and focus them, we shouldn't wipe, right? So the healer's doing their best, but it's an onslaught of ogres, and he's running dry on mana. The boss comes out, but the healer is completely tapped, and there's still 3 ogres alive, and tank is about to die. I'm starting to peel my head off, kinning the boss, trying to stop damage, but the tank does die, and oh, we are in trouble. But I decide to start using my brain. How can I stop us from wiping? I have full aggro the boss and he's CCable. So if I CC him and keep running and keep spamming it, our group can recover, right? But we still had an ogre sheet. I'm low with no way to recover, so I decided to try something I heard about back in the comment of one of my first videos. The fence strategy. Jumping up and down off ledges. The boss is then really low, and what happens when we get him low after all this? I get fade into some scarabs. An army of them then goes for the group, and oh shit. I do kill the boss, I loot my quest item because I know what's about to come. Yeah, certain death for the whole party again. Marvelous. Alright, 2.5 hours later, I don't know if this is normal timing, but I can tell you it felt like an eternity. We finally killed the last boss. He dropped nothing of value, and I'm just itching to get out of here now. I got a lot of XP, but not a lot of quests got done. All in all, it was worth it, and the only reason I'm here is this quest, General Drakif Command, which now requires us to go to the Upper Blackrock Spire, and we can do 2 birds with 1 stone here. After traveling around the world handing in quests, we are so close to level 60, I can taste it, feel it. I'm back in the jungle doing anything I can for XP, even going from one side of the zone to the other just for 1 quest to try and ding. I eventually found a group for Upper Blackrock Spire, and this was to complete my level and hopefully the quests. The first bosses was very uneventful. These groups are gear war hardened veterans that spam this stuff over and over for gear. We then fight War Chief Rend and his dragon Gif. This is where the loot's at. The dragon melts, and I'm not doing too bad damage. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I'm doing bad damage. Shortly after that, War Chief Rend falls too, but he doesn't drop anything good for us. As we make our way to the depths of this dungeon, we encounter none other than the Beast. Yes, that's his name, the Beast, and he's a beast. Our group's damage is flying, and I'm just feared 24/7. We do kill him, and he drops some legs that give hit, crit, and dodge with 5 agility. I wonder if they're better than my legs. I end up taking some advice from Leolfa, and after thinking about it, I need it, and I win myself some good legs. Also, I think I ninja pull or something, because we get swamped and swarmed, and we all die. Oopsie. Thankfully, we've got a soul stone, so that's great. Anyway, shortly after, we make it to the last boss, General Drakosh, and I'm probably back to mispronouncing names. I'm about 2 bars from level 60, and the boss fight is really easy. A mage kites the boss away from us while we deal with the 2 ads before people actually do start dying, which starts to scare me. In fact, a lot of people start dying, and I just want to kill the boss. We keep going and pump as much damage as we can as we bring him extremely low before we actually kill him. He drops really crap loot, but we get his blood, and we also go and get the Brand of Drakish. This is an achievement for Blackwing Glare, but that's for a different patch in a story. After turning in the quest for General Drakish, we are so close to leveling, and we also get a very good trinket with a flat 2% critical strike increase. Insane. And in a fitting kind of way, we've got 1 quest left to turn in. And that's our Onyxia achievement. Right at the top of the mountain, we once again take our teleport to the top of it. As we walk over to her to turn it in, we get attuned to Onyxia and we ding level 60. And the leveling journey comes to an end. I went straight to Ironforge to clear up my bags, sell stuff on the auction house, go to our rogue trainer and learn every single spell I possibly can, even if it costs an arm and a leg. Then I head to the war room, ready for what adventurers lie next. Holy hell, what a journey. This is how our gear is looking as we reach that end game. We are still dagger rogues, all the way from 1 to 60, we didn't stuck by it. I got a Rage Fury eye patch, some legs, our dungeon tier belt, our Priebus ring, and an insane trinket. But my quest to master Classic WoW is far from over. With us finally reaching the max level of 60 last week, it's time to truly try and master Classic WoW. As right now there is only Phase 1 and 2 out, there is several things we have to do before we can say we went from a noob to a pro, so let's jump in. I have only just dinged level 60 and already I accept a summon, and you might be wondering, where to? If you've played WoW a lot, you know exactly where I am, and that is Onyxia's lair. It's a raid I spent a long time getting attuned to as we leveled up, but I don't even have a PvE spec set up right now. I don't even have max sword skill, which means I won't even be able to hit the dragon. I also spent a lot of time inspecting some people around me, and oh my god, yeah, I am probably not geared enough to do this, but I'll give it a go. And as you can see, I'm desperately trying to rank up my swords before Onyxia. Now, actually the smart move would have been to just stay with my daggers, but I like to really try and do my best every time I do something. I didn't want to be kicked because I thought daggers was really bad for endgame content. It's not, I just didn't know this at the time. But to be honest, I had no chance of going at a raid boss with such underleveled swords. So I went back to my PvP spec, hoping it'll do and we don't wipe with me being bottom DPS, and I'm kicked from the raid. The leader wants people to pre-pop something called a fire potion, and of course I don't have one because I'm so unprepared. But he's selling them to people for 3 gold each, so why not? We are nearly ready to take on this dragon. The leader gives a huge explanation on what to do, and it's time for our first raid. The timer runs down and the tank runs in, followed by us, a group of adventurers all here to slay the dragon, take her loot and put an end to her devious schemes. And I play it so safe. I don't even dare attack until everybody else is already starting to fill up the meters, and then I start. Of course I get hit by a tail, instantly knocking us into the whelps, several times I might add. Oops. Other than this, her HP is practically disappearing, way faster than I originally anticipated. Now Onyxia has 3 phases. This was phase 1. Phase 2, she gets really mad at you and goes into the air. She summons all of her children and they've got to be slain. Meanwhile, she's shooting down fireballs from the sky, and I'm trying my best to just not die. Once the whelps are taken care of, it's our job to do as much damage as we can to activate stage 3, and the final stage. This is actually the hardest part of the fight. She fears people now, and if the tank doesn't get threat and DPS decide to pop off, your raid can easily wipe. Thankfully for us, our raid does everything perfect, and we hit the final phase. But look at my damage. I am last. Yep, bottom DPS. It's to be expected. I'm just happy to be here. But we bring down our first boss, Onyxia. And honestly, no loot for us unfortunately, but within 30 minutes of leveling up to 60, we've already killed our first raid boss. Once this was done, I spent a little bit of time going back to the rogue trainer just to set up an actual PvP max level spec so we can perform better. Because after all, we are in the end game now. It also still makes me laugh that when you see people getting as confused as I did back at the start, when Onyxia spawns in the center of Stormwind sometimes, and young adventurers are confused and they've got no clue what's going on. So if I was to tell you I got into a Molten Core run straight after this, would you believe me? No? Neither would I. The leader advertised his group as Ragnaros only and offered 2 SRs rather than the 1, which we can use on Ragnaros, so it sounds extremely compelling, giving us a high chance at Ragnaros loot. Now SR stands for soft reserve, which means that on this external website you can choose an item and soft reserve it. You then only roll on that item if it drops versus other people that have soft reserved it. Now naturally some of the raid is not happy with this, and I understand that, but for people joining a run that's obviously not going so well, why do they risk their lockout? So it's a bit crap on both parts, I understand that. So anyway, we head to the raid as fast as I can, and when I enter, I ask for a summon straight to Ragnaros to the start of the fight, as they said they were waiting for everybody. Turns out they lied. They were already pulling the boss. And now this means I am saved, stuck at the start of the raid, and I'm on my own. Oh, so as I make my way to Ragnaros' room, I see people dying already. and when I arrive, he's only at around 50%, and the fact they needed people for this part makes me realise this may not be going so well. There's also a lot of offline people too. I tried to get to Ragnaros, but I actually failed the lava jump because I've not really used it yet, and I died too. All I can do to help the raid is just watch from my corpse, but it don't go well. They get him sort of low before everybody dies and the raid wipes, and that sucks. Going forward, everybody just starts leaving, so I got locked for nothing. But then again, I'm a freshie, so I don't mind too much. I then get a whisper off this guy saying that I got what I deserved. I did nothing wrong. I just joined and stuck to the leader's rules. I tried to reply to him, but he's ignored me. I don't know why he's so pissed, but that was my first 1 hour at max level. Anyway, it's time for the true end game. The ups and the downs, getting gear and getting ready to kill Ragnaros properly. So sit back, relax, listen to my journey if you're on your second monitor, or watch it if you're not, as we really try to master classic WoW. So our humble journey once again starts in the Badlands, where me and a warrior are leveling up our weapon skills on the Servants of Groll. If you do remember the other episodes, I was actually killing Horde as I leveled that were doing this, and now it's our turn. After many hours, we get to our max of 305 skill thanks to being a human, and we continue. We really need to improve our gear, and while we have some very good items, we can get better. I've got about 300 gold, and the Devil Saw legs and the Devil Saw hands look extremely tempting, I won't lie. I was so close to dropping all of my gold on these two items, but I did opt against it, and this will turn out to be a smart decision. I was also going to buy my Shadowcraft Rogue set, but once again I decided for now to just wait. I did buy an item, however, and it is a book. This book gives us a quest, that gives us a trinket, that gives us 2% hit, which is insanely important. So the Devil Saw items I just shown you at the auction house come from Devil Saws in the Ungoro crater. You can skim them, and well, I see a Horde on his own fighting one of these monsters already. I pop my cold blood, which gives me a 100% chance to crit, but as an orc, he resists my stun. In fact, I open on this guy way too early looking back, as he blinds me. Then he kills a Devil Saw and runs away. I did go to skin it, but until this guy's looted it, I can't. He managed to make a getaway, and I'm stuck looking at a Devil Saw, waiting for him to appear. And what do you know? The rogue manages to get a sap on me first, meaning I'm so dead. This guy looks like he's got every piece of PvP gear already, and while I make a run for it, escape him, he's way too quick and skins his Devil Saw before I could do anything. Damn it. From there on out, we had a couple of fights, but as a fresh 60, I just really can't compete with him as much as I try, and he kills me. So it's the very next day, and it's early morning, and I try my luck at hunting down some of these dinosaurs. I really want their leather for either gold or that armor. I'm really not bothered which one. And I must say, something was pretty fun about running around the zone in the morning, with it being foggy too, waiting for a massive dinosaur to pop out. It truly gave me prehistoric vibes. But trying to find these Devil Saws, I heard, is very tricky. I think there's only 4 in a zone, not to mention the competition and the fact they are dangerous too. But as I come around the mountain, I notice a huge dino, and this is my chance. My heart was kind of racing, and I don't know if Horde are around or in stealth and they're going to kill me. I don't even know if I can kill it, but I'm going to try. One thing I noticed straight away is that the Devil Saw hurts, but my PvP spec is doing really good damage. I actually managed to kill the Devil Saw pretty quickly, skin it, and we get our first piece of leather. Farming didn't always go so great for me though, so while I did find Devil Saws back to back, if I got unlucky with my evasion, or if they crit me, I was toast. I don't really have enough gear to kill these consistently every single time, and it sucks when they eat you, giving you a very long corpse run back, and the chance for competition to take your mobs, which this guy does, but he didn't skin it instantly, as he didn't know I'm there, so I kinda take his skin, I think. Oops. I heard that these dinos can have sort of a long spawn timer too compared to everything else in the zone, but while I was back in the jungle, I came across these giants all the time, sometimes even just a few minutes apart, and I really did get a rush from doing this. So after farming up some leather and with some gold and the help of my friend Leofa, we can now get ourselves the Devil Saw set. Now I don't have the patterns as a leather worker, but Leofa does, so he kindly makes me the gear, giving us a very big upgrade on our gear as our journey begins. Now after having a look at what kind of gear I need to aim for and seeing people post in the looking for group tool, I decided to use what remains of my gold to not save up for an epic mount, to buy some gear instead. You have friends that farm dungeons in a duo or a trio to get certain items, so I pay a paladin and a warrior friend for an item. A few minutes later they kill the boss and the item I wanted drops first try, the Satyr Bow. It's really powerful thanks to the chance to hit, and right now that's what we want a lot of, to make sure that we get hit capped. After trading the paladin paladin, 30 gold, I received the bow in my bags. Not a bad start to the day. Naturally, after being AFK, I'm dead, as always, and Leofa is coming to help me open a door in Dire Maul. The book that I bought earlier from the auction house that gave us a quest, and this is where we turn it in. First though, she trades me a Chrono Boon Displacer. This was an item added to allow you to store your world buffs, but more on this soon. Then we talk to the Night Elf, who gives us a lovely trinket with a 2% chance to hit. Our next stop on this journey to master the Endgamer Classic is the undead streets of Stratholme, where zombies roam and ghouls reside. We have to collect some of their plague body samples too for quests, and I wanted to try and get everything done. However, there is two sides to this dungeon, the living and the dead, and we're doing the living. The living is home to the Scarlet Crusade, who are fanatics that take this undead killing way too far, but we've got a very good group that was just blasting through. Leofa offered to accompany on me during my dungeon experiences too, because there is a set of gear I'm targeting as well. I also start to have some of my Rogue Jesus luck come back to me. Not for me, no, but for others around me. They always seem to get their items relatively fast when I'm in the group, as this Warrior's Bracer drops that he says he's been farming for quite a while. Also, I heard there may be a quest item that might allow me to get a piece of gear in here, the Medallion of Faith, but this paladin takes it. I ask him if it's a quest item, and he then tells me,
I don't know. I deleted it.
you little shit. After finding out it was, he says,
Oh well.
lovely guy. But then a righteous orb drops, and apparently you want to always need these as they are very, very expensive, but I don't win it. Also, another orb drops a few seconds later. This time I do win the roll, as if you win one, you then pass on the next. That's how this works. So I'm super excited to see how much these actually are. We then kill Cannon Master Willie, a boss I'll probably be here for a while for some dungeon gear, but he doesn't drop anything of value to us. Before we make it to the last boss of the dungeon, Grand Crusader. Well, it's actually Balnazar, and honestly my damage isn't bad, but it isn't great. Hard to judge it right now, as I'm getting mind controlled. And that was my first experience with Stratholme. He does drop some shoulders that have a very high amount of agility, and we win them, so that's a good run. I quickly pop to the auction house after to sell off my stuff and see how much the orb is going for, and it's worth 56 gold. That is nuts. Back to dungeons, and there is one now that is going to be a pain, an extreme amount of pain, and that is Skullomance. It's also full of cultist ghosts, undeads, and ghouls, and we have to clear the place. Loot wise, the main thing I want is a quest right now, which I'll show you soon, but the whole reason I am in dungeons is this set, the Shadowcraft set. It's our tier 0.5 dungeon, and the 6 piece gives us a really nice effect, having a chance to restore energy, and that's what I want to work towards. Some of the pieces you can buy from the auction house, but they are expensive, and as I have Devil Soul gear, it's really not worth the gold right now, so time to grind. The plus side for us in Skullomance is the dungeon can drop 2 pieces of rogue gear, the boots and the helmet, so surely there is a high chance we get a piece early on. The first boss that can drop an item is Rattlegore. Naturally no drop for us first try. After this boss, our next item we want is the last boss, and there is plenty, and I mean plenty more bosses and trash to kill before we can get to him. Now this isn't a bad thing, as there is some armor we can get here too, but more on that soon. We are on a quest chain as well that will have us come in and out of the dungeon 3 times. Yep, 3 back to back, but the reward is worth it. Once we kill every boss here, Darkmaster Gandlin spawns, and he's the final boss who can drop our helmet. And on our first kill, no helmet, so we're probably going to be here a while. On our next run of the dungeon, we do see some good rogue gloves drop, the Cardivorous gloves, but as I have a Devil Soul set, I actually don't need them, but Leofa does. As they've helped me out tremendously, I just decided to pass on everything. So for the second time, we killed the Darkmaster, no helmet, and I started to get a hatred for this dungeon. It's a pretty long one, and I wasn't a fan of it, but now we are on the final quest, and this will be our reward. Mirror's Song, a fantastic sword upgrade that can last us for an insane amount of time. Also, one thing about Skull too is these disease ghouls. If you don't pay attention, or you tab out, or you look away for 1 second, well, you die to the green gas cloud. That happened to me a lot. We did eventually get lucky because on trash, the Shadowcraft bracers dropped, something I was thinking about buying, but it cost around 80 gold at the time, so I opted to pass. And we win them, and I just equip them rather than sell. So we're starting to grow in power. But then as we kill Lady Elucia Barov, she drops a leather belt with a lot of attack power. And I opt to just pass this too, as Leofa is starting to gather the set. But there is a very, very rare item of this set, the chest piece, that if it drops, I will roll on. Darkmaster Gandalf Gandlin once more doesn't drop my Shadowcraft helmet, and I hate this old guy. But the plus side is, in one sitting, we completed our final quest, giving us Mirror's Song, a super strong sword, and for now, Scholomance defeated me. Taking a break from that awful place, I start what is going to be an expensive and long grind, turning in Runecloth to this Night Elf for reputation. When I said I don't like my horse, I meant it. The whole plan now is to get exalted with Darnassus, get a tiger, and get a fast tiger at that. I'm now into Revered by about 3,000 out of 21,000, which isn't much, but it means not long to go. And once again, I'm having to save low levels from being terrorized by rogues. They don't learn the lesson, so I have to put them down. Alright, fine. I won't lie. I was addicted to running Scholomance. I'm too goddamn stubborn. I need to get my items, but each group sometimes came with their own individual issues. Dark Runes is an item that gives you mana and can easily cause anger in your group for DPS and healers and put them head to head, with people leaving groups if they don't get all of them. And while I lived in here eventually, something dropped. One of the previous items for rogues and many other classes. The Carnivorous Chess with 8 strength, 8 agility and 60 attack power. It's a must have. Now I've got a green chest piece, but Leofa does want it too, and we lose it to a 100 roll. As much as that does sting, it is what it is. My dungeon experience just went from bad to worse. I took breaks from each one when I got tired for different environments and targeting different pieces of loot, but some groups were just not meant to be, with overpulls, deaths, people leaving, and just a waste of time in general. I was losing faith on gearing my rogue up. Rattlegore and Darkmaster Gandlin are the bane of my existence. I was getting desperate. I started to offer myself as a sacrifice to each boss. As my damage grew, so did my threat, and Rattlegore beat the shit out of me with his friend. As I type, a sacrifice for the boots, and they finally do drop, finally giving us our free set. And it felt amazing to finally get an item from here, I can't lie. While the actual upgrade is pretty shit, it's like 2 agility extra, it's all about getting that set bonus, and my luck continued for a little while later. Shadowcraft braces drop one more time, and I win them, so topping up my already high 463 gold to a massive amount, making it so soon I could possibly afford an epic mount. My loot just started to get better. We went to Stratholme Living again to see my old mate Cannon Master Willie, and bam, he drops my shoulder pads, meaning we don't have to come to this part of the dungeon ever again. And now I'm really starting to feel good, and we're starting to look like a really max level rogue. Then a Righteous Sword drops, and I win that too, meaning more gold, and I'm just drowning in luck right now. With my luck starting to flow and an Onyxia reset just happening, it was time to dive into the belly of the beast once again and slay us a dragon. With how easy it was last time, I'm feeling insanely good. I've reserved a sword and I'm hoping it'll drop. We pull the boss and the tank can't get aggro, people are pumping DPS and the tank instant dies, which can only mean one thing. A very pissed off Onyxia with no warrior to stop her eating and burning everyone. And the raid wipes. Ah, shit. Alright, mistakes happen, we go again. Everything is going much better this time, until P3 happens. Now P3 was where she comes down, and if you pump her or don't get threat, well, this happens. She starts decimating people, and all of a sudden, Onyxia becomes a pretty hard boss, and we wipe again. In fact, we wipe after that too, at like 1%. I just couldn't kill her, and people kept leaving and coming. I was about to give up, but we do eventually get the kill on her. After I died, of course, and I had this shout at me.
That's a fucking 50 DKP minus!
Yeah, but she dropped nothing. Just druid stuff, and it wasn't worth it. I decided to get myself 2 fiery weapon enchants too, as my gear was coming along. I thought I need to put a bit more effort in. We looted the Eye of Rend from our Upper Blackrock Spire run, which is a tiny upgrade over our current one, but I'm always going to show you guys most of my upgrades. While I'm in this dungeon, I get a message off somebody called Heavy Drizzle, who offers me a proposition. He tells me he hosts smooth molten core runs, and after my first experience, I'd like to experience what a molten core is like. Or maybe he's lying and it's going to be awful, but I'm in anyways. So with a few days until our proper first raid, it was really time I got some gear, so I can try and do as much damage as possible. On the last boss, I sacrificed myself once more for another piece of dungeon gear, but it doesn't work. A sick ring does, however, the Painweaver band. I don't win this though. A mage even pressed need on it. Honestly, mages are always needed on shit. This will be a common thing I'll experience at my max level journey. Also, I am very uneducated when it comes to items in Classic. Common greens can be worth a lot of money as a group is arguing about it, so I need to keep an eye on this going forward. While waiting for a tank outside Skolo ready for the dungeon, wait, no, wrong clip. I started to find out how greedy tanks can be. They want pain to run dungeons, and it's incredibly hard sometimes to find tanks. So yeah, I had to pay sometimes, even if it was a paladin, just so we can keep going in over and over and over. I mean, Leofa is a trooper. They didn't have to put themselves through what I was going through, but they did, and we both kept each other going. We killed the Lawkeeper, and he dropped the leather attack power boots this time. Then we killed the Doctor, who dropped the leather attack power belt. Instructor then dropped the rogue tier braces. Then Barov dropped the ancient bow bone. You cannot tell me that this run was not a rogue run. Then even the Ravian dropped the leather attack power gloves, but still no helmet. I hate Skullomance. I needed breaks in between farming these dungeons. Well, to rank, you actually have to do Altered Valley, and a lot of it. It isn't too bad as a rogue, as you're probably one of, if not the best PvP class, and you guys know I love PvP. Now at the time, I didn't really know how this worked, with Alliance not caring if they lose fast, so I always took it upon myself to try and wipe the Horde so we could win, and it actually works and I wipe them. And if you get a couple of good stuns on their kiters, they all die. With it now being Wednesday and a fresh reset for the honor ranks, I log in to see I achieve rank 6, so now I'm a knight. As much as I'm not having too much fun farming AV currently, I can't say I've mastered Classic WoW without getting to the max rank, can I? Which at the moment is 11, so I am a long way off. But this allows us now to enter the champion room. Depending on your rank, this allows you to purchase powerful armor or weapons that help in PvE too and give you a lot of stamina. Items such as regents, weapons and mounts. I can see that a mount is only 90 gold. Yeah, 90 gold for an epic mount. Maybe this is what I'm going to go for. Anyway, back to dungeons, and I joined a UBRS for my chest piece. There's only one other rogue in here, and he told me he doesn't need or want the chest. And I'm like, alright, maybe it'll drop for me. That's one less dungeon to farm. Believe it or not, the chest piece actually does drop this run, and I'm super happy because I'm starting to really get gear now. And also, Pain Weaver Band, huge items. I need on both of them, but the rogue's not rolling. And now he's wanting it all of a sudden. He already has a PvP set, and he did tell me he didn't need it, but now he does. Alright, it is what it is. He waits until everyone left before he's starting to decide. So he rolls need, and I win it. I drop it deserved, and I leave. And that gives us now the dungeon chest piece. I wouldn't have cared if he told me he didn't want it, but the game's the game, I guess. After this, it's back to our lovely Skullomance. I know, amazing. I've been running this place over and over and over. Never seen the helmet. But I do provide that rogue Jesus look for people like this warrior who's been farming her boots, and they drop. So I'm happy that other people are getting the loot they deserve. Of course, it's not a Skullomance run without me being dead, as I swap songs or do something every time, and it's always on these goddamn ghouls. The helmet just never drops for me. I started to hate this dungeon with a passion. I had seen every class helmet multiple times without the rogue one, but I am not a quitter, I just keep on going. But in between these runs, I was looking at main hand weapons, and as I'm still using the good old Thrash Blade, and after checking out some lists and guides, I came across this bad boy. Crow Blade. Now it's actually twice the price of the Sword of Zeal, which does just as good damage apparently as Crow Blade. It just doesn't look as good and it's not epic, but it's 220 gold, so it's still pricey. But oh well, I'm probably going to get value out of it anyway for a long time, so after much pondering, I just buy it. And in fact, it makes a huge difference right away. I can feel the damage difference from just getting it, and it's such a good feeling getting an upgrade, I must say. I'm keeping up with Leofa in damage now, and all that would make this better is that helmet drop. No, of course it doesn't drop. I also have this Yeti pet that I accidentally summoned in a room that is perhaps a worse place to summon a little Yeti who gives no shits and will run and fire everything. The little Yeti literally pulls everything, causing us a lot of problems. But I needed some sort of entertainment running this place, I tell you. This run though, it had a different feeling. We started off fast and then we slowed down to a crawl. All of the mage's gear he wanted dropped for him, which gave me hope that Blizzard would finally put a rogue item at the end. I'm not kidding. Leofa asked me as well if I can feel it this run or not, and I said to them, no. I've fully given up now. I think like every piece of Necropile gear dropped. Anyhow, we finally got to Darkmaster Gandlin for the 172nd time, and once again, it's probably not going to drop. The mage's stuff will, and we're all arguing on what we want. I get teleported away thanks to this boss's mechanic, and look, it drops. I didn't even realise. Finally, after all this time, I get my Shadowcraft helmet. With a happy dance, I equipped it, and now we are nearly fully geared for MC. As we leave, we're looking more and more like a rogue, and we can finally say goodbye to this place. But quest-wise, there was still a mission we had to do, and that was assassinate a Horde member. When it comes to killing Horde, I'm always up for that. At the Bulwark, as you enter the zone for the undead, it's Alexei Barov, and it's our job to kill him and collect his head. He screams out for help as we attack him, but unfortunately, help won't come for you. to, and we slay him. On the turn in, this gives us a trinket that is more flavorful than useful, I think. We have a long quest chain now for a very, very good item, and it's a necklace. It's off Tyrion Fordring, and he has us collect a lot of items off the animals and undead around the Plague Lands. While I was killing every single creature, I also killed the other creatures that call themselves the Horde. It was my responsibility to keep world PvP going, and I always killed everybody, as this then would encourage people hunting each other down. This warrior was a PvP geared warrior, who also got the jump on me after, but by slowing him and running away and letting my bleeds do their thing, he's got no chance, and I put him down easily. Part of this quest chain also had us going back to dungeons to loot a family portrait as we try and hunt down Tyrion's son, who is part of the Scarlet Crusade. The final part of this quest has us put on a disguise so we can infiltrate the main camp of the Scarlet Crusade. Mind you, it's nearly midnight for me, and I'm not so much of a late night gamer as I used to be now I'm getting older, but the final quest is an escort, and you have a timer on your disguise, so I logged out to try and save as much of it as I could. As I log back on, we encounter a horde who were living there peacefully until I appear and I slay him, and we have a full party of people too. Now, Tyrion's son, the High Lord, is perhaps the slowest NPC I've ever encountered in my life. He walks on a giant horse and barely moves. It's now 12:30 and I'm tired, but this questline was awesome, highly recommend doing it. Tyrion's son slaughters everyone until he comes across a Grand Inquisitor. The Grand Inquisitor then kills him. So sad. I mean, I'm so not happy that you died after you walked 1 mile an hour, but yeah. Anyway, well then comes Tyrion, who starts to go mental and avenge his son. I decide that he probably needs a bit of help, and we all slaughter the Scarlet Crusade. With this all done, I don't know why he doesn't resurrect his son, he is a paladin after all, but Talon is dead, and we turn on our quest to get the Mark of the Fordring, a pre-best in slot neck with a 1% chance to crit and 26 attack power. Our gear is now truly coming along. Time to get even more though, and use some more of my gold now. By paying a hunter that can solo a Dire Maul tribute run and spending about 40 gold, we get a tarnished elven ring. With 15 agility and 1% chance to hit, it's a fantastic ring, for the price too, and once again I'm glad to get. While I'm here, I can also collect my world buffs ready for Molten Core and use my Chrono Boon to put them away. Alright, now I've got something really cool that can be done with rogues. In Blackrock Depths with General Angerforge, the trinket I spoke about, Hand of Justice, is best in slot for a lot of classes, and can even last you into later phases, and it's extremely sought after. Now I've got a bit of gear. I asked Leolfa if they want to try and two-man this, and see if it's even possible. We meet up and we clear to the boss, and Leolfa's got full world buffs on, and we come up with a strategy where they're going to pull first to tank it with evasion, and then I need to rip threat and tank it with my evasion. So we pull him and we pop all our cooldowns, and his health is kind of melting. In fact, by the time I unleash my cooldowns, the boss is already nearly dead. We kill him and he doesn't drop Hand of Justice, but as Leolfa's just used their vanish during the fight, the guards come and just murder him. So with a bit more fine-tuning to our strategy, we could probably farm this out. We can get back to him too in around 5 minutes, which is fantastic. However, you can only do 5 runs before you are locked out. And we've got a few hiccups now and then, but we figured out exactly how to kill this boss. So on only my 4th run of the boss, as he dies, well, he drops a trinket. Quick need, and well, that was easy. Honestly, my helmet is more rarer to me than Hand of Justice. One of the last pieces we need is the Cape of the Black Baron. It drops from Stratholm and Baron Rivendare. I tried a run or two, but with no luck, I decided to just give dungeons a break, at least this one. While doing all this farming for gear, I was farming Honor too, and learning new tricks about the game, like this little warlock showed me. No matter how small you are, you can always get to the highest of places if you try. Also, during this, I leveled up my cooking and fishing. I need Thistle Tea, which requires 50 cooking and is a very strong rogue consumable. I made some new friends while farming Strat for that dreaded cape. We also met some ninja looting mages, but Troz won the item, and he also educated me once more on dreams that can drop. It was a nature resistance ring that I wasn't paying any attention to, but it gave 21 resistance. The mage tried to need it for sunken temple runs apparently, but Troz called him out on his bullshit. Then after the dungeon ended, he gave me a little bit of gold, well I mean 40 gold, because the item was worth over 200 apparently. And also, I felt like this was going to be a Skullman's kind of journey, but that's a story for another video. It's very nearly time to raid that Molten Core, but as I land head into the mountain, a poor gnome invites me. He spammed me begging for help. He tells me,
Hi, can help please. Rogue, farm me please. 60.
So, alright, I'm on my way. This gnome is just a leveling gnome and he's having a hard time. I used my human racial to find out where the rogue sat, and he sat waiting for the warrior to respawn. But don't you worry, my little friend, I'm here to avenge you, and I butcher this rogue. Before I do a little dance on his head that some people do, and then the little gnome says,
This motherfucker.
Love it. The reason I'm back here in BRD is because we've decided to try and sell Hand of Justice runs. We can two-man this boss, so we thought we'd provide a cheap service to people and try and make some gold too. So we decided to charge around 35 gold per run, which then equals to 87 gold 50 each per 25 minutes. That is a lot of gold. And we became pretty good at our strategy to take down Angerforge, but my god does he hurt. Now I won't show you the countless runs I did of this, but let's just say we are drowning in customers. I am making a bucket load of gold. In fact, I got nearly 800, which is enough for an epic horse, but that's not the plan what I will do with my gold. I tried my hand at another Elixir, but we wiped on trash and people left, so I thought, nah, let's just give this a miss for now. I also went then and got the Songflower world buff. It has people stand around a flower and you have to click it. Now I don't know if you have to click it at a certain time or if it despawns, but thankfully we get this, giving us a nice little boost to help us with the upcoming raid. The next buff I need is the Elixir Death Turning buff, which had me AFKing in Stormwind for a long time until it drops, but we get that easily too. Heavy Drizzle, the person that messaged me about coming to Molten Core in the first place, told me about a world buff I can get. It's a Horde one, War Chief Blessing, that Alliance can't usually get. Or can they? By getting me to meet him in a bush. Yep, a bush. He has a horde player here for what's about to happen. Similar to Elixir, he uses a mind control device on me. This technically turns me into his pet and a horde player. Now it does have a 20% chance to backfire, but thankfully it doesn't. He then tells me to go stealth and run away as fast as I can. But after I Hearthstone, I realized I bought 10 chrono boons from Season of Discovery. So I've got no boons left and my buff timers is now running out. Thankfully he meets me in Ironforge and trades me a boon, so I managed to not waste too much time. With consumables in my bag, food, Thistletea, poisons, I now go to Darnassus to keep turning in Runecloth, and that's for reputation. I did have nearly 800 gold earlier, but now it's down tremendously, thanks to turning all this Runecloth in for rep. This took me so long to do, honestly. It was back and forth from the auction house to the mailbox to the Runecloth. It was a long time, okay? It required a lot of turn-ins and hundreds of gold to get us to Exalted, which we do achieve. This leaves us with a little bit of gold, but will finally allow us to ride a tiger if we can make another 800 gold back. Okay, now there is only one thing left for us to do, and that is raid. Now as a group we charged to Blackrock Mountain. Well, I thought it was my raid. It took me a while to realise that I have charged the core with a completely separate guild. I know, I'm smart. So I decided to try and go to Molten Core solo. I'm a rogue, so surely I can make it in safely, right? Well, thanks to the weak aura, I also know how to lava jump now, so I take 0 damage from the lava. But as I go around the corner to the raid, holy shit, that is a lot, and I mean a lot of horde. They're guarding the entrance and it's instant death as soon as you try and get there. Thankfully, when you're dead, you can talk to the NPC, so as soon as you respawn, you can press it and make it through, but I was scared. And this is it. This is a raid. Our time to kill bosses, maybe get gear, who knows. I meet a little gnome called Lil Juicer, and she becomes sort of my little pet friend. She gave my bear dances, wait, not again, let's move on. Now, Heavy Drizzle led us through the raid really well, and we knew where we were going. Where to stand, what to target. I was surprised that it was just rogues and warriors on top of the damage meters too. We get close to the first boss, who is Lucifron, and this is where we unboon, and that's where everybody activates their world buffs. Me and Forks were nervous in case we just get blasted, fuck up and lose all of our world buffs. But let me just tell you this content is insanely easy. Watch the boss's HP. It's just melting, and I'm actually seeing myself on the damage meters, so all this gear I spent farming is doing something good. Not really any tactics, just nuke the boss. The next boss has a slightly more complicated tactic of not standing in fire. He does do an AoE fear, but not really an issue for us. We got fear wards. Damage is nuts across the board, and bosses are just melting. We do see a rogue item drop, but as it's a SR pug run, we're only going to do loot at the end. The third boss is Gehennas. We use something called a FAP, or a free action potion, and that stops you getting slowed, I think. We just run in and AoE the shit out of everything down. As long as you're not stood in fire once again, bosses just die. and I'm top damage for a little while too. But Samos has some insane little daggers, and he does overtake me. He was like my nemesis on them damage meters, I tell you. But I'm pretty happy with my performance so far. Loot wise, nothing for us. Next boss up is Gar. He's a rock elemental with a lot of little adds, and this is a boss where I use my first SR for. Brutality Blade, a epic weapon that is heavily sought after by rogues and warriors alike. We just blast down Gar. Not really many tactics, at least for a rogue, but warlocks have to banish some of the adds and control them while we attack the big guy. Unfortunately, my rogue Jesus look didn't come in, no weapon and no bindings. Now when you kill the adds after, I didn't realise, even though it was quite obviously called out, to move away from the adds when they die at 20%. So I shit myself as I get thrown into the oblivion back to back, and I nearly die losing all my buffs. My heart sank. But moving to the next boss, which is Baron Geddon, a big fire elemental. He does a pulsing AoE and makes people a bomb. A very easy fight if you do it correctly. And near the end of the fight, he casts something called Armageddon, which can kill you, I'm pretty sure. So we play it safe and all the melee just move out and away from him. Straight after this is Shazra. And I did do these fights in SOD, but I'm not sure if it's just a gear thing or if it's a SOD thing. But this fight is literally around 20 seconds. I'm not kidding. I'm just going to let you watch the rest of it. Watch his HP. I'd say the most boring part of MC is the amount of trash you have to clear, but Blizzard did design this raid in a week or two, I think, so I won't be too harsh on them. As we start to approach the end of the raid, I actually do have a mechanic to finally deal with. It's my job to kick Skull, but as you can quite clearly see, Skull disappears before it can even cast anything. We cleave the boss, and after this it's just a burn on Sulfur and Harbinger. It actually took a bit longer to kill than I anticipated, but everybody's at 100% health and it's just an easy chill time. No rogue loot once again. Before the final two bosses, we've got to kill Goldmag the Incinerator, a huge fire giant, and he's got some pet doggies too. He's got the most HP in here apart from Ragnaros in the raid, I think, allowing you to actually do some sort of damage or rotation, even though your rotation is mainly pressing one button. But there is no chance we are going to die on any of these bosses. We do kill him and he drops a Mage Blade that, as you can see, every single caster in the raid wants. This brings us to the second to last boss, Majormido. Probably said that wrong. You don't actually fight him, but his adds, like healers and elites. What you do is you separate them into packs and you just AoE them down while crowd controlling the others. It's a bit of a longer fight just because there's quite a few adds, but once more, no issues for us. As Heavy Drizzle did say, he did lead a very smooth pug run, and so far, that is what it's been. Nearly less than an hour run too, and we even had a 10-minute break as someone disconnected. This boss does drop the Core Hound Tooth, but as I'm swords, I didn't go for this soft reserve. This brings us to the final boss, the big baddie, Ragnaros. We all stand ready to take down the Fire Lord and we start the fight. We let tanks get threat, then we just pop off. It's time to kill him. Now, I'm actually not sure of some of the mechanics here, I won't lie. I remember ads spawning in Season of Discovery, but I wasn't exactly sure if this was exclusive to that version of the game. But I get myself absolutely thrown into the sky, and I expected to die from the fall, but I survive it, thanks to being a rogue too. Now, there is one item I reserved off this boss, and it's called the Band of Acuria. Probably said that wrong too. I wasn't sure on what my BIS items was for a rogue, and Heavy Drizzle told me that it's probably a very good and safe option to go for. As we finally kill the Fire Lord, check out his loot, and the ring did in fact drop. Forks was going to soft reserve this, and his reaction was,
"Fuck you. I was going to reserve that."
Hey.
Yeah, he wasn't happy. Also, I didn't know Ragnaros dropped the Bloodfang pants too. That's a rogue set from Blackwing Glare, so maybe we can get them. The band is rolled out, and I'll let you listen. Come on.
Oh.
Surely. Yes. I win the item as he rolled the 19 and I rolled the 56, but he didn't mean to roll it out just yet, but he said he will take them rolls as accurate. He gets us to re-roll. What's funny is now I roll a 16 and he rolls a 59, but I'm so happy. Now instantly, I am offered 1,000 gold for this ring, and as I won a tiger, this was very, very tempting, but I actually decided against it and kept the ring. I don't really need gold with my farm that I have, and apparently this ring is very good for a rogue, so I declined it and equipped it, and I'm now happy. I didn't win any other items in the raid, but I won't lie, it was a smooth experience. Folks didn't win anything too, but as is the way of classic WoW with 40 people competing for loot. And that was my first experience with the endgame of World of Warcraft Classic. I really tried to cover as much as I could in one video and take you along the whole ride with me, but there is still a few more things I gotta do. This is it, the final push to master phase 1. Now to some people this could be maximizing their professions, or getting that sweet epic mount, or even getting to the highest PvP rank, which right now is rank 11. For me, I had to do all of this before I can say I feel like I've gone from a noob to a pro. So sit back and join me as we finish this phase. After ending the last video with our molten core, I decided to become a part of the guild Spooned as a social member so I can join their pugs and continue raiding with them. They also had a really cool tabard, bright pink, that I think fits the rogue theme very well. Anyhow, things in Stormwind always take a slight detour when gnomes are involved. I don't know, there's just something about these little gremlins that just makes me chuckle. We ended up just chilling around a campfire, talking for a while, and more people just kinda joined in, and it's pretty cozy, I must say. But then duty called, and it was once again time to go and slay a dragon. And as I tell them, I won't forget them, I ride off into battle, back into Onyxia's lair. And this was the rest of the raid left over after Molten Core. Damage was flying, and I was in the top 3 damage fighting for that spot.
Nice.
This is when I came to the realization too that you can just melee Onyxia when she's in the air, but you want to make sure you spread out here. And other than that, just another easy dragon kill. Now for the loot, and it's awful. Yep, awful. Nothing here of value to us. 2 druid helmets as well. One of the things we've got to do now was farm up the gold for that epic mount. While I'm now exalted with Darnassus thanks to an extensive supply of rune cloth, I still need a whopping 800 gold to even buy the tiger. Thankfully, me and Leofa had a pretty good business going of selling Hodge runs, even though sometimes I would get aggro in stealth and I'd get the shit beaten out of me, but the gold game was great. I'm nearly back up to 400 and halfway there, but we can only do 5 runs of this dungeon in an hour, so we are unfortunately time locked to how much gold we can make. I also decided to finally make Ironforge my home now, as I'm sick of flying there from Meneville Harbour. Okay, one of the worst parts about Classic WoW is coming up, and bear with me if you don't agree, but let me explain it to you. It's called ranking. Now Leofa is the commander, that is rank 11 the highest rank, and that's a rank I have to get to. How do you rank? Well, Altruit Valley is how. And how many do you have to do? A lot. While at first it's a fun experience with friends, it slowly becomes a very mundane grind, where actually losing for the most honour becomes the best strategy. As you can see here, I need 90,000 honour to get to the max rank of 8 for this week, and you get roughly 3 to 4,000 per one. And if you win, you get 3 medals you can turn in for 300 honour. But as Alliance, you lose nearly all of your games. It's just how the AV map is designed. And if you think that 90,000 is a lot, well, it gets worse, and a lot worse. I'll speak about that a bit later. In between my AV grinds, I was still selling them Hodge runs, and while we was making good gold, we was very lucky boosters. We would constantly get it people who said they've never seen it in over 100 runs, which is a very good thing, but it's actually a bad thing for business. As we are getting more people the trinket so fast, it means less gold for us overall. So it's a double-edged sword. But I must say, I definitely do feel some compassion for these guys. I just don't know how they can afford it. And another place where I'm going to be spending a lot of my time is Stratholme. There's one item we basically need to get, and that's a Cape of the Black Baron. It's an insane cloak, and right now we've got a really crappy green one. The rest of our gear is really good. So it's an item we must get soon. So because I'm selling Hand of Justice runs, I'm only limited to how many times I can run this. So when we do get the player the item they want, we then spend 1 lockout here and there and vice versa. So now, do you remember when I said gnomes are creepy players that would often or not probably ninja loot stuff? Troz and his friend the tank had a bad feeling about a lower level gnome in the group, but I said it was his call if he was going to remove him or not. He said, we can try with him, but we will master loot the last boss, just so we can't ninja. Troz then says,
Might try to steal cloak too.
And I said I'd cry. So bear with me, I am going somewhere with this. I'm also using all my world buffs left over, so I'm blasting as we clear through this dungeon. The shaman braces drop that you can easily sell for a bit of gold, and everybody greeds them, so maybe this mage isn't a ninja looter after all. We end up finding a rare spawn called Stone Spine, and this guy, I've never seen him before. We kill him and he drops a cape with 7 strength, 8 agility and 14 stamina. Much better than my current green cape. So while working it out and trying to judge its stats, the paladin tells me to take it. But look what happens. The mage needs it. Why, oh why am I not surprised? I roll need, but the mage wins it anyway. Everyone is like, WTF. This poor 58 mage is stood there without a care in the world. Trozen says, I did tell you, as the mage just turns around and runs out of the dungeon all happily.
Yeah, you guys, I'm going home.
Honestly, same thing as always, but this is just the beginning of the journey I had in this god-forsaken dungeon. We end up having a blast and running it a few times. Troz is searching for this well sought after healing necklace that drops in here, and me, obviously the cape. The paladin tank is playing 2 characters at the same time. He's not multi-boxing, as I know you're not allowed to do that, but he's tabbing between them and attacking. I thought that was pretty cool, and everybody was just having a blast. Then we had the wise idea of trying to do a stealth run. The reason this was a dumb idea is because, 1, we don't even stealth to go past the mob, so we fail instantly. And 2, they give you a 10-minute damage debuff if hit, which druids can't dispel. So yeah, we decided to bin this off and not do it. Most of my time now at max level was just between Altric Valley, Stratholme and Blackrock Mountain, at least during the week as I waited for my raid lockouts to come back up. I would become a menace to the horde, especially me and Leofa together. With both of us positioned on one side of the wall, when they pulled, we would pounce, charge at the kiters and kill them. From there, we would be able to single-handedly destroy the horde's attempt at winning and wipe them. The reason I did this too, I know, let them win, but I wanted to complete some quests for Altric Valley reputation, things like collecting the banner in the Stone Cold Cave. As we were flying about, Leofa would tell me that Rogue Jesus is now 100% confirmed. I ask him why, and he shows me this picture of what he sees on his screen. And I mean, I guess the jig is up. I am not kidding when I said when we sold Hodge runs, we was lucky. On our 3rd or 4th run, no loot, which means hand of justice again. We was spamming these out, and in the end I had about 732 gold or so. After I Hearthstone, Leofa comes to me and trades me my cut of the gold, because we didn't get a full 5 runs. He decided to trade me a little bit extra of gold on top. As I said, we are partners, and we always went 50-50, so I did accept a little bit extra this time, taking us to 832 gold, and enough to finally get rid of this goddamn horse. We headed over to Darnassus, the Night Elf capital, with Leofa following me on the Tiger Mount, as the last time I'll ever hear these horse hooves is now. I've already made my decision on which one of the 3 tigers I'm going to go for, and while the Storm Saber does look good, and it was my first epic mount back in the day, I decided to go for the Swift Frost Saber, and now I feel like I'm finally truly finishing up on Classic. I didn't know how I'd make my gold, so I'm glad I found a good way and a friend while doing it too. But I can't say that I've mastered Classic WoW while not even having my fishing and cooking skill leveled up, can I? In between the queues of Altaric Valley, I decided to start fishing. My skill is very low to start with, and I actually didn't know how long this would take me, but it's definitely gonna not be a fast thing to do. Anyway, I helped out someone called Elstara with some starting gold. He seemed lost in Ironforge and wanted help finding the auction house. So after finishing up my Altaric Valley, I teamed up with him. I got him to follow me all the way there, and I showed him how to purchase items from the auction house and stuff, how to filter it by price, and then I took him to the mailbox to get his items. I felt like I'd done my good deed for the day, and we were slowly coming full circle because that used to be me clueless. It was around 12:30 at night, and I was fully broken, I won't lie. I was so tired from playing football in real life, but I still needed honor to rank up because it was a Tuesday night, meaning the reset happens very soon. I was auto running into walls. Leofa kept me sort of sane during this, and I only needed like 600 more honor. I was opening the tab just staring at it. So I went killing, and as soon as I saw my honor was done, I did the world's quickest Alt F4 and called it a night. I know I shouldn't leave BGs, my bad, but my brain was fried. The next day upon login, I'm now rank 8, making me a knight captain. So rank 8 and most of the way through it too. While I can't see how much honor I need to farm again this week, thanks to needing 15 honourable kills first, I can now go and purchase some PvP gear. Back in Stormwind in the Champions Hall, we can purchase 4 items: the boots, the gloves, the chest piece and the legs. So giving us some stamina gear, which should help us out in PvP. I head into an Altaric Valley again to see how much honor I'm going to need to grind for that week, because rank 11 is the goal. And also, we are farming rep with the dwarves here. This will give us a powerful item, but we're coming up to that. Alright, back to Stratholme for now and targeting that sweet cape. So after spending so long looking for tanks, we eventually agreed to take Forks, my friend. He does need a lot of gear as he's a freshly dinged 60, so he does need the cape too, but it's my last piece, so maybe, just maybe, he might let me have it if it drops. While waiting for people to come to us, we start a mini war. Mages boost here, so we kill them as they come out to reset, and we leave an absolute floor full of skeletons. No survivors at all. We end up farming quite a bit of honor too, and we're just having a blast while waiting for the dungeon. Shit! Oh, shit! I'm gone! I'm gone!
Ow, peace!
Now, Forks hasn't tanked this before either, so his pulls are questionable, but we do okay, is what I would have said if he didn't pull half of the dungeon. I then do manage to get Forks an invite to the guild I'm in too, so hopefully he can start raiding with us and getting some gear as well. But after seeing what he's just pulled, maybe it's not the best idea. A green shadow resistant ring drops, and I've learnt my lesson, these things can fetch for a fair bit of gold. And while I was going to need it and take it, I opt to do the right thing and greed it. and I'm rewarded for my efforts with a ring anyway. We kind of span this out a lot, and I haven't shown you the true amount of times I've been in here farming this cape, between raids and Altered Valley and Blackrock depths. I gave the mage some mana potions and says he owes me 10 gold now. So the mage comes up to me, trades me. I thought he'd put in 10 gold, but he puts 1,000 gold, and I don't hit trade. I could have won 1,000 gold if I wasn't typing and hit trade. But I then say it's okay because the cape is obviously going to drop now, and nothing can bring me down. So as we arrive at Baron Rivendare, it's Fawkes' second or third run and my 40th it feels like, and we start killing him. Damage is great and the boss is melting, and I just want this pain to be over. I start already typing it out, but it doesn't matter because the cloak drops, and it does drop. I knew it. But of course, Fawkes hits that need button, which he is entitled to. So I wait. I really don't want to lose this roll. It's my last item I need. Can I win it? And I lose the roll. As he types a haha, and I hit the quickest alt F4 ever. I was so done with this game. This all happened at 4:12 in the afternoon, by the way, which is going to be relevant very soon. Fawkes then couldn't tank for us anymore as he had to go. But this means we are now without a tank, and after seeing it drop after so many runs, I was so determined, so focused to get this item. And with an epic mount now acquired, I started dropping constant 50 goals on tanks to run it with us. And obviously, it doesn't drop quickly after either. Around 2 hours later, still going non-stop. I want this cape, and I'm still paying for tanks. We've got 2 mages in the group, but honestly, they just seem to be AFK. Damage feels so low, and things are taking so long to kill. And no wonder the healer is screaming at them. Everyone realizes that they're AFK and are literally doing no damage, which is fine, I don't really care. But the healer, Leofa, and the tank are all getting pretty mad now, because this is taking a lot longer than it should. And why is it always mages? And there's always a gnome too. For some reason, I didn't hit record, and I don't have the clip, but my rogue dungeon legs dropped the Shadowcraft ones here, which I'm happy to collect for a future patch. But a tank that I paid gold for stole them from me, even though he didn't need them because of their slow mages. He wanted extra gold. Yeah, so my day was going from worse to worse. No cape, hours of runs, AFK mages, ninja tanks, but it's not over yet. Nope. I wish it was. Fast forward to 10 PM now. That's around 6 hours of constant dungeon runs. Still no cape. I took a slight break from the dungeon farm to head to the Altered Mountains here to grab some quests for reputation and an item. I can buy a cloak here, which is a blue and a better than my green one by a very tiny margin, but a small upgrade is a small upgrade. Naturally, as soon as I spend gold, the cape in the dungeon drops again from Stone Spine. Nobody needs it, so I win it. So at least we've got a good second option cloak for the time being. But dungeons has ended up becoming great fun. Me, Troz and Leofa had a great time. I was chilling, having a whiskey, blasting WoW with some friends, and what started off as a bad grind ended up turning into a very fun night. I was even wasting my world buffs and my Yeti, trying to beat Leofa on damage, but for some reason I just couldn't. But we don't talk about that ever again. Naturally, no cloak, but I did actually get my Shadowcraft leggings eventually. Then we meet someone called Remix WoW. Now, tell me what you can see here. Yep, he's a gnome, and he's a mage. So you already know what's about to happen. A staff of healing drops, and he instantly needs it and says,
Please.
And Leofa is like, wait, what, why? And he says,
Please OMG.
Everybody's confused to why he would need a staff, and he's begging for it. We tried to explain to him it's a healing staff, and I'm just like, at this point, why is it always mages? Remix WoW wins it, and the mage has once again took an item worth probably a lot of gold. Leofa kicks him instantly as he's had enough of mages needing everything. But this little Chad mage just stands there and starts dancing at us. Honestly, they don't give a shit, and I kind of admire it. But that was my night of Stratholme. 7 hours, no cape, and a lot of freaking gold spent. So in order to pay more tanks, I had to go back to Blackrock Mountain and sell Hand of Justice. Obviously, I don't get many runs in before another buyer gets his trinket, and we are really good at our jobs, actually. So it's the next day, and we start our dungeon farming once again at around 11 AM, and I'm so ready for a whole new day of this place. So once again, we make it all the way to Baron Rivendare, and I'm expecting nothing to happen, of course. It's the first run of the day, and after a very long, expensive grind last night, I'm mentally prepared again. But the cape drops instantly. First run of the day, and it's over. It's finally over, and we get the Cape of the Black Baron. With practically all the items got now from dungeons, gold was going back up as well thanks to BRD, gear looking solid. We are truly close to mastering phase 1. Now needed to farm Exalted with Altered Valley because there is epic daggers there and a ring that you can get. We are pretty close at Revered, and now my guildies are explaining what items I should sort of go for. So in the next Altered Valley, we finally hit that sweet Exalted, and now I'm saying finally for you guys watching, it probably is only only been a minute. But trust me, this battleground is my second home. Exandra, our guild leader, happily offered to also enchant my gear now, providing I get the materials. So I spend some more gold getting all the enchants and materials I need. I also bought plenty of the wrong items because, well, I'm a dum-dum. As you can see, my gear score is 762 with a 61 item level, which is pretty damn good. We've got a great piece of gear in every single slot, and now it's all enchanted too, increasing our power and our damage by a long shot. And it's just in time because I've got another molten core I gotta do. To top back up my gold, I went to do a few runs of BRD for Hodge, but naturally we get it this guy first try. And he says he's been doing this for around 70 runs. I can't even fathom the amount of gold that costs. Time for another MC raid, and honestly once more, super easy run. Bosses melt as usual, and I'm just here I'm hoping I can get some loot. We did have a slight hiccup, well, which was the only main takeaway from this MC. We pulled an extra dog, I believe, and people start dying, meaning they lose their world buffs, which definitely means their parties are messed up, but thankfully we didn't suffer too many deaths. We once again kill Ragnaros, and he drops a rogue tier 2 pants, Bloodfang, so I may have a chance at some loot here, but no. I didn't get one item this whole run, so getting best in slot is just going to be impossible. Let's move on. The usual elixir comes after Molten Core, and I always love watching people fail to make the bolt jump. It always brings a smile to my face. Am I sitting? No, I'm definitely not. Now, after making 175k honor last week, this week, which I've not shown you a lot of because quite frankly, it was one of the worst experiences I've had, and I never ever want to see AV again after doing this, we had to farm 337,000 honor. Yes, nearly 500,000 in 1 week. It was ridiculous, and I give props to anyone that can do this. It's brutal. Most of the time I was on past midnight just killing Horde in AV, trying my hardest to keep my eyes open and just rank up. But after an awful week of AV, I log in the next day and I did it. Rank 10 Lieutenant Commander Antijax. This allows us to now purchase a full set of PvP gear, including the head and shoulders, and I must say we look really cool too. I felt a great sense of accomplishment doing this to rank 10, and I didn't think I even had it in me, but I did it. And now with rank 10 done, what did I go and do?
Oh shit, here we go again.
Queue straight up for AV because that's not the max rank, and I'm on a journey to Master Classic, so once again, back to AV I go. Now I met an interesting character. Now of course he's a gnome because they're always the weird ones. After he danced for me, I gave him about 5 gold or so for a new weapon, and Dom has brought himself a spell power weapon. Go on, Dom. Anyhow, me and Leofa follow this little creature to see what he'll get up to. He's oblivious to our presence and even our chicken. I stand atop the mountain watching him run into a tank for a while, and we then follow him to the dwarf town. I'm not going to try and pronounce the name, by the way. As he comes out of a little hut, I come out of stealth and ask him if he thinks he can get away from me, and I ask him to dance for me once more, which he obliges to do. He then says he's going to follow me around, and he then has an exchange with Leofa about his name, Based Dom, and he gives us a background origin story. He then goes super quiet, and I try and trade in some stuff, but I think he's gone somewhere. As I see him move, that he's unfollowed to me. So now is the time to truly test Dom. I thought he was broken, but it seems he's okay. So I walk him into a pack of hungry wolves as they set upon him, and Dom comes back. I say for him to fight for me, as a third hungry wolf joins in. Dom is being eaten alive, but he tells us he has a potion, he's very close to death, and he has one wolf left to take on. Can our hero defeat these rabid animals? And Base Dom does. For his victory over these wolves, I give him 20 gold coins, and Leofa trades him a fish to turn him into a ninja. And with that, we have now made a new young warrior richer and tougher. We then bid our farewells to Base Dom, as he tells us he loves us, and we ride away. And that was the last we ever saw of Base Dom. At this point, I was close to ending the journey. We got rank 10, had a full set of gear, epic mount, plenty of gold, bosses all dead. What else could I really do? Well, a lot actually. Let me show you. Obviously Altered Valley was my home for a while this week, and the chat was starting to get savage. People's brains were slowly melting, but it made for good entertainment while I was grinding. Part of the final thing we can do for Molten Core is to get something called a douse. If you have a douse, you can get an extra soft reserve, which means the potential for an extra item from a raid. In order to get this, we've got to do a quest chain, and we've got to get a reputation with the Hydraxian elementals. Now, where are these based, you may ask? The bottom of Ashara. Me and Forks decided to go do it together together, and luckily I've got an epic mount, so I can run across the zone faster, but my god is it a travel to get here. When we do arrive there, we meet Duke Hydraxis, and he wants us to travel around the world and collect some things for him. Now, as gold is pretty useless for me currently, I'll buy a summon. This is going to allow me to teleport around the world now much faster. The quests here are pretty easy, it's just to kill 30 mobs. So why is this hard? Well, because of bots and competition, and of course PvP. Now, for some reason, even though everyone had kind of a truce going on, this mage and priest really wanted to get me. So I baited them in before we ambushed them. Now, Forks is a little bit stupid and charges in as a warrior, under geared warrior, solo. And as a rogue comes in, helps us out too, and we fight for the mob's resources. Now, because I don't have any high level food, and Shadow Word Pain is ticking for 200 a time, so overpowered, I die, even though I meet him. There is nothing I can do about that. I really need to buy some max level food. So now the three of us after attack a single mage, and because we're not full health, this mage kills me, kills Forks, then kills Zilzaz. Let's never talk about the fact we just got 3v1'd ever again. Once we kill all the water elementals, we have to collect discordant braces in the plague lands on the other side of Azeroth. Not only do these damn water elementals take forever to find because so many people are farming these, they give you a shitty debuff too that slows your movement speed and reduces your agility. After all this, I head back to the Duke, which takes me a lot of time I must say, and I murder Horde here too, giving them hopefully a long corpse run back. Duke then tasks us with going to a dungeon to get him the Eye of the Embassy. I also realised this whole time I haven't even learned the max rank of bandages, even though I've been to Dustwallow Marsh hundreds of times. So I go to the Triarch guy and we finally learn heavy Runeclaff bandages too. Runeclaff? Runecloth. Our next stop was UBRS, or Upper Blackrock Spire. Hereafter we take on the Fire Elemental, whose HP kinda just melts as fast as he can even spawn, Pyro God Embassy, and we can loot his eye. We then go and sell all my stuff at the auction house, and I was incredibly surprised to see how much the elemental stuff goes for. It's 32 gold for an Essence of Air, so it makes sense why there's so much competition and bots farming there a little earlier. I also kept farming Onyxia over and over every time there was a lockout free trying to get something, and I decided that soon I'll start targeting the quest item, the head of Onyxia. So other items are just too hard to get, the sword and the rogue head, and I'm really struggling, so it may be a better option going forward. Once we go back to Duke, we get another quest, which is to go into the Molten Core. This time we need to kill 4 different trash mobs there. So usually you can do this when you raid, but it'll take you an extra week. But I find a way around this soon. Now, as a rogue, I haven't been able to ever open a lockbox, ever. I've completely neglected my lockpicking skill, and it's about time I get it up. It was 150, and we need to max it out to 300. So that's what I get to work doing, knowing it's probably going to take me a bit of time. I start off in the Badlands at Angor Fortress, getting my skill up to around 200 or so, when I can finally start opening some boxes. After this, we had to stay in the Slag Pit for a very long time. They were pretty rare to come across a lot boxes here, and there's also rogue competition. But as Leofa is like my personal lockpicking assistant here, we just gang up and kill any Horde rogues taking our boxes. Then once I'm 225, I can finally empty my bank from all these sturdy junk boxes I've been collecting over time, and get back some well needed space. This then brought me all the way to near max, but I couldn't fully quite do it yet during the skill up session, so I decided it was time to work on my fishing skill too. It was relaxing just fishing in Stormwind leveling up, and I still needed 127,000 more honor for rank 11, but I had a plan soon to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. While fishing, we was losing our heads a little bit, well, Leofa was, making it harder for me and others to rank up by jumping on our bobber trying to get us to fail the clicking, but it doesn't work. I also met a guy called Morpho who started a rogue thanks to my videos, and he was such a chill guy, so I decided to help him out on his rogue journey by trading him a Gut Ripper. He can either keep it or sell it, and I tell him if he reaches level 40, another one may be waiting for him. He trades me a clam in return, which is a very good deal I must say. I then spent some time leveling up fishing a tad bit more and cooking with Leofa, with a campfire in the moonlight, and this is what I truly liked about Classic WoW. Okay, back to lockpicking to get to the max rank of 300. We only do that in Blackrock Depths by picking the first 3 doors all the way up to 300. So what better way to get max lockpicking than to boost for gold? Zat was a lovely guy, and a feral DPS too, the first I've seen, and he said he's done over 100 runs for this so far. So obviously after a few runs, we get him his hand of justice. And I've got 300 lockpicking too, so well worth it. With lockpicking done, I decided to focus on cooking. Leveling cooking is much easier. It's very cheap to just buy the things you need off the auction house, and you can just build a fire and spam cook some fish. You can get to 225 very easily, but then you need to do a few quests to be able to get to 300. 300. First, we have to get a quest called I Know a Guy from Ironforge. Then, by taking a trip to the auction house, we can prepare for the quest that we need by buying the materials before we go to Gadget Zam. Then, we can just buy a portal straight to the inn, talk to the guy, hand in the quest, and bam, we can level cooking to 300. The only thing that stopped me was the fish itself. I bought out practically the whole auction house, but the rest of the items was just disgustingly overpriced, so I just decided to wait with that for the time being. Once I get my fishing to 225 also, just like cooking, there's a quest that I have to do to unlock to be able to max it out, and that's from a guy called Nat Pagel, who's relaxing on an island. He wants us to catch 4 different fish that are all around Azeroth. So remember when I said that it may take a week or 2 to get the mobs for Molten Core in the raid? Well, luckily for me, I found a trash farm group. They're looking for epics here because the epics that do drop sell for a shit ton of gold apparently, like 1000 plus. But the main reason I'm here is 1, reputation, and of course the mobs for the quests. As you can see, when I begin, I'm at 5100 reputation out of 6000 to honored, and a mob gives you around 22, so easily farmable. Molten Core trash is just super easy, so nothing here is a problem for us at all. I go around killing all the mobs we need, and an epic does drop, but it's called a class roll. So if a priest item drops, only a priest roll on it, etc, etc. And a few seconds later, a rogue belt drops. Now there's 4 rogues here, so I do have a good chance of getting this item. Well, I would have if the other rogues didn't roll an 86 and a 98, and I roll a shitty 60. Unlucky. We spend a bit more time killing more mobs with around 7 epics dropping before Gar, so I think that's good. And I hit honored with the Hydraxian Warlords, and that means we can soon get our douse. I decided then before doing anything else to try and finish off that fishing quest. Now I thought it was just certain fish that had to be found. I didn't know these guys are also very rare, and after a quick wildhead search, it can take people hundreds of casts to find the fish. Luckily for me, after only 10 minutes or so, I fish up our first one, the Feralus Ahai. Knowing now what I know about the fish, it's probably going to take me a very long time. I wasn't feeling too great about it, but I was determined. So I was shocked when I spent only a few casts in Desolace and I got the Sarfinus Striker. Perfect. Now I went to hand in the quest, the Molten Core, before my raid so I can get the last one we need, which means running to the whole of Vishara once again. And you would think I've got the route down now after running it so many times, but nope, I die from jumping off a cliff. Ugh. Anyhow, once we turn it in, we've got one final quest to do, and that's to kill the bosses in Molten Core. We are very nearly approaching the end now, so 2 more fish to fish up in the Eastern Kingdoms. The first one was a Misty Reed Mahai Mahai, probably said that wrong. So after being AFK for 5 minutes, I shit you not, my first cast I get this fish to. So far, with only the Feralus one taking a little over 10 minutes, the rest have been very easy to get. And the last fish we needed was in Stranglethorn Vale in the Savage Coast. And after only 5 casts, I get the Savage Coast Blue Sailfin too, completing Nat Pagel's quest pretty quickly too, considering. On my way back to catch the boat, I use my rogue's favourite tool, Distract, and I watch a poor little warlock fall straight into the water, and the poor guy didn't even know how to get back up either. Nat Pagel then shows me how to fish to 300. It's the very last skill I need to max out now. So I did a YouTuber noob error thing. I thought I was recording and I wasn't. So I did my Molten Core, didn't get 1 item, but I did get all the hands that I'm showing here, so they're from the bosses. But yeah, very uneventful run. But I finished the last quest for the douse. I also met some little gnome mage called Wave. Now this mage wanted a fight, and I'm always willing, so I agreed to duel him. We both agreed to have full cooldowns ready and we let the battle begin. I get off a sap on the little mage without his ice barrier up, but my ambush doesn't crit him, but I'd still do over half to him. I then use sprint to break out of any snares. As I cast in a spell, I vanish it, allowing me to not be sheeped, but I'm frozen out of stealth. I then get grenaded and polymorphed, but I trinket and sprint again as I bring him to 1%. He then goes to cast a polymorph on me, but a freezing arrow to the mage's face takes him out as he presses ice block a little too late, making me victorious. Now this mage wants to test something called a kaboom on me. It's a one-shot, so I agree and I stand and take it. He also wants to build up some stacks on me and he's fully preparing. He then shoots me to full HP as he starts to cast his big gnomish death ray. And what happens? I resist it. Oh my god. The little gnome then says,
"No, I'm done."
Runs away, jumps off the side of a mountain. And that was the last time I ever saw Wave alive. After heading once again back to Ashara to turn in our quest, we can get something called the Aqual Quintessence, otherwise known as a douse. This allows us to hopefully get extra loot at Molten Core. The rewards are also a 6 gold and a ring that's really useless. Perfect. So remember when I said 2 birds, 1 stone? I had so much honor to farm, and quite frankly I was sick to death of Altered Valley. So I decided to level up fishing, which takes forever, while farming honor. Now usually Horde ran right past me and left me alone, until this one little shit Pixel Chen, he mind controls me to the bottom of the lake trying to drown me, this guy. He then lands a sap on me for 44 seconds and swims off. This definitely means death for me. What a smart idea. He must have had this planned. But luckily for me, my sap actually breaks. So I make it to the top of the water just in time. And I can see him looking around scared for me. So naturally I just murder him for his pathetic but very smart plan of drowning me while I was fishing. In between AV farms and fishing farms I was still spamming out Onyxia. This time I really wanted a head. No, not like that. The head of Onyxia, it's an item. Obviously a pug in the middle of the day means constant wipes, deaths and the usual malarkey. But in the end we bring down the beast once more and there's only a few of us on the head. Me, Crotian, Netherith and Heavy Drizzle. So the helmet is rolled out and I win it with a massive 17 roll. What's this footage? Where did this come from? No, I won it from rolling. Cut. Sorry about that. Must have been a glitch or something. Anyhow, with the head of Onyxia, we have a quest to turn in. This then gives us a powerful item, a best in slot item for us. Then I spent a few days fishing in the snowy zone of Altered Valley. By zone, I mean battleground. But let's not fight, let's fish. And after many hours, I get that last skill point to 300 fishing. I still don't have fully enchanted gear, so by buying some items and following Troz on an adventure, we end up going all the way to Dire Maul, the dungeon. Here, when I traded some goods that I bought from the auction house, she asked me to trade my helmet, and she's enchanted it with the Arcanum of Rapidity, which goes on both my helmet and my legs for a massive 1% attack speed, so 2% in total. So now we are fully geared, fully enchanted, and so close to the end. I then go and turn in the head of Onyxia, which gives us our best in slot epic necklace, and we can learn how to craft an Onyxia scale cloak. I buy all the mats off the auction house and I craft myself one. But what is this cloak for? Well, that's for a future video to explain. With every skill now maxed to 300, fishing, cooking, lockpicking, leather working, skinning, a full set of enchanted gear that is very good, epics, PvP gear, a epic mount, there was just one thing left to tackle. That was ranking. I never wanted to do this, but I had to. I had to get to the max rank for this phase. So I spent many more hours in this snowy hell grinding away. While grinding, I also found something I've never ever seen in Stormwind. It was like a building that had nothing in it, but I didn't even know it existed. And I'm always finding new things. It's still crazy. But this was it. I only needed 122 more honor to finally be done with this place. And the Alliance claimed victory while I'm dead. Meaning, I don't need any more honor for this week, and now we just sit and wait until the morning. It's the very next day, and as I log in, I'm greeted with the title Commander Antijax. Rank 11, the highest PvP rank achievable as of this video. This allows me to now purchase 2 mounts, the reins of the Black War Tiger, and of course I went and bought this stupid little horse too. And that is it. I did it. I went from a complete noob to someone sitting at rank 11 on a Black War Tiger with a full set of gear, 1,000 gold in the bag, epic mounts, enchanted armor. Everything I needed, really. I've met so many friends on the way, made some enemies, had countless stories, but for me, I feel like I mastered Classic WoW. I did everything I set out to do. Antijax's story of Phase 1 does end here, but there is plenty more content to do and things to see, because we all know Illidan is waiting for us at the end. Like the video if you liked it, subscribe for more WoW content. We're nearly at 10k subs, which is mind-blowing. I appreciate all of you watching, and I'll see you in the next World of Warcraft video.